The Longest Courtship by Void in Velvet. Chapter 1. Everything in its proper place. The cart had 47 returns on it, and Arthur Voss was shelving them in the wrong order. Not wrong by accident. He had simply been doing this long enough that the numbers were a formality, a system designed for people who needed reminding of where things went, and Arthur did not need reminding. He moved through the upper reading room with the particular ease of a man who has learned to space so thoroughly that the space has learned him back, past the third lamp, which flickered at irregular intervals that he had stopped trying to report because facilities would fix it for a week, and then it would begin again, past the radiator beneath the east windows, which clicked 3 times at midnight without fail, a sound he had started interpreting as a kind of greeting through the biography section, where the smell of old paper was sharpest, a smell he had stopped noticing 3 years ago and had, in recent weeks, started noticing again. He was not sure why it had come back to him. He suspected it was the same reason you noticed the quality of light in a room you were about to leave. It was 2 in the morning on a Tuesday in November. The library closed at 10. Arthur's shift ran from 9 at night until 5 in the morning, a schedule that suited him precisely because the library at night was a different thing from the library in the day. In the day, it was busy, populated, full of the low-grade noise of people existing near each other. At night, it was quiet in a way that had texture to it, depth, the specific hush of a space that knew it was being attended to by someone who cared. Arthur cared. This was perhaps the defining fact of his professional life. He shelved the biography of Marie Curie in its place without looking at the spine, moved 3 steps left, shelved the collection of Victorian correspondence, moved to the next cart row. His hands knew where they were going. He let them go. The reading room at 2 in the morning was lit by 4 ceiling fixtures and a lamp at his own desk, which he left on as a kind of anchor, a place to return to when his shelving was done, where his thermos of tea waited and the current accessions list waited and the small ceramic dish of paper clips waited in the way inanimate objects wait, patiently, indifferently, certain of nothing. He liked this about inanimate objects. They asked nothing of you. They were simply present until they weren't, and they never made you feel the difference. He was 31 years old. He had worked a night shift at Ashwick Public Library for 4 years. He had a first-class degree in library and information sciences, a professional membership he renewed each January with the specific feeling of a person making a modest vow and an intimate working knowledge of every section of the upper floor. He could have told you, if you asked him, which people rarely did, the reading habits of every regular patron. The insomniac professor in his 60s who came in 3 nights a week and read nothing but travel memoirs, working his way through whole continents in alphabetical order. The teenage boy who arrived on Friday evenings with a rucksack full of textbooks he never opened and spent his time instead with the horror paperbacks on the back shelf, holding them at an angle that suggested he was prepared to slide them under something more respectable if observed. The woman in her 40s who returned every book with a small origami figure folded from a page of scratch paper and tucked inside the cover. A crane, a frog, a lily, each one slightly more elaborate than the last. Arthur knew all of this. He had never said any of it aloud to anyone who would find it interesting. He finished the card at 20 past 2, returned it to the trolley bay, and made himself a cup of tea from the small kettle on the back counter. Strong milk, no sugar, a combination he had arrived at in his early 20s and had seen no reason to revisit. He wrapped both hands around the mug, which was the real point of making it at 2 in the morning. Not the tea, but the warmth, the specific comfort of something warm held in both hands in a quiet room. He took the mug back to his desk and stood for a moment looking at the reading room. It was, he thought, a very beautiful room. He did not think this often, not because he disagreed, but because beauty was not a category he applied to things he saw every day. You lost that over time. I stopped catching on things it had already cataloged. But tonight, for some reason, he was catching on it. The 4 pools of ceiling light, the long tables with their individual lamps switched off at night, the shelves running to the far wall with their orderly crowded spines, the smell of paper and binding glue, and something faintly mineral he had never been able to identify, and all of it his at 2 in the morning in a way it was no one else's. He was not, strictly speaking, alone in the building. The security system was on. There was a second librarian on duty at the branch 2 streets over who was theoretically reachable by phone. The building itself had its sounds, its clicks and settlings, its personality. But there was no one here, no one else present, and Arthur had stopped feeling this as an absence. He had felt it as an absence once. That had been a different time. He sat at his desk and opened the accessions list and worked through it steadily for an hour, making small, precise notes in the margin. He returned a pen to the cup on the shared desk across the aisle, where it had been left by the day's shift. He straightened the periodicals on the rack by the window. He carried 3 overdue notices to the printer, collected them, aligned their edges, placed them in the outbox for the Morning Post. At 2:30, he made a second cup of tea. The night passed the way nights passed here, gently, with purpose. He reshelved a second card of returns. He updated 3 catalog entries that had been misfiled. He found, wedged behind the reference encyclopedias, a book that had been missing for 8 months and logged its return with the faint satisfaction of a solved thing. The particular small pleasure of the world made slightly more orderly than he had found it. At 4, he turned off 3 of the 4 ceiling fixtures and worked by the light of his desk lamp alone, which he preferred. The dark at the edges of the reading room was not frightening to him. It never had been. He had been the sort of child who lay in bed with the lights off and felt the dark like a companion rather than a threat. And he had grown into the sort of adult who sat in empty rooms at 4 in the morning and found them peaceful. At 5:10, he gathered his things. The thermos, the cardigan he'd taken off 2 hours ago and forgotten about, the small notebook in which he recorded anything the day's shift needed to know. He put on his coat. He straightened his desk. He walked to the main doors, checked the lock, and turned. The reading room was dark except for the lamp he hadn't switched off yet. The shelves ran orderly into the shadow. Everything was in its place. He stood there for a breath, just a breath, not a long time, nothing anyone watching would have registered as significant. He stood in the quiet and the dark and let the room be around him for 1 moment before he turned the lamp off and left. He was not afraid of the dark. He was, if anything, slightly more comfortable in it than in the light. This, at the time, seemed simply a fact about himself. A preference, unremarkable, one of the many small and private things that made up the person he was when no one was looking. Later, he would understand it differently. But that was later, and this was now. And now he locked the door behind him and walked home through the empty November streets with his thermos and his cardigan and his notebook, and the city was quiet, and the cold air smelled of exhaust and rain, and he arrived at his flat and made a 3rd cup of tea and sat at his kitchen table and did not read, and did not listen to anything, and did not do the particular nothing that is actually loneliness because he had stopped calling it that. He simply sat. The flat was small and clean, and there were books on every horizontal surface, carefully arranged by the system he preferred, and there were no photographs anywhere, and there was no second cup on the table, and outside the window the sky was beginning to consider the possibility of dawn, and Arthur Voss sat in the quiet of his own making and found it, as he always found it, very nearly enough. Chapter 2. The Things People Say to Librarians. Cressida Yam arrived at 5:05, as she always did, with her coat still buttoned and her key already in her hand, and the particular expression of someone who had been awake since 4 and had made peace with this a decade ago. "Tea," she said, which meant, "Are you all right?" "Just had some," Arthur said, which meant, "Yes." This was the whole of their greeting. They had arrived at it over 4 years of morning handovers and found it entirely sufficient. Cressida put the kettle on anyway and settled into the chair across from Arthur's desk with the ease of someone for whom sitting down was a considered pleasure rather than a collapse. She was 54, Malaysian British, with reading glasses she wore on a chain around her neck and a collection of cardigans so extensive that Arthur had never seen her in the same one twice. She was the senior librarian. She was the closest thing Arthur had to a friend, which he recognized and did not examine too closely. "Quiet night?" she asked. "Found the Henshaw book." He slid the returns log across the desk. "The one that's been missing since March." Cressida made a sound of deep professional satisfaction. "Where was it?" "Behind a Britannica set. Someone shelved it upright, and it fell." Of course it did. She scanned the log with the speed of long practice, making small approving sounds at intervals. You fixed the misfiled ways. While I had the system open. You didn't have to do that. I was there. This was the texture of their mornings. Efficient, specific, warm in the way of things that have worn smooth through regular use. Cressida ran the day shift the way Arthur ran the nights, with attention and without drama, and the library worked, year after year, largely because neither of them ever needed to be told twice. The kettle finished. Cressida made her tea and came back and asked about the accessions backlog, and Arthur told her, and she told him about the programming event on Thursday that had been moved from the main hall to the reading room because of the boiler situation, and Arthur wrote this down. They talked about the misfiling problem in the 900s, which had been a problem for 2 years and showed no signs of resolving itself. Cressida said she would speak to the day volunteers again. Arthur said he would update the floor guidance signs. Neither of them believed this would fully solve it. At 5:15, with his coat on and his bag over his shoulder and the flat gray November morning visible through the entrance windows, Cressida said, "Mr. Okafor asked after you." Arthur stopped. Did he? He wanted to know if you'd be in Thursday. He's working through the Achabi section, and he had a question about one of the editions. She paused, stirring her tea. He also asked, in the way people ask things when they don't quite want to be asking them, if you had anyone at home. Arthur said nothing. I said I didn't know, Cressida continued, in the same mild tone she used for everything. And then I realized, standing there, that I should have known. After 4 years. She lifted her cup. I thought that was interesting. Mr. Okafor is very kind, Arthur said. Tell him the 86 Heinemann edition is the one worth having. The 94 reset has errors in the 3rd section. Cressida looked at him over the rim of her cup. She did this without comment, which was its own form of comment, and Arthur met it with the polite blankness he had been perfecting since his early 20s. I'll tell him, she said. Thank you. He adjusted his bag strap. The overdue notices are in the outbox. I see them. And the Mortlake Memorial Fund donation arrived. I've left the acknowledgement letter on your desk for signing. Arthur. He stopped. Well, very good at that, Cressida said. It was not quite a compliment. He left before she could say what else it was. The walk home was 12 minutes on a direct route, 15 if he took the long way past the park, which he did when the weather was reasonable and he wanted the extra time in the open air before shutting himself into the flat. Today the weather was not reasonable. Thin gray drizzle that was technically not rain, but behaved like it. And he took the direct route and arrived home in under 13 minutes and put the kettle on again for no reason he could name, because he had just had tea and was not thirsty. He stood at the kitchen window while the kettle boiled and looked at the street below. It was a perfectly ordinary street. The corner shop was putting out its morning papers. A woman walked a dog the size of a footstool. 2 cyclists moved through the gray air with the focused indifference of people going somewhere that mattered to them. Arthur watched all of this with the mild, uninvested attention he gave to most things outside the library. The world beyond the library had always seemed slightly less resolved to him. Not hostile, not unwelcoming, just a lower resolution than he preferred, as if he were best suited to a specific kind of light. He had not always thought of it this way. There had been a time, his late 20s, the years before the night shift, when he had made attempts at the higher resolution version. He had been to things in those years. He had met people at those things and gone to other things with them. And some of those people had become, for periods of varying length, important to him. He was not, by nature, a man who closed himself off. He had simply learned, through specific and well-documented evidence, that there was a difference between what he offered and what people wanted, and that the gap between them was wide enough to fall into if you weren't careful. The kettle clicked off. He didn't move. He was thinking about what Cressida had said, the fact of it, not the words. She had known him for 4 years. She had worked alongside him 4 mornings a week for 4 years, and she had not known whether he had anyone at home. And the thing that had landed strangely in the walk between the library and the flat was not that she hadn't known. It was that there had been nothing to know. He had not, in 4 years, given her anything to work with. He had been present and warm and professionally attentive and entirely, deliberately absent. He had not made a decision to do this. He had simply done it in the way you do things that feel like self-preservation until they feel like character. The kettle had been off for several minutes. He poured the water anyway. There was a sentence he tried not to think about, most days with reasonable success. He had been 24 when he heard it 7 years ago, which was long enough that the edges had gone soft, long enough that it had lost the specific vocal quality of the person who said it and become simply words, declarative, floating free of their original context. He replayed them, sometimes without meaning to, in unguarded moments, the way you hear a song and find yourself already mid-lyric before you've chosen to sing. I just don't think you're someone people fall in love with. The thing about this sentence, the thing that had given it such exceptional staying power, was that it had not been said cruelly. Daniel had not been a cruel person. He had said it the way you say things you believe to be true and unfortunate and ultimately kind to name, in the same tone you'd use to explain that a plant needed more sun than your window could provide. Gently, with regret, with the specific, gentle regret of someone who had tried their best and arrived, after thorough consideration, at a conclusion. Arthur had nodded. He had said, "I understand." He had meant it. He had been, he thought now, very good about the whole thing, very composed. He had thanked Daniel for his honesty, which he still believed had been genuine, and he had gone home on the tube with the careful blankness already forming. And he had made tea, and he had sat at his kitchen table in the flat that had been theirs for 2 years and was now his again, and he had told himself, well, there it is. There it was. He had mostly stopped replaying it. He had mostly stopped checking it against the evidence of each new person he met, running the sentence over the data to see if it still held. He was on most days something like fine. Love is something that happens to people who have more room for it than I do. He had not known he was going to think this in quite these words until he thought it. And then it sat in his mind with the particular clarity of a thing that had been true for some time and was only now being accurately named. He drank his tea at the kitchen table. The drizzle moved across the window in slow diagonal lines. Downstairs, someone put on music briefly and then turned it off. He was not unhappy. This was important, and he returned to it on mornings like this with the regularity of a man checking that a door is locked. He was not unhappy. He had a life he had chosen, work he was genuinely good at, a flat that suited him, a person like Cressida who left notes in his locker in the mornings when he was due in at night. He was not unhappy. He was simply, and this was the word that arrived as he rinsed the cup and set it in the rack, unwitnessed. Not lonely, unwitnessed. A person moving through his days with great competence and care, in a room where all the lights were on and none of them were pointed at him. He went to bed at 6:30 and slept until 2 in the afternoon, the way he always did on days between night shifts, and when he woke the drizzle had become proper rain, and he made toast, and he did not think about the sentence, and he was fine. He was mostly fine. He was the particular kind of fine that lives very close to its opposite and has learned not to look down. Chapter 3. Catalog of Small Grievances. The teenage boy's name was, Arthur believed, Marcus, though he had never confirmed this because it had never been necessary. He cataloged people the way he cataloged books, by identifying characteristics, by the patterns they made moving through the space, by what they needed and how they moved toward it. He did not need their names for this. Names were for retrieval systems, and Arthur's retrieval system was finer grained than that. Marcus, or possibly not Marcus, but it had settled in a place now, and Arthur was unlikely to revise it, came in every Friday at 6:30, stayed until closing, and left with a faint guilty look of a person who had spent 3 hours doing something other than what he had ostensibly come to do. He was 16, Arthur estimated, with the particular hunched intensity of a teenager who has discovered that there is a whole category of the world his parents have not told him about. He favored the horror paperbacks on the back shelf, which he held at the angle Arthur had privately named the plausible deniability position. Book raised, upper cover tilted toward his face so that anyone approaching from the front would see only his concentrated expression and not the title, which tonight was something called The Hollowing, with a cover illustration of a door opening onto nothing. Arthur approved of this. He approved of people finding the thing they actually needed. He also approved of Professor Okonkwo. Not Okafor, he had realized, when he thought about it properly. It was Okonkwo. He had been correcting himself for 2 years, and apparently Cressida's version had temporarily displaced the right name in his memory, which he found slightly alarming. Who came in on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 10 to closing, and read travel memoirs with the focused appetite of a man eating a meal he had waited a long time for. He was in his late 60s, recently retired from the university, and he was reading his way around the world in the alphabetical order of countries. He had recently moved from Ethiopia to Fiji. He asked Arthur questions occasionally, usually about the availability of specific editions, once about the transliteration conventions for a particular author's name, and accepted Arthur's answers with the grave satisfaction of a scholar recognizing a peer, which Arthur found quietly meaningful. And then there was the woman who folded things. She came in twice a week, on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and she always took a table in the far corner, and she always returned her books with something inside them. A crane made from a coffee receipt, a frog made from a torn strip of catalog paper, something approximating a flower made from a page of the free listings magazine by the door, folded so small Arthur could not entirely reconstruct how it had been done. She had been doing this since he first started, and he had a private theory that if he laid all of them out in order they would tell him something, though what he could not say. He kept them in a shoebox in the cataloging room. He had not told anyone about this. These were his people. He watched over them with an attentiveness they did not know they were receiving, the way you watch over things you have decided are your responsibility. None of them knew his name, or if they did not use it. He did not require this. The care was its own thing, complete without acknowledgement, the way a good shelving system worked whether or not anyone appreciated the logic behind it. Tonight was a Thursday. Professor Okonkwo was in his usual spot with a memoir about Fiji, going at his characteristic pace of slightly too absorbed to notice the time. Marcus was not in. It was not a Friday, and the woman who folded things had already returned her books, the Tuesday copy of a Booker-long listed novel, with a small origami boat tucked under the flap of the cover. The boat was very good. Arthur had put it in the shoebox with particular care. The library had 11 people in it at the moment of this observation, 9 of whom Arthur knew by habit, and 2 of whom were strangers who would either become regulars or wouldn't. He moved through the floor with a second cart of reshelves, noting things as he went, a periodical misreturn to the wrong rack, which he corrected, a chair left at an angle that someone would trip on in the dimmer back corner, which he straightened, a patron at the reference table who had been copying something from a volume for 40 minutes in the tight, concentrated way of a person who didn't know the library had a photocopier, which Arthur would mention on his next pass. The library was alive in the way that a place becomes alive when it is used with genuine purpose. Arthur liked it best this way, in the middle part of the evening when the comfortable patrons had settled and the accidental ones had found their rhythm. The day's shift got the chaotic hours, the school groups, the lunchtime rushers, the people who came in to use the computers and left loud. The night shift got this, the settled, the committed, the people who had chosen to be here. He had chosen to be here. He had taken a night shift position because it was available and because the pay differential was useful and because the interview was at 3 in the afternoon and he had nothing else on at 3 in the afternoon, and he had stayed because the library at night felt like the inside of something that knew him. He had never said this to anyone. It would have sounded pathetic, and it was also true, and he had learned that things which were both pathetic and true were best kept internal. He finished the cart, returned it, and made his rounds. The padlock on the door to the basement stacks was at the foot of the stairs, just past the periodicals rack on the north side, a heavy Yale lock on a hasp that Arthur had fitted himself when the building manager proved unavailable and the temporary chain the previous librarian had used looked, frankly, inadequate. The door itself was a solid fire door, slightly warped at the bottom from the damp that had caused the whole problem to begin with a hand-lettered sign in Arthur's careful block capitals. Closed. Special collections. See desk for access. He did not think much about the basement, as a rule. It had been closed for 6 years. He had cataloged its contents 2 years before the closure, during a brief and under-resourced effort to digitize the special collections before the water damage progressed, and he knew what was down there. An impressive accumulation of 19th-century acquisitions, a Victorians in maps collection the library had received as a bequest and never fully processed. Several hundred volumes of periodical runs in varying states of preservation. Good material, most of it. The sort of material that made his hands want to move through it and his brain want to organize it, which was probably the most honest description of professional desire he was capable of. He glanced at the padlock as he passed, the way you glance at things you've stopped consciously registering, and stopped. The lock was in the same position as always. The door was as warped as ever. Nothing had changed, except he stood for a moment looking at it. The padlock was precisely where he always left it when he locked up, which was clicked shut against the hasp at a slight angle. The way it naturally fell, he had never thought about this, had simply always locked it the same way you do the same small action the same way every time without deciding to. The lock was in that position now. The small brass clasp of the hasp, however, was rotated perhaps 30 degrees from where he would have left it. He had not touched the hasp. Arthur was not the sort of person who saw significance in everything. He was, by training and by temperament, committed to evidence and to distinguishing it from coincidence. The hasp could have been moved by any number of things: a draft, a bump from a card he didn't remember, something in the ordinary settling of the building. There was no reason to make anything of a hasp at a slightly different angle. He stood there for another 3 seconds, which was 2 seconds longer than was warranted by the available evidence. The padlock was locked. The door was shut. There was nothing on the other side of it except boxes of old periodicals and warped shelving and 6 years of undisturbed dark. He moved on. He reminded the man at the reference table that the library had a photocopier at 15 pence per page, and the man looked up with the expression of someone who has just been given very useful information very late. He helped Professor Okonkwo identify a companion volume. He straightened the periodicals a second time, because someone had gone through them again. At 11 o'clock, when the library had thinned to 3, he passed the door to the basement again on his way to the staff room. He had not stopped this time. He did not look, but he thought, with the specific precision of a trained cataloger confronting an anomaly he intended to follow up. The hasp angle was wrong. And in the 6 years he had been locking and unlocking that door, it had never been wrong before. He filed this and went to make tea and did not think about it further until he was halfway through the cup. And then he did think about it, briefly and without conclusion, and then he went back to work because the 900 still had a misfiling problem, and thinking about it wasn't going to resolve that. The rest of the night was ordinary. The last patron left at half midnight. Arthur locked the front doors and did his final rounds. He reshelved the last cart, updated the log, left Cressida's handover note. He put on his coat, gathered his things. He took the long way to the exit, past the north shelves. He was not, he told himself, going to check the basement door again. This was simply the route he was taking, which happened to go past the basement door, which he was not going to examine. He looked anyway. The hasp was back at the angle he always left it. He stood there in the quiet of the closed library for a longer moment than last time, looking at a hasp that was in exactly the right position for there to be nothing unusual about it all. Then he put it in the same place in his mind where he kept other things he did not yet have the framework to resolve, and he turned off the last light, and he went home. Chapter 4. What Dominic Means When He Calls. His phone rang at 20 past 11 on a Sunday night, which was unusual only in that Dominic usually called at worse times. Arthur put down his book, looked at the screen, and answered. Hey. Dominic's voice had the specific compressed energy of someone who had been meaning to call for 2 weeks and was slightly guilty about this and was processing the guilt by talking faster than the situation required. Were you asleep? No. Good. Are you busy? I was reading. Yeah, but is that busy? Arthur considered this. What do you need, Dominic? Can I just... A brief pause, the particular pause of a younger brother recalibrating. I just wanted to talk. It's been a while. It had been 6 weeks, which for Dominic constituted a while, and for Arthur constituted a standard interval between conversations with people he spoke to regularly. This was one of the several ways in which they were incompatible that had never prevented them from being, in the particular way of brothers who had grown up in the same house and shared the same grief, fundamentally attached to each other. 6 weeks, Arthur said. Right, well, another calibration. How's the library? Fine. I found a book that had been missing for 8 months. It was a good one. It was a misfiled one. Whether it was good is secondary to the question of whether it was where it was supposed to be. God, you're the same, Dominic said, which was not, Arthur thought, entirely a complaint. What were you reading just now? Borges. I'm rereading the Labyrinth's collection. Is that the one about the library? The Library of Babel is in it, yes. The one where the library is infinite and everything is in it somewhere, but no one can find anything. That's a reasonable summary of approximately half the story. Sounds accurate, Dominic said. Sounds like your job. This was the closest Dominic ever came to asking how Arthur actually was, a lateral approach via the job, via the reading. He had always done this, orbiting the real question and hoping Arthur would meet him at an angle. Arthur usually did, because the orbital approach was the only one that worked. It's been a quiet few weeks, Arthur said, which is fine. I prefer it quiet. Right? Yeah. Dominic's background noise shifted. He was in his flat. Arthur could tell. There was the particular acoustic flatness of a space Dominic had furnished with as much soft furniture as could reasonably fit. He had always done this, even as a teenager, carpet and cushions and 2 blankets on the back of the sofa. A nesting instinct, their mother had called it, in the tone she reserved for things she found both bewildering and endearing. I talked to Mom last week. How was she? Fine. Same. You know. A brief pause. She asked after you. She could have called me. She could have. She didn't. A longer pause than that one warranted. She said you should eat more. She's still on about that. Eat fine. She specifically said to tell you that eating fine is not the same as eating properly. Those are synonyms. You know they're not, Dominic said, which was true, and which Arthur did not argue. Their mother had a comprehensive taxonomy of adequacy versus sufficiency that Arthur had been navigating since childhood. Fine meant you were technically in the territory of acceptable. Properly meant she could stop worrying. Arthur had never, to his knowledge, achieved properly to her satisfaction, a distinction he found more affectionate than frustrating. Tell her I'll come for dinner next month, he said. She'd like that. They both let this sit for a moment. It would or would not happen. Arthur intended it, which was not the same thing as it happening, and they both knew this, and neither of them said so. Listen, Dominic said, in a different register, the register he used when he had arrived at the actual purpose of the call after enough conversational preamble to feel that he had earned the right to it. I might be in your part of town next weekend. There's a thing on Saturday. I don't know, if you wanted to, we could get food or something. Arthur looked at the wall above his desk. He had a print there, a map of London from 1862 that he'd found at a market 5 years ago and framed because the typography was excellent and the scale was wrong in an interesting way. What kind of thing, he said. A birthday thing. Friend of mine. It's near you. I was going to be in the area anyway, so Dominic stopped. Recalibrated. You don't have to. It's fine if you're working or whatever. I'm working Saturday night. I could do afternoon. There was a silence on Dominic's end that had the quality of relief being managed into casualness. Yeah? Okay. That works. I'll text you the time. All right. It doesn't have to be long, Dominic said, which meant, I know you find these things hard and I'm trying to make it easier and I don't know if I'm doing it right. Just lunch or whatever. If you want. Lunch is fine, Arthur said. Text me. He would text in all lowercase at 10 the night before, some version of hey, still on for tomorrow, and Arthur would reply yes, and they would meet at a place Dominic chose and eat and talk in the latter way they talked, and it would be fine, and also something adjacent to fine that Arthur did not have a precise word for. Not painful, not quite good, the specific quality of something that should fit and doesn't, not because either piece is wrong, but because they were shaped by the same original thing and then changed separately in ways that left a small gap between them. It had not always been a gap. Arthur remembered a time before the gap. Their parents' kitchen on Sunday mornings, the particular ease of existing near someone you'd grown up next to, the shorthand of shared reference that did not have to be explained. He remembered their father's illness and the way grief had changed the shape of both of them, and how the change had pulled in slightly different directions. Dominic toward people, noise, the soft furniture and company, and Arthur toward quiet. Toward the library. toward the specific kind of safety that was not safety from anything in particular, just an absence of the need to perform. He had not been cruel to Dominic in his retreat. He had simply retreated the way you do when surviving, and by the time he looked up the distance had become normal, and normal had become the shape of things. They said their goodbyes, which Dominic always extended past the natural end of the conversation, and Arthur always brought to a close because he had learned that Dominic was bad at endings and Arthur was good at them. After he put the phone down, he sat for a while with a particular quality of silence that followed a call from his brother, warmer than his usual silence, and carrying something he could not quite name, a residue of the person he had been before he became the person he was. He did not pick the Borges back up. He sat at his kitchen table and thought, without meaning to, about the sentence. This was different from the usual thinking, not the replay of Daniel's voice or the particular composure of his own response. It was more structural than that. He was looking at the sentence the way you look at a theorem, not to feel it, but to test it. I just don't think you're someone people fall in love with. He tried, as he sometimes did, to find the flaw in it. He applied the evidence. For years of the night shift, 11 years in libraries altogether, a social life that had contracted over the same period from something he could describe to something he could only qualify. He thought about Cressida, who had been standing in the same building as him for 4 years and did not know whether he had anyone at home. He thought about the fact that Dominic's relief at lunch being fine had been audible. He thought about the gap between them that had started as something survivable and become, through the particular alchemy of time and inattention, simply the shape of things. He thought, well, there it is. He was not dramatic about it. He was not, on this specific night, particularly sad. He was simply sitting with the evidence the way a good cataloger sits with the evidence, without flinching from what it said. He went to bed at midnight. He set the alarm for 2 in the afternoon, because tomorrow was a Monday and he had the night shift. He lay in the dark for a while before sleeping and thought about the hasp on the basement door at a slightly wrong angle, and how he had checked it twice without deciding to, and he was not sure what that meant except that it was the most interesting thing that had happened to him in a while, which said something probably about the overall texture of his current life. He slept. He did not dream about the basement. He dreamed about the library in the abstract, the shelves as architecture, the call numbers as coordinates for a space he could navigate without light. He woke, made tea, and went back to work. He did not think about the hasp again for 11 days. On the 12th day, it happened again. Not the hasp. Something different. Something better and far stranger. And the beginning of the part of his life that, looked back on from the distance of many years, would be the only part that felt entirely, unreservedly his. But that was 12 days away, and for now he was 31 and tired in a way that had settled into his bones like a second skeleton. And he went to work, and he came home, and he shelved things in the dark by memory, and the library was quiet and his, and it was nearly enough. Nearly. Chapter 5. The Book on the Step. The lost Dewey notation was for a volume of Victorian periodical indices that should have been in the upper special collections cabinet, but wasn't, and Arthur had checked the cabinet twice and the overflow shelving once and the back of desk returns pile, with increasing resignation, before concluding that someone, at some point in the past 6 years, had put in the basement stacks and not updated the catalog to reflect this. This was the kind of archival problem that made him feel, in a specific and professional way, tired. He stood at the north stairwell door at 1:30 in the morning with his key in his hand and thought about leaving it until the day shift. The day shift would not look for it. They had their own concerns, and the basement was his jurisdiction in the same unofficial way that the night was his. But the option existed. He unlocked the padlock. The door opened with the particular resistance of a door that had been opened infrequently and knew it. The slight drag at the bottom, the breath of cooler air released from below, the change in smell, from the familiar dry mineral smell of the upper floor to something more complicated, more layered, the accumulated exhalations of old paper and wooden, shelving and damp stone that had not been fully resolved, the preserving smell of a space that had been sealed with things inside it. He turned on his torch. The basement's single emergency fixture gave amber light that was technically adequate and practically insufficient, and went down. The stairs were 12 steps, stone, slightly worn at the center by decades of use that had ended 6 years ago. He counted them without meaning to. At the bottom, the basement stacks, the lower shelves of Ashwick Public Library special collections, a room approximately 30 feet by 20 that had been, in better-funded years, the jewel of the building's archive. It was still, in its way, impressive. The east shelves, the ones damaged by the leak, had been partially remediated with plastic sheeting that had since yellowed and sagged, but the north and west runs were intact. Floor-to-ceiling wooden shelves in dark oak, the kind built when libraries were built to last, carrying their weight with the dignified solidity of furniture that had never been asked to be anything else. The periodical runs occupied the west wall. The bequest collections, Victorian maps, natural history plates, a run of 19th-century philosophical transactions that were Arthur's personal obsession, occupied the north. The amber light pooled at intervals from the single emergency fixture and from his torch, leaving the ends of the shelves in a dark that was, he noted for no particular reason, very still. He moved to the west wall and started looking. He found the periodical index file 12 minutes later, misfiled under a variant notation 2 drawers from where it should have been. Close enough that someone had been paying partial attention, far enough to confirm that the partial attention had been insufficient. He pulled it, noted the correct location in his pocket notebook, and turned to go. He stopped. At the foot of the stairs, on the bottom step, there was a book. He looked at it for a moment without moving. It had not been there when he came down. He was certain of this with the specific certainty of someone whose profession is the precise arrangement of objects in space. He had counted 12 steps going down. He had noted the bottom step as he stepped off it, and the bottom step had been empty. It was not empty now. The book was lying spine up, angled slightly toward him. A hardcover, old, cloth binding, the cloth faded to a color that was approximately brown, but might once have been burgundy. The spine was unreadable from here. He crossed the room and picked it up. The Complete Mythology of the Unseen. Published London, 1887. Author, E. Caro, FRS. He knew this book. He had been looking for this specific edition, not the reprints, the 1887 first edition, which was the only one with the complete appendices intact, for 2 years. He had checked the British Library, the Bodleian, 3 specialist dealers, the estate of a scholar who had supposedly owned a copy. He had not found it. He turned it over. The cover was worn at the corners in a way of a book that had been handled extensively over many years, but the boards were solid and the spine uncracked. Someone had taken care of it. He opened to the title page, E. Caro, FRS, printed by Willoughby and Sons, no inscription, no bookplate. He checked the inside back cover. No accession stamp, no catalog number, no library marking of any kind. He stood at the foot of the stairs with this book that should not be here, and that was precisely the book he had wanted. And he did what he always did when he encountered an anomaly he could not immediately resolve. He held very still and thought carefully about the available evidence. Evidence. The book existed, was in his hands, was in excellent condition, and was not in the catalog. Evidence. It had not been on the step when he descended. Evidence. He was alone in the basement. Evidence. It was exactly the book he would have chosen for himself if someone had asked him what book he most wanted, except that no one had asked him that, and he had not told anyone, and the only record of his interest was in 2 years of fruitless correspondence with dealers and archivists who had all, eventually, concluded the edition did not exist in private circulation. He sat down on the bottom step, the way you sit down when your legs have made a decision before your brain has finished deliberating, and he opened to the first chapter. He read 3 chapters before he noticed the eyes. This was, he would later reflect, a reasonably good indicator of his character. That he sat in a dark basement with an impossible book and read for 40 minutes before becoming aware that something at the far end of the north shelves was watching him. He looked up. His torch was resting on his knee, pointing vaguely toward the north wall, and in the amber dark beyond its reach there were eyes. He could not have said how many. More than 2, fewer than 20, arranged in a way that did not follow any pattern of a face he knew. They were not glowing, not luminescent. They were simply present in the dark the way that eyes are present, catching light that had no obvious source, visible in the way that things are visible when something behind them is paying attention. He looked at the eyes. The eyes looked at him. His heart rate had increased. He noted this, and noted also that the increase was not quite the specific register of fear. It was something adjacent to fear, the physiological precursor, the body saying something is here, something is happening, prepare, but underneath it, or perhaps beside it, there was something else, and he was having difficulty naming it. He was not going to scream. He had understood this somewhere in the second chapter, when the amber dark at the far end of the stacks had begun to have a quality of attention that was unmistakable and that he had chosen, with some deliberation, not to address immediately. He had simply read, and the reading had been good, and the attention from the dark had been, he was aware of how this sounded, not unpleasant. "Are you going to hurt me?" he asked. This was not, he recognized, the traditional first question in the situation. The traditional first questions were probably what are you and how are you here, and possibly something screamed at high volume. But it was the question that felt most practically relevant, and Arthur was by nature and by profession a man who went directly to the practically relevant question. There was a pause, not a human pause, not the half-second of someone gathering a reply. This was longer, had a different texture, the quality of something vast turning its full attention toward a problem it was taking seriously. Then, no, it did not arrive as a word. Arthur had read enough folklore and phenomenology to have a framework for this, though having the framework did not make the experience of it less strange. It arrived as a conviction, whole and sudden, the way certainty sometimes arrives not from evidence, but from somewhere deeper than evidence. He knew it the way he knew that the book in his hands was the right edition, not because he could prove in this moment, but because something in him recognized it, and recognition of this kind did not tend to be wrong. "All right," he said. He turned a page. He read for another hour. The eyes did not move. The dark did not move. The amber light from the emergency fixture caught the dust in the air above the north shelves, and the dust hung there with the specific stillness of things that are held rather than things that have simply stopped. At 2:30, he reached the end of chapter 6, which was where the first appendix began, and he noted the place with a slip of paper from his pocket notebook and closed the book. He stood up. He picked up the periodical index file, which he had been holding this entire time and had entirely forgotten about. "I'm going to take this upstairs," he said, meaning the index file. Then, after a moment, and the other one, meaning the Caro. "I'll put them back before I leave." The dark said nothing, but something in the quality of its silence shifted, became, if this was possible, more attentive, as if it was listening not to what he'd said, but to what he meant by it. What he meant was, "I'm coming back." He realized, already certain of this. He went upstairs. He put the periodical index file in the correct location and updated the catalog. He sat at his desk for a while with the Caro in his hands and the particular feeling of a man who has found something he was not looking for and has understood with some precision that he will not be putting it back where he found it. He was 31 years old. He had worked at Ashwick Public Library for 4 years. He had spent 7 years building a very orderly life around the absence of the thing he most wanted, and he was very good at it. And the book in his hands had been left on a step by something in the dark that had known, somehow, impossibly, with a specificity that had not been given it by any source Arthur could account for, exactly what to choose. At 3 a.m, alone at his desk in the yellow light of the reading room lamp, Arthur Voss opened The Complete Mythology of the Unseen to page 1 and started again from the beginning. He did not scream. This surprised him more than the eyes had. Chapter 6. 17 eyes and a reasonable question. He counted them on the walk home. Not the steps. His mind was not on the steps, but the eyes. He had looked at them long enough to make a preliminary count, and his preliminary count was 17, though he would have accepted a margin of error in either direction given the lighting conditions and the fact that he had not been primarily looking at the eyes when they were present. He had been primarily reading. 17 eyes. He had also noted that they were not arranged in the manner of any animal he could name, that they were not consistent in size, that the number might have changed during the period he was not looking directly at them, which was most of the period, and that at no point had any of them blinked, which was either a physiological fact about whatever was doing the looking or a consequence of him not watching closely enough to catch it. He added this to the list he was assembling in his head, which was the list of things he knew to be true, as opposed to the longer and less useful list of things he did not know. Things he knew to be true. The book existed and was in his bag. Something in the basement had left it on the step. Something in the basement had been present and watching during his entire visit and had, when asked directly, communicated a negative with sufficient clarity that he had believed it without hesitation. His heart rate was still slightly elevated, which was physiological information and therefore worth noting. Things he did not know. Everything else. He made tea at 6 in the morning, which was an hour later than usual, because he had sat at his desk reading until 5 and had then locked up with the methodical deliberateness of a person not yet ready to leave the atmosphere of what had happened. He stood at the kitchen window with a mug in both hands and watched the street begin its morning and thought about evidence. He was a librarian. He believed in primary sources. He believed in the distinction between what was documented and what was assumed, between what could be verified and what was merely reported, between the useful hypothesis and the premature conclusion. He applied these beliefs to the material now available to him and arrived at a list. What was documented? A book he had been unable to locate through any legitimate channel had appeared in the basement stacks under circumstances consistent with it having been placed there for him specifically. Something with eyes was present in the dark at the far end of the north shelves. When asked if it intended harm, it had communicated, not in words, but in a form he had received as clearly as words, that it did not. What was assumed? That the communication was truthful, that the book was a gift, that the thing in the dark was, in the conventional sense, a thing. He sat down at the kitchen table with the Caro in front of him and looked at it. It was a physical object. It had weight and texture and a publication date. It was evidence of something, and evidence was not nothing. He opened the front cover again. He had not noticed, the first time, the annotation. It was in the margin of the first page, not the title page, the first page of the first chapter, a passage about what the author called threshold entities, those which occupy the boundary between the quantifiable and the unquantifiable, which are present in spaces defined by accumulated human meaning, and which have been documented in cultures as various as to suggest a phenomenon of some universality. The annotation was in a handwriting he did not recognize, small and precise, in pencil that had faded to the color of old slate. He read it twice. This one is incomplete. Ask the one in the stacks. He set the book down. He understood this annotation to be a communication. He understood it to have been written before his visit, which meant it had been written in anticipation of his visit, which meant something in the basement had anticipated not only that he would come down, but that he would read the book, and that he would read it here, and that when he did, he would have questions, and that the questions would be better answered by returning than by research. This was either the most elaborate possible evidence that something in his basement had been paying close attention to him for an unknown period of time, or it was an annotation left by a previous owner of the book that happened, coincidentally, to read as a direct address. He was a librarian. He believed in evidence. He also believed in the difference between a coincidence and a pattern, and this was not the first piece of this pattern. He thought about the hasp. He thought about the 12 days between the hasp and the book. He thought about the fact that whoever or whatever had moved the hasp had put it back, which was the action of something that understood the difference between noticed and not noticed and had made a choice about which it preferred. He picked up the Caro and turned to page 1 and read it again, properly this time, with the annotation in mind. It was a remarkable book. Caro, FRS, had been writing in 1887 with the specific mix of empiricist rigor and credulous wonder that characterized the best of Victorian natural philosophy, and the result was a taxonomy of the unseen that was both more careful and more strange than anything Arthur had found in the secondary literature. Caro was not trying to prove or disprove. He was trying to describe, and description, Arthur thought, was the most honest mode. You described what was there. You said what you saw. You put it in the record and let the record speak. He read until noon. He went to bed, slept until 6, made dinner, and sat at the table not reading the Caro, even though it was sitting right there. He was not going back. This was the decision he was not making. He was not, at this time, deciding to go back because going back required a decision he had not yet made, and he was a careful man, And careful men did not go back into dark basements to talk to things with 17 eyes without thinking it through. He thought it through. He made a list of reasons not to go back. The list was long. He read it. He did not trust it. The reasons not to go back were all structurally sound and all pointed in the same direction and all felt, when he held them up to the available evidence, like the wrong answer. Not because they were illogical. They were entirely logical. Almost everything on the list was a product of good sense and appropriate caution. But because good sense and appropriate caution had been his navigating principles for 7 years, and the place they had reliably navigated him to was the kitchen table at 6 in the morning with a thermos of tea and no second cup and a flat with no photographs in it. He thought about the book. He thought about the specific way the conviction no had arrived in him, the quality of it, not reassuring, not placating, simply true, the directness of something that had answered honestly because it had not learned not to. He thought about 17 eyes in the dark, arranged in no pattern of a face he knew, regarding him with an attention that had not felt like threat. He thought about what that attention had felt like, and he found, which surprised him, that the word that kept arriving was witnessed. He had felt, sitting at the foot of those stairs with an impossible book in his hands and 17 impossible eyes at the far end of the dark, entirely and unambiguously seen. He had not felt that in years. He had not, if he was honest, felt it ever in quite that form. He went back the next night. He told himself he was going back for the catalog notation. There were 2 more misfiled items he had identified from the index file, and they warranted investigation. This was true. It was also not why he was going back, and he was honest enough with himself to know the difference, even if he was not yet ready to say so plainly. He took the Caro. He had not put it in the catalog or updated the accession records. He had left it in his bag, which was either an oversight or a decision, and he had not examined which. He descended the stairs, counted 12 steps, reached the bottom, and turned on his torch. The basement was exactly as he had left it. The periodical runs, the bequest collections, the amber emergency light, the dark at the far end of the north shelves. He stood at the foot of the stairs and waited. The dark at the far end of the north shelves shifted very slightly in the way that darkness shifts when something in it decides to pay attention. He felt it before he saw it. A change in the quality of the air, a drawing in of attention, the specific stillness of something vast going very quiet so as not to startle. Then the eyes. 17. He counted again, quickly, and arrived at 17, which was either consistent or coincidentally the same, and he noted both possibilities. "Hello," he said, which was also not the traditional opening, but felt, on reflection, more accurate than anything more elaborate. The dark considered this. The air shifted in a way that might have been a response. "I found the annotation," Arthur said, "in the front of the book. I'd like to ask you something." The quality of the dark's attention changed, became, if this was possible, more present. He was aware of this the way you are aware of someone leaning forward. "What are you?" he asked. What followed was not precisely silence. It was more like the thing that lives at the center of silence. Not absence, but density, the accumulated weight of something trying to find the right approach to a question that was not wrong, exactly, but was not quite the right shape for the answer. He sat down on the bottom step, the way he had the night before, because this felt like it was going to take time, and he was prepared to give it time. It took, in the end, something close to 20 minutes. What arrived in those 20 minutes was not language, but impression, the sense of something very old. Old in the way that geology is old in the way that the dark between stars is old, which is to say old in a register that the word itself does not fully contain. The sense of a presence that had chosen this location not at random, but with the particular purposefulness of something that moves slowly and moves once. The sense, and this was the part Arthur sat with longest, turning it in his mind, checking its edges of attention. Sustained, specific, personal attention aimed at him, which had been in operation for longer than the visit he was currently on. He opened his notebook. He wrote, "Old. Chosen location deliberately. Aware of me specifically. Duration unknown." He looked at what he had written. Then below it he wrote, "Lonely. He had not meant to write this. He looked at it for a moment and then left it because it was there now, and the instinct that had produced it felt like the kind of instinct he had learned to trust. "How long have you been here?" he asked. "In the library." What arrived this time was more immediate. Not a number, not a span, but the sense of layers. The library as it was now. The library as it had been before the last renovation. The building that had stood here before the library. The thing that had stood here before the building, and the thing before that, and the presence that had been here through all of it, not in the buildings, but in the space the buildings occupied, the dark between the shelves that had always been there, even when there were no shelves. Arthur wrote, "Predates the building. Possibly the city. Did you leave the book for me?" "Yes." This one arrived as words, or as near to words as the previous no had been. Conviction, certainty, clear. "How did you know which book to choose?" The quality of attention shifted again, became, he would have said warmer, except that warmth was a human register, and he was not certain this applied, but the texture of it changed towards something that reminded him of warmth. Something that had been paying attention for a long time. Something that had noticed his reading, his searching, his 2 years of fruitless correspondence with dealers. Something that had been in this building for as long as he had, listening in the way that certain presences listen, not to the sound of things, but to the shape of what was wanted. He sat with this for a while. "That's been going on since I started," he said. Not accusatory. Factual. Yes. He looked at his notebook. He had filled 2 pages in his small, careful handwriting. "Why didn't you make yourself known before now?" This one took longer. What arrived was complex, layered, not a single answer. The sense of caution of something that had learned to go unnoticed because noticed had, historically, not meant safe. The sense of something that had waited because waiting was its nature, because it had geological patience, because it had been waiting long enough that waiting and wanting had become nearly the same thing. And underneath that quieter, almost a question itself, the specific uncertainty of something that had watched him for 4 years and had not been certain, had genuinely not been certain, of how he would respond. Arthur thought about 17 eyes regarding him from the far end of the dark, watching him read for an hour, waiting to see what he would do. He thought, "It was as frightened as I was." He did not write this down. It felt too tender for the notebook, too precise, the sort of observation that lost something in the process of being recorded. "I'm coming back," he said. If you'd like that." The dark was very still. Then, arriving not as a word, but as something closer to relief than he had expected from something ancient. "Yes." Arthur closed his notebook. He was going to be late finishing his rounds. He was going to have to invent a reason for spending 3 hours in a basement when the shift log would show him signed in at 9. He was going to have a great deal to think about, and he was not yet certain what he was going to do with any of it. He was also, for the first time in a long time, possibly for the first time in the specific way that this felt, not unwitnessed. He went back upstairs and finished his rounds and made tea and sat at his desk for the last hour of his shift reading the Caro by desk lamp with a feeling he could not quite name, which was warm at its edges and exact at its center, and which he thought he might not name just yet, because some things were better understood from the inside before they were given a label. Chapter 7. The Specific Grammar of the Dark. He went back 9 times in 3 weeks. He did not go every night. He had a shift log to maintain, rounds to complete, a library that required actual attention. But he went as often as he could manage without it becoming visible in the work record, which meant 3 to 4 times a week on longer shifts, usually during the deep quiet between 1 and 3 in the morning when the building had fully settled and there was nothing that could not wait another hour. He brought questions. This was perhaps the most Arthur way of approaching the situation he could have designed. He showed up, in the dark, with a notebook and a list of things he needed to understand. The entity, he had started using this word as notes because it was accurate and neutral and carried less baggage than the alternatives, seemed to find this approach not unreasonable. It answered what it could. When it could not answer, it said so in the specific way of something that took imprecision seriously, which Arthur appreciated. He learned things. He filled the back of his notebook with observations, diagrams, cross-references to passages in the Caro. He developed, over the 9 visits, a partial working grammar of how it communicated, the conviction arrivals, which were its closest approach to words, the air shifts, which were more textural, emotional, context-dependent. The temperature changes, which he had begun to notice, were not random. The basement was marginally warmer when it was, for lack of a better framework, pleased about something, and the warmth increased when he read aloud, which he had started doing halfway through the second visit because he had wanted to share a passage, and it had seemed rude not to. He read aloud from the Caro. He read aloud from a Victorian natural history survey he'd found in the bequest collection that contained several passages about threshold phenomena, which the entity seemed to find interesting in the way that you find a thing interesting when someone has been trying to describe you at a significant remove. He read aloud, once from a Borges story, and the response to that had been so immediate and so particular. The warmth, the quality of close attention, the shift in the air that he was beginning to think of as the entity's version of leaning forward. That he had gone home and retrieved 3 more collections from his flat and brought them in over the following week. "You like the fiction more than the phenomenology," he said on the 6th visit. The air shifted in what he was learning to read as confirmation. "The phenomenology is more accurate." What arrived was not disagreement, exactly. More like, accuracy is not the only form of truth. He thought about this for a while. "Fair point," he said. He had, by the 3rd visit, stopped being surprised by his own comfort. This was itself surprising. He had expected the comfort to arrive gradually, to be something he earned through accumulated evidence that nothing was going to happen to him in the dark. Instead, it had been almost immediate, the way you recognize a register rather than learning it. The basement felt, in a way that he had not used this word about any space since childhood, safe. Not safe from something, simply safe, contained, attended to, the specific feeling of a room that knows you are in it and is glad. He cataloged this in his precise way and understood it, and did not say it aloud to the entity, because saying it aloud would have required a register he was not yet using. On the 7th visit, he stayed 4 hours and lost track of time entirely. He had been explaining the Dewey Decimal System. Not the basics, the architecture of it, the philosophical assumptions embedded in its categories, the places where it strained against the material it was meant to organize, the ways he had developed workaround for the sections where the original logic had not aged well. And somewhere around the 3rd hour, he had realized that the entity was not just listening, but cataloging in turn, cross-referencing, holding the structure in its attention, asking follow-up questions in the impression form that he had learned to read as precisely as language. It remembered everything. This was not an approximation. He tested it on the 8th visit by referencing a passage from the Borges story he had read 3 weeks earlier, quoting it imperfectly, and the entity had corrected him, not in words, but in the specific quality of the air, a subtle wrong note sensation he'd first noticed when he'd miscatalogued a periodical in its presence, and which he was now confident meant that was not quite right. "You remember everything I've said," Arthur said. "Yes." "In here?" "Yes." "Everything since my first visit." The warmth in the air intensified, the way it did when the entity was communicating something precise. What arrived was, "Not only since your first visit." Arthur was quiet for a moment. "Since I started working here." "Yes." He sat with this. For years of his night shifts, his 2 AMTs, his reshelving in the dark, his care for Professor Okonkwo and Marcus and the woman who folded things, all of it observed from below by something in the basement stacks that it found, in watching him, something it did not have a word for. "That's a long time to watch someone without introducing yourself," he said. What arrived was complex. The caution again, the old learned habit of going unnoticed, and underneath it something that took longer to arrive and came quieter. He did not know, until the book, if he would want to be seen. Arthur thought about the sentence. He thought about Daniel, and the 7 years of living as though the sentence were a fact, and the way he had arranged his life around its conclusion. He thought about what it was to move through a space for 4 years believing that no one in that space was paying attention, and what it meant to be wrong about that in this specific way. "I would have," he said, and meant, wanted to be seen. He would have wanted that. He felt the quality of the dark change in a way he did not yet have language for. He went home that night and did not go to bed. He He sat at his kitchen table until the sky outside went from black to gray to pale, and he thought about the entity with the methodical precision he usually reserved for catalog work. What it was, what it needed, what he was doing. What he was doing, he concluded, was building something. He was building it the way he built everything he valued, carefully, with attention to the materials, without rushing the joints. He was not frightened. He had examined this several times for honesty and arrived at the same answer. Not frightened. Something that was not fright in the basement, which he visited more than his rounds required and lingered in longer than was efficient. Something that sat with him in the dark in a way he had not been sat with in years. He thought about the annotation. This one is incomplete. Ask the one in the stacks. He had asked. He was still asking. He thought he might keep asking for quite some time. On the 9th visit, he brought 2 thermos cups. He was not sure what impulse had produced this. He had been making his single cup at the staff room kettle, strong, milk, no sugar, and had poured into the thermos the way he always did, and then he had stood there for a moment looking at the kettle, and then he had made a second cup, black, because he did not know what the entity's preferences were, and black seemed more neutral, and he had put in a second thermos cup and carried both of them downstairs without examining why. He set the second cup on the floor at the edge of the east shelves, near where the entity's attention most often seemed to concentrate. I don't know if you drink tea, he said. I don't know if you can. I don't. I'm aware this is probably not useful. He was aware he was also talking faster than he usually did, which was a tell he tried to avoid. The entity was very still. The stillness it made was different from ordinary stillness. The whole room went still with it, as if the building held its breath. Then something changed in the quality of the air around the cup. Not the cup lifting, not any physical movement he could attribute to an animate cause. But the dark near the cup shifted, gathered, became, he thought, present in a way it had not been before. The warmth in the air increased. What arrived was not a word but a feeling, and the feeling was received. He drank his own tea. The entity did not drink the second cup. He had not expected it to. But they sat with it between them in the amber dark, the 2 cups and the warmth and the specific quality of attending to the same small, ordinary thing at the same time. And Arthur thought, oh. He thought, there it is. He finished his tea and went back upstairs, and he did not name what he had thought, because naming would have made it something that could be evaluated, and he did not, at this precise moment, want to evaluate it. He wanted to keep it the way you keep something you have found and are not ready to put in the catalog. Held, known, present, yours. Chapter 8. Going back is a choice I'm making. He told Cressida on a Wednesday morning, the way he told her everything that mattered, sideways, without ceremony, in the form of an administrative update. She was already at his desk when he came up from the basement. He was 12 minutes late for the handover. He had lost track of time again, which was happening with increasing regularity and which he had decided to stop treating as a problem. There's something worth preserving in the basement stacks, he said, before she could say anything. The east shelves are still compromised, but the north and west runs are sound. Some of the Victorian bequest material is genuinely significant. He set his notebook on the desk. I think you should update the catalog to reflect that the lower level is in regular use by staff. Cressida looked at him. She had a particular look, not sharp, not suspicious, something more patient than either of those, that she used when she was deciding how much of a thing to address. She had been using it on Arthur for 4 years. Regular use, she said. Conservation assessment. I've been going down to check the condition of the special collections. Since when? A few weeks. He adjusted the notebook's alignment on the desk, which did not need adjusting. I think there's a case for a proper review. Some of what's down there has been sitting in inadequate conditions for 6 years. This was true. It was also approximately 40% of the reason he was going downstairs. Cressida picked up her tea. She was quiet for a moment in a way that was not the quiet of having nothing to say. I'll update the catalog, she said, and did not ask anything else. This was one of the things Arthur loved about her, in the specific way you love people for what they choose not to do. She did not ask. She had looked at him for a long moment, this Wednesday morning, with the particular attention she gave to things she was deciding not to investigate, and she had said what needed to be said and left the rest alone. He adjusted the notebook again. The Mortlake bequest material is in better condition than I expected. There are some Victoria Natural History surveys that are worth cataloging properly. I've started making notes. Of course you have. And there's a first edition Caro, The Complete Mythology of the Unseen, 1887, that has no accession record. I'm going to need to document the provenance before I can formally add it. Cressida looked at him over her cup. The 1887 edition? I thought that was effectively lost. I thought so too. She let this sit. Interesting, she said, in her dry way, which meant several things simultaneously and which Arthur chose to interpret as the least complicated of them. He said goodbye and went home and slept, and when he woke in the afternoon, he sat at his kitchen table and thought, with the particular clarity that arrived in the space between sleeping and the evening shift, about what he had done. He had named the basement as a space of regular staff use. He had given it a reason to be entered, a professional justification that would hold up to any reasonable inquiry. He had, in the precise and legible language of library administration, crossed a threshold. He had chosen this. He knew he had chosen this. He was someone who believed in knowing what he was doing when he was doing it. Not because he needed every action to be considered, but because the unconsidered ones had been the ones that had cost him, and he had developed a careful habit of self-knowledge in their wake. He was choosing to go back. He was choosing it the way you choose things that are already decided. Not with drama, not with deliberation, but with the specific act of naming what you have already done. He put on his coat and went to work. He arrived early, checked the shift log, made a note in the basement access record that the conservation assessment was ongoing, and brought his torch and thermos downstairs at 9:15. He poured 2 cups at the staff room kettle before he went down. Strong, milk, no sugar for himself, black for the second cup, as he had done the previous time. He put both cups in his bag. At the bottom of the stairs, he took the second cup out and set it on the floor at the edge of the east shelves. Then he sat on the bottom step with the Caro and his own cup and the torch angled toward the page. The dark at the far end of the north shelves shifted. The warmth in the air began its slow increase. I updated the catalog, Arthur said. The basement is officially in regular use by staff now, which means I'm here legitimately. He paused. That's probably not something you needed. You don't need a reason to be here. You're not on the shift schedule. But I needed it. He was explaining himself. He realized he had not done this in years. Simply explained himself without the practice deflection, without the subject change. It felt strange and also, which surprised him, correct. What arrived was not a word, but a quality of attending. The specific gravity of something that was listening not to the content of what he said, but to the fact of his saying it. To the register he was using. I want to keep coming down here, Arthur said. I think you know that. I think you've known it for longer than I was ready to say it. He looked toward the north shelves. I'm saying it now. The warmth increased. Something in the quality of the dark changed, became denser, more inhabited, the way a room becomes inhabited not when someone enters it, but when they decide to stay. He opened the Caro to the chapter on what the author called presences of chosen attachment, entities which, having existed in the general and undifferentiated for a sufficient span, develop a form of focused orientation, a preference, in lay terms, for a particular thing or space or, in the rarest documented cases, person. Caro was cautious about this category, scrupulous about distinguishing documented cases from speculation. But his caution had the quality of someone who believed the category was real and was being careful not to say so more firmly than his evidence warranted. Arthur had read this chapter 4 times. He had cross-referenced it with 2 other passages in the bequest surveys that used different language to describe what appeared to be the same phenomenon. He had thought about it in the shower this morning and on the walk to work and in the accession records he had been filling in before coming downstairs. He read the chapter aloud. He read it slowly, the way you read something to someone because you want them to have it, and when he was done he set the book down and said, "That's you, isn't it?" The chosen attachment category. What arrived was complex, yes, and also not entirely, and also something that was the entity's version of finding a description approximate rather than accurate, which was the response of someone who was not quite what any available framework said they should be. The particular person part, Arthur said, is that, am I? He stopped. He was not, usually, a man who started sentences and stopped them. He had learned to compose his thoughts before speaking. But the sentence had arrived without the composition, and he sat with its unfinished form in the amber quiet and felt the entity waiting, not pressing, not filling the silence, simply present with the patience of something that would wait as long as he needed. Am I the person, he said, that this is oriented toward? The warmth was very high now. The quality of the air had changed entirely, was dense with attention, was the opposite of the hollow dark of his flat on Sunday mornings, was the most attended to he had been in 7 years of living quietly in the conviction that he was not someone people fell in love with. Yes, the entity said, in the way conviction arrived. Arthur was quiet for a long time. Then he picked up his cup and drank his tea, which had cooled, and set it back down, and looked at the untouched second cup near the east shelves, and said, "All right," and meant it. He meant, I know. I have known, if he was honest, for longer than tonight. I have known since the annotation, since the 17 eyes, since the first cup of tea I brought down without being able to explain why, since I sat at my kitchen table at dawn, and wrote the word lonely in a notebook, and understood that I was writing about both of us. He meant, I am here. I chose to be here. I know what I'm choosing. He picked up the Caro and read aloud for the rest of his shift. Not the chapter on threshold entities, not the chapter on presences of chosen attachment, but from the beginning, from page 1, the way you start from the beginning when you want someone to have the whole thing. The entity listened with its full and focused attention, the kind of attention that made the room feel differently sized, the kind he had never encountered in another person and had almost stopped expecting to find. He read until 5. He went upstairs and did his handover and walked home in the early morning dark and let himself into his flat and stood in the kitchen for a moment and noticed something. The flat felt smaller than it had yesterday. Not unpleasantly smaller. Smaller in the way of something whose proportions you can see more clearly now that you have something to compare it to. He made tea. He put it in his thermos, out of habit, and then looked at the thermos and went and got a second mug from the cabinet and poured a second cup and set on the table across from where he was going to sit, and then did not sit down immediately and looked at the second cup for a moment. He had never done this before. He had lived alone for 7 years and had never, not once, put a second cup on the table. He sat down. He drank his tea. The second cup sat across from him, cooling, unnecessary, quietly extraordinary. He thought, I have been seen for longer than I knew. I have been seen since my first night in this library, and I did not know it, and the not knowing had not changed the fact of it. He thought about the sentence, and tested it the way he always did, and found something different this time. Not a flaw in the logic of it, exactly, but a question about its scope. It had said something specific about people. It had been accurate, perhaps, about people. It had not said anything about anything else. Arthur Voss sat at his kitchen table at 5:30 in the morning with a second cup of tea he had made for no one who could drink it, and thought about scope, and found, for the first time in 7 years, that the sentence was smaller than he had given it credit for. He went to bed. He slept without difficulty. He dreamed about the library in the dark, and the warmth at the end of the north shelves, and the specific feeling of being read by something that had had the whole book of him for 4 years, and had not once suggested it was too much. Chapter 9. The Rules Between Things. October 14th item. 1 volume, Clothboards, octavo. Title, Dispatches from the Margins of Known Geography, being a survey of territories unnamed and uncharted, 1891. Author, unknown. Condition good. Accession status, none. Location, bottom step, north stairwell. Notes, third book this month left in this manner. I have stopped pretending I do not know where they come from. Provenance unknown. Will document separately. Contents, extraordinary. October 22nd item. Conversation, approximately 90 minutes. Topic, the nature of time is experienced by entities for whom linear progression is not the primary mode. My understanding, partial. The entity's patience with my partial understanding, apparently inexhaustible. Notes, I asked whether the past was still accessible to it in a meaningful sense, whether memory, for something of its age, function differently than it does for me? The answer arrived in layers over perhaps 40 minutes, and I transcribed what I could. Summary: time is not a line. It is a condition. Every moment continues to exist in the same way that a location continues to exist after you have left it. The library in 1923 is as present to it as the library tonight, not as memory, but as fact, simultaneous, coexistent. I asked, does that mean tonight will always be happening somewhere? The answer was yes. And then, with a quality I can only describe as deliberate, particularly tonight. I did not write anything for a while after that. October 31st item. 1. Cup of tea, black, set the east shelves as per established practice. Duration of visit: 2 hours, 40 minutes. Notes: the entity has begun, I think, to understand what the team means. Not the drink. I remain uncertain whether it can interact with physical objects in any meaningful way, though there is evidence suggesting it can and does when it chooses to. The gesture, the cup placed there, is a way of saying, I thought of you. I came back. I am here. It arranged itself very still when I set the cup down tonight. I am developing a taxonomy of its stillnesses. This one means received. November 9th item. Conversation. Topic: names. I asked what it was called. It was quiet for a long time. The listening stillness, not the uncertain one, and then communicated something I've been working since to accurately record. Summary: it does not have a name in any language Arthur speaks. It has a quality of presence that some languages have attempted to approximate with varying degrees of accuracy. It has been called things, usually by people who were afraid of it, and the things they called it were accordingly not chosen with affection. I asked, would you like one? It went very still. The whole room's stillness, the held breath kind. I said, I'm not going to give you one. I only asked if you'd want one. What arrived was complex. Something like, a name would make it a thing that could be recorded, categorized, placed on a shelf. It found this both appealing and alarming, for reasons that took some time to arrive and that I am still working through. I said, I know the feeling. The warmth in the air increased for a long time after that. November 17th item. 1. Cup of tea. Mine. I have abandoned the second cup in the basement since we established it is the gesture rather than the object that matters. 1. Reading, approximately 40 minutes. Selected passages from Calvino's Invisible Cities, which I brought on a theory about its relationship to the entity's experience of layered time. Notes: the theory was correct. The response to the Marco Polo/Kublai Khan exchanges was unlike anything I have yet observed. Not warm, exactly, but present in a way that was almost physical. The dark at the far end of the shelves moving in small patterns I cannot describe accurately and have been trying to describe for the past hour at my desk upstairs. I think it recognized itself in something. I think it has not been recognized before. November 28th item. 1. Conversation about handwriting. I mentioned the staff meeting incident, the colleague who had mocked the way I write. I mentioned it because I was still, weeks later, thinking about it in the small hours, and the entity has developed what I can only call an attentiveness to things I think about in the small hours. Notes: the entity went very still during this account. The uncertain stillness, the held breath kind, and then a quality that I have learned means it is deciding whether to act on something. I told it no. Whatever you're considering, no. The uncertain stillness continued. I am writing this after the fact. The colleague did not appear for his next shift and has, I'm told, tendered his resignation. I do not know with certainty that these events are connected. I have gone downstairs and said, you didn't. The entity said nothing, which was an answer. I need to address this. I need to think carefully about how. December 5th item. 1 conversation, approximately 2 hours. This one I am not writing in catalog form because catalog form is insufficient for what happened. I went downstairs meaning to have the conversation about the colleague. I had prepared it. I had thought through the arguments, the ethical framework, the distinction between protection and harm, the question of whether an action undertaken on my behalf without my consent could be something I was responsible for, or only something I had failed to prevent. I sat down on the step. I said, we need to talk about what you did. It went still. I said, "He was unkind." I know that. People are unkind to each other constantly. It's ordinary. It's the texture of working life. And it was not the first time, and it won't be the last. You can't. You cannot remove people from the world because they were unkind to me. The entity communicated. It made you small. And I said, yes. And that hurt. In a specific way, that small cruelties hurt because they confirm things you're already afraid are true. But I'm still here. I am still exactly the size I was before he said it. And what you did didn't make me larger. It only removed him. There was a very long silence. I said, "I need you to promise me you won't do this again. Not for me. Not for any reason you believe is for me." The silence lasted 3 days. I did not go downstairs during those 3 days. I thought, in the small hours of the second night, that perhaps I had broken something, that the entity's 3-day silence was the end of this, and I was going to have to learn, again, how to be the size I was before I understood what it meant to be witnessed. On the third night it spoke, not in the usual way, not the conviction arrival or the air shift, in a way that was closer to language than anything it had managed before, as if the 3 days had been spent not in silence, but in the effort of finding a form for what it needed to say. "I will try," it said. I understood this to be a promise. I understood it to be the closest thing to a promise that something ancient and enormous could make. Not certainty, because certainty would have been dishonest, and it had not learned to be dishonest, and I did not want it to start. Just, "I will try." I said, "That's enough." And it was more than most people's certainties. It was the most honest promise I have ever been given. I stayed until morning. When I went upstairs, the warmth followed me as far as the door. Those were the 3 months Arthur privately called the arrangement, though by December he had mostly stopped pretending it was only that. The catalog entries were real. He had been writing them in the back pages of a dedicated notebook, the kind with a dark cover and cream pages that he used for projects he intended to keep, because he had decided early on that this was a project he intended to keep. The dates were accurate. The observations were as precise as he could make them, which was quite precise. He was a librarian. Precision was a form of respect. But the catalog form, with its clean dates and bracketed contents and professional shorthand, could not hold everything. It could not hold the quality of the basement's warmth on a cold night, or the way the entity arranged itself when he read aloud, its attention so focused and complete that the whole room seemed to angle toward him. It could not hold the particular feeling. He had not yet found the accurate word for it, of being the most important thing in the room to something that had been here longer than the room itself. He was 31, going on 32. He had been in the library for 4 years and in the basement for 3 months, and in whatever this was, this arrangement that was not only an arrangement, for he counted forward from October, when the first book had appeared on the step, about the same amount of time. On the Tuesday night of the first week of December, the one after the 3-day silence had ended, he arrived for his shift to find the thermos at his desk already warm. He had not made it. He kept the thermos in the staff room. He had not been to the staff room yet. He picked it up. It was warm in the specific way of a thermos that has recently been filled, and when he opened it the smell was exactly right. Strong tea, milk, no sugar, except for an additional quality that was slightly off, a faint note of something mineral and ancient that he had no entry for in his sensory vocabulary. He stood at his desk with the thermos in his hands. He poured a cup. He drank it. It was not right. The water temperature was slightly wrong, too hot, which had driven out some of the subtler notes, and the milk ratio was not quite what he would have done himself. It was the tea of someone who had been paying very close attention to a process they had observed rather than performed, which was entirely different from the process itself, and the gap between observation and execution was legible in every sip. He finished the cup. He sat down at his desk and opened the accessions log and began his shift, and he was aware, in the particular way he had become aware of the entity's attention, that something at the bottom of the north stairwell was very still and waiting. He thought about the quality of the stillness. The uncertain kind held breath, and underneath it something he was only now learning to identify. It was the stillness of something that has done a thing for the first time and does not know how it has landed. He picked up his notebook and went to the top of the north stairwell and called down into the dark. "It's perfect." He could not see anything from the top of the stairs. The amber emergency light was not visible from this angle, but the warmth that came back up the stairwell was immediate and specific and had the quality of something enormous feeling something it did not have a word for. He went back to his desk. The tea had been wrong in every technical respect. He had drunk it anyway, and he had meant what he said because perfect was not the point. The point was that it had noticed. The point was that it had learned. Over 3 months of watching him wrap his hand around a cup at 2 a.m., of understanding that the warmth was the purpose and the tea was the vehicle, that this was the thing that got him through. The ordinary, repeated, small act of warmth in a dark room. And it had wanted to be the thing that got him through. Arthur sat at his desk in the yellow-pooled light of the reading room and did the accessions log and thought about this, and thought that he was 31 years old and had been ruined, very quietly and without warning, by a cup of bad tea. He did not write this in the catalog. Some things were better kept than recorded. Chapter 10. Gifts in the old sense of the word. The book left on the step in October had been the first. By February, it was the 9th. Arthur had cataloged all of them in the same notation he used for the basement's other uncatalogued acquisitions, with a column he had titled simply Provenance. Gift, circumstances undocumented. He had decided that this was technically accurate. The provenance was a gift, and the circumstances were, from any perspective that did not involve knowing what was in the basement, undocumented. He had become, over the course of 4 months, quite good at formulating technically accurate statements that did not require him to explain things he was not prepared to explain. The books were extraordinary. Each one occupied a specific gap in his reading. Not the obvious gaps, the ones he might have named if asked, but the precise ones, the books he had wanted without knowing he wanted them, the ones he had been circling in the catalog of his own interest without ever arriving at the center. A 1903 survey of Islamic manuscript traditions that clarified something he had been uncertain about since graduate school. A collection of essays by a mid-century Japanese librarian whose name he had encountered twice in footnotes, and whose work he had not been able to find in any edition. A small, water-stained volume of letters between 2 Victorian naturalists that turned out to contain, buried in the 3rd letter, the most accurate description of what he now understood as threshold phenomena that he had found anywhere outside the Caro. None of them were in any catalog he had checked. None of them had any provenance he could account for. He had stopped checking after the 5th because the checking was not providing useful information and was consuming time he preferred to spend downstairs. The water-stained letters were the 9th. He had been reading them at his desk in the small hours of Tuesday in February, when he had understood something. The entity had not found these books. It had not retrieved them from some other institution or some other collection or some other night shift librarian's desk. It had curated them. It had assembled, from the vast, accumulated dark of its knowledge of what had passed through this building and every building before it, a collection designed for exactly one reader. It had been doing this. Arthur did the arithmetic since before he had gone downstairs, since before the book on the step. The hasp had been moved 12 days before the first book appeared. The hasp had been moved earlier than that, once, and he had checked it and found it replaced. It had been preparing. He sat at his desk with this understanding for a while. The library was empty, the shift was quiet, and he had the specific feeling of someone who has just understood that a thing they had believed recent had in fact been ongoing for longer than they knew, and that the length of it was not alarming, but was, in a way, he was still finding the edges of very moving. He went downstairs at 1:30. The letters, he said, meaning the Victorian naturalist correspondence. You knew about those for a long time. Yes. Before October. Yes. How long before October? The warmth shifted in the way it did when the entity was calibrating an answer to a question about time. Time being, for the entity, a dimension it navigated differently than he did, and one for which human vocabulary was consistently approximate. What arrived was a year approximately, which meant it had been selecting, for a year before October, the books it intended to leave for him, which meant the arrangement had existed, in the entity's understanding, for longer than it had existed in Arthur's. You had a plan, Arthur said, not accusatory, genuinely interested. What arrived was not quite yes, more like a hope. The distinction matters. Arthur sat with that. A hope, he said. The warmth increased. He went home that night thinking about the word hope and what it implied about the entity's inner life, and whether the entity's inner life contained the things that hope required: desire, future orientation, the possibility of disappointment, and whether something ancient and enormous could be disappointed, and whether he minded being the thing that had produced the hope in the first place. He did not mind. He found, when he examined this carefully, that he did not mind at all. What he did mind, in the week that followed, was coming in for his Wednesday shift and finding that the man who had mocked his handwriting was not there. His name was Gareth Lowe. He was the library systems coordinator, which was a position that had been created 3 years ago to manage the new digital cataloging platform, and which Gareth had occupied with the specific energy of someone who had been given institutional authority over a domain that was not yet fully understood and intended to keep it that way. He was not overtly unpleasant. He was the kind of unpleasant that operated below the threshold of what could be formally addressed. The small comment in a meeting, the implication rather than the statement, the precise targeting of the things a person was uncertain about. He had said, at a staff meeting in November, the one in Arthur's catalog entry for the 28th, the one Arthur had been thinking about in the small hours, that perhaps the night shift cataloging would be easier to read if it were printed rather than handwritten, and he had said it in a tone that had nothing to do with legibility. Arthur's handwriting was very legible. He had been told this his entire professional life. The comment had not been about the handwriting. Arthur had said nothing. He had smiled the smile he had developed for exactly this register of comment and moved on to the next agenda item. And he had not thought about it again for approximately 3 days, at which point it had begun appearing in the small hours with the reliable punctuality of a thing that has found its way into the rotation. Gareth Lowe had not come in on Wednesday. On Thursday, Arthur asked the day shift supervisor, obliquely, if there was anything he needed to know about the system schedule. The supervisor said that Gareth had tendered his resignation, effective immediately, citing personal reasons. The supervisor said this in the tone of someone who did not know the personal reasons and found this professionally inconvenient. Arthur went home and did not sleep, and at 2 in the afternoon went downstairs, which he had never done outside his shift before, unlocked the padlock with his own key, descended 12 steps, and stood in the amber dark. "You didn't," he said. The entity was very still. The uncertain stillness. "You said you would try," Arthur said. "You said it 3 weeks ago, and you meant it, and then you did it anyway." What arrived was not an excuse. The entity did not, as far as Arthur could tell, traffic in excuses. It said what it meant because it had not learned not to. What arrived was yes. And underneath the yes, quiet and undeflecting, "He made you small." Arthur sat down on the bottom step. He had not meant to sit down. He had meant to stand, because standing felt like the correct posture for the conversation he had planned, but his legs had decided otherwise, and he let them. He was not angry in the way he had anticipated. He had expected anger and had arrived in the basement prepared to deliver it, and what he found instead was something more complicated with more edges. He was scared, not in the way of someone afraid for himself, but in the way of someone who has looked at a thing they love and understood that it is capable of something they cannot fully approve of. He was moved in a way he did not want to be moved, because no one had ever, not once, not in 31 years, defended him with this particular ferocity. He was unsettled because being defended in this way made him feel both protected and implicated, and he had not yet sorted out how to hold both of those at once. "He made me small," Arthur said. Yes, he did, in a specific way that small things do. A comment in a meeting, chosen with precision, aimed at the thing I'm already uncertain about. I've had those comments before. I'll have them again. It's ordinary. He stopped. Started again. It's not acceptable. I'm not saying it's acceptable. I'm saying it's ordinary, and ordinary things do not warrant. He stopped again. He made you small, the entity had said. Simple. Present tense. Not. He said something unkind. Not. He was rude to you. He made you small, as if the size of Arthur Voss was a matter of active concern, a thing to be monitored, a thing worth intervening in. You can't do that, Arthur said. His voice was steady. He was making sure it was steady. Not for me. Not because someone was unkind to me. not because someone made a comment in a meeting. You can't remove people from my life because they said something I went home and thought about for 3 days. Do you understand? A long silence, and then arriving with the quality of something being offered with great care, but you should not have had to go home and think about it for 3 days. No, Arthur said. You're right. I shouldn't. But that's my problem to carry, and you can't carry it for me this way. What you did, I don't know exactly what you did, and I'm choosing not to investigate it. But whatever it wasn't for me. Not really. It was for something in you that couldn't tolerate what he said because you have been watching me for years, and you have decided, possibly correctly, that I am worth more than I have been given credit for. And I appreciate that. I do. But the method is not something I can accept. The entity went very still. The holding breath stillness. The one that meant it was taking the full weight of what he had said and not deflecting any of it. What he said was just words. Arthur said, quieter now, the anger gone or at least reclassified. Words don't change the size of a person. They only feel like they do. And if we're going to, he paused on the word, chose it anyway. If this is what we're doing, you have to let me carry my own ordinary weights. You have to trust me to be the size I am. Another silence. Then, I did not know the size of you, it said, until I watched you carry them. Arthur was quiet for a long time. That's a very good answer, he said at last. It doesn't resolve anything, but it's a very good answer. He sat there in the amber dark for another hour. He asked, when the silence had run its course, for a promise. No more interventions of this kind, not for reasons of perceived insult or small cruelty, not without his knowledge. The entity was silent for 3 days after this, genuinely silent. The basement a different quality of dark, the warmth absent. And Arthur did his shifts and ran his rounds and felt the absence of the warmth the way you feel the absence of sound that has become part of the furniture of a place. On the third night, the entity spoke. I will try. It was the closest thing to a promise something ancient and enormous could make. It was the most honest promise Arthur had ever been given, because it did not claim more than it could guarantee. It said, I am not certain of my nature or my capacity for restraint, but for you, I am engaging that uncertainty and applying my will to it, and that is worth something, and I am giving it. I know, Arthur said, and he did know. He knew what the trying cost, which was why he could accept it, because the trying, freely given, was more than most people's certainties. He went home as the sun was coming up, and he made tea, and he sat at his kitchen table, and he thought that being known this well by something this vast was, it turned out, not uncomplicated. But the complications were worth it. He had not expected that, and was quietly glad of it, and put it in the catalog he kept of things he was not ready to say aloud. Chapter 11. What Cressida Chooses Not to Know. Cressida Yam had been a librarian for 30 years, and in 30 years she had learned one thing above all others. The shape of a place changes when the people in it change. Not the physical shape, the felt one. The temperature of a room, not in the meteorological sense, but in the way a room holds or doesn't hold the people who use it, the way attention accumulates in certain corners, the way some spaces become weighted with use in a way that is not dust or wear, but something less quantifiable and more true. She felt Ashwick change. She had been feeling a change for the better part of a year, and tonight, on a Wednesday in March, she was sitting at the main desk during the overlap of her late shift and the beginning of Arthur's, and she was thinking about it with the methodical honesty she brought to things she had decided to understand. The catalog entry for the lower level now read, Active Special Collections Use, Ongoing Conservation Assessment, C.A., Voss for Access. It had read that since November. She had updated it herself, at Arthur's request, and she had not gone downstairs. She had thought about going downstairs. She thought about it with some regularity. Not urgently, not fearfully, but in the way you think about a room in a house you're not sure you want to enter. Curious, slightly held back by a sense, not entirely formed, that some things were better understood by their effects than by direct observation. The effects were considerable. She noted them now. In a small, precise way, she noted everything. Arthur's posture. He had always carried the slight stoop of a tall person who had spent too many years at shelves and desks. A habitual compression, the body's version of trying to take up less space. The stoop was still there. It was structural at this point and not going anywhere, but the quality of it had changed. He stood differently in the building now. Not taller, precisely, but more settled. The way a person stands when they have decided they are allowed to be where they are. The humming was another thing. It was not, properly speaking, humming. It was more the half-voiced undertone of someone whose mind was occupied in a direction other than silence. The sound a person makes when they have forgotten they are making it. She had first noticed it in December, coming up from a basement, a low and absent three-note phrase he was clearly unaware of. She had not mentioned it. She had filed it. The laughter was the most notable change, because Arthur did not, as a rule, laugh in the library. He had a dry, small sense of humor that he exercised rarely and usually only in their handover conversations, and it was genuine when it appeared, but its appearances were infrequent. Twice in the past month, she had come in for the morning handover to find Arthur at his desk with the expression of someone who has just been privately amused by something. The tail end of a laugh that he schooled back to professional neutrality when he heard her key in the lock, but not quite fast enough. She knew that expression. She had not seen it on him before. She admitted to herself on this Wednesday night, conducting a small and unofficial longitudinal study. She reviewed the catalog entry for the lower level a second time. Arthur's handwriting, his very legible handwriting, she had never understood that comment at the staff meeting. She had found it both baffling and briefly infuriating on his behalf. Was in the notes column the usual precise observations about collection condition and ongoing work. She had read all of these notes as they had accumulated. They were exemplary professional documentation. They told her nothing she hadn't already inferred. She went to the staff kitchen and made her tea and stood there for a moment thinking about the building. She had worked in old buildings her whole career. Libraries, archives, a brief and ill-advised stint at a local history museum that had lasted 18 months before she concluded that the absence of live patrons made the work feel like tending an exhibit rather than running a service. She had learned, in old buildings, to pay attention to the specific quality of the air. Old buildings had personalities. They accumulated the use made of them, the attention given to them, the care and the neglect, and the accumulation was perceptible to someone who had learned how to feel it. Ashwick had always been a good building, reliable in its character, warm in its way, the kind of place that settled comfortably around the people who used it rather than asserting itself over them. She had liked it from her first week. She had trusted it. She had also, since November, noticed that the basement stairwell had a different quality than it used to. She passed it several times a night. The door was still padlocked when it was not in active use. Everything was exactly as it should be, administratively speaking. But the air around the stairwell had changed. It was warmer, faintly, in a way that had no obvious insulation explanation. It had a quality of attention that she found difficult to describe without sounding like she had read too much of the folklore section, which she had, but that was beside the point. She was a practical woman. She had decided, early in her career, that the category of things that defied explanation was real and that one's professional obligation to it was to note it, file it, and leave it alone unless it became operationally relevant. The basement had not become operationally relevant. Arthur went down there during his shifts. He came up looking as he had looked since November, settled, quietly occupied, carrying some interior warmth he did not advertise and she did not inquire about. The catalog was being properly maintained. The special collections were receiving attention they had lacked for 6 years. Everything was in order. Something was also happening that she did not fully understand. These two facts were, in her experience, not as contradictory as they seemed. She finished her tea and went back to the desk. It was 8:30. Her shift ended at 10. Arthur was due in at 9, which meant she would have the overlap she usually used for the handover, the tea, the shorthand conversation that was the most reliable part of her professional week. She pulled a note she had written from her cardigan pocket. She had written it at home, on the same notepaper she used for shopping lists, in her own rounded hand. She had been carrying it for 3 days. At 9 o'clock, Arthur came through the staff entrance with his coat and his bag and the focused, present quality he had always carried in the building, which had always been one of the things she admired most about him, that the library visibly mattered to him, that his presence in it was not a performance of competence, but the real thing. He nodded at her, put his coat on the hook, and began the routine she had watched him begin 4 nights a week for 4 years. She let him get through the coat and the bag and the notebook and the shift log, and then she said, "Tea?" He looked up. "Just had some," he said, which meant, "Yes, I'm all right." She put the kettle on anyway. They talked about the accessions backlog, which was a seasonal problem and always worse in March. They talked about the boiler, which was being difficult again. She told him that the Thursday programming group had requested a change to their regular slot, and he wrote this down. The handover was complete in 20 minutes, which was their average. She put on her coat and picked up her bag. "Arthur," she said. He looked up. She had been going to say something more than this. She had prepared, in a way she prepared things when she was uncertain of how they would land, a careful sentence or two. Something that named what she had observed without naming what she had inferred, that offered care without requiring explanation, that said "I see you" without requiring him to confirm what he was seeing or where. She had the words ready. She put the note in his locker instead. The note which said, in her rounded hand, on shopping list note paper, "Whatever's in the basement, I think it's good for you." She did not sign it. He would know it was from her. And then she left. She did not sign it because signing it would have made it a statement requiring a response. And what it was a fact. A fact she was depositing for him the way you deposit things you want someone to have, but do not want to make into an occasion. He could do with it what he wanted. He could leave it in his locker for years. He could carry it in his coat pocket for a while, which she suspected he might. She walked home through the March evening and did not look back at the building, and felt, for reasons she could not have fully articulated, that the building was in good hands. Both sets of them. She had been a librarian for 30 years. She had learned, in 30 years, that the best collections were always the ones that had been chosen by someone who loved them. Not curated by committee, not assembled by policy, but gathered with attention, with care, with a particular devotion that produced something more than the sum of its parts. She had learned that the best libraries were the ones that felt inhabited, that had the quality of being used by people who meant it. She thought Ashwick had always had that quality, in its upper floors, in its reading rooms, in its ordinary ordered stacks. She thought the basement had it now, too. She thought about this on the walk home, and she thought about Arthur's posture and his humming and the tail end of a laugh she had twice seen on his face and had not been there before, and she thought, yes, whatever it is, it's good for him. And she turned the corner toward her own street and did not think about it further, because thinking about it further was not her job. Caring about him was her job. She had done it. Chapter 12. The Peculiar Taxonomy of Loneliness. He had not meant to tell it about the classification problem. He had gone downstairs intending to read. He had a new volume from the bequest collection he had been saving, a Victorian polymath's collected correspondence that he had been anticipating for 2 weeks, but he had sat on the step beside him and then, for reasons he could not entirely account for, begun talking instead. "There's a problem with the 100s, he said. "The philosophy and psychology sections. Has been since Dewey set them up. Really. He made choices about what counts as a category, and the choices were reasonable in 1876 and have become progressively more strained since. The 150s, for instance, psychology. He put the science of mind adjacent to the study of logic, which made a certain empiricist sense at the time, but now the 150s are trying to hold cognitive neuroscience and Jungian analysis and positive psychology and sleep disorders, and they're all technically in conversation, but they're not the same conversation. And every few years someone proposes a restructure, and nothing comes of it, because the restructure would require recataloguing approximately 6,000 volumes in most mid-sized libraries. The entity was arranged at the far end of the north shelves in what Arthur had come to think of as its listening posture. The eyes present, but still, the warmth steady at a level that meant interested, a quality of readiness in the air that he had learned to read as engaged. "I've been developing a parallel system," he said. "Not officially. This isn't something I'd put in the formal catalog. It would create chaos for any library that tried to adopt it. But I have a personal index for the night shift collection. Things I've identified that want to be near each other not because they share a Dewey number, but because they share a question. What is consciousness? What does it mean to be alone? How do people find each other, and why do they fail to? He paused. He had not quite intended to say that last part. It had arrived out of the sequence he had planned, ahead of schedule. The loneliness section, he said, making a decision, is the most complicated, because loneliness is cataloged as an emotion in the psychology stacks, and as a social condition in the sociology stacks, and as a philosophical problem in the philosophy stacks. And all three of those are correct, and none of them are complete. You'd have to read all three sections to get the whole thing. And even then, he stopped. The entity's warmth had shifted. A small increase, specific rather than ambient, the kind that indicated it was not just listening but preparing to respond. What? Arthur said. What arrived was not a word, but a quality of attention. The entity directing his attention toward the question he had not finished. The even then. Even then, Arthur said, the books are describing loneliness from the outside, as a thing that happens to people. The experience of it, what it actually is from the inside, I've never found that written down in a way that felt true. Or not entirely true. It's always slightly, he searched for the word, adjacent. The way a map is adjacent to a place. Accurate in its structure, but absent of the actual ground. He picked up the Victorian Correspondence volume. He turned it in his hands. He set it down. I think, he said, that loneliness as I have experienced it is not the absence of people. I have had people around me. I was in a relationship for 2 years. I have worked in a building with colleagues and patrons 5 nights a week for 4 years. Loneliness isn't the absence of people. It's the condition of not being recognized by the people who are present, of occupying a space that is observed but not seen. If that distinction makes sense. The warmth increased. The whole distinction, it communicated, made very specific sense. You know this, Arthur said. Yes, from before the library. What arrived was layered. The long and ancient time before this building, before the city, before the language he was speaking, the time when the entity had moved through spaces that humans had not yet made, the time of pure presence without witness, without the particular weight of being known. The entity had existed in solitude of a different register than Arthur's. Not the solitude of being unrecognized within a crowd, but the solitude of being entirely without the kind of being who could recognize. The loneliness of a thing that could perceive, but could not be perceived, at least not in the way that mattered. Not until the library, Arthur said. The warmth shifted, and what arrived was precise. Not until you. He was quiet for a moment. Outside the building, above the basement ceiling, above the reading room, the city was doing what cities did at this hour. The late buses, the last deliveries, the particular urban quiet of 2 in the morning. Down here, it was the amber light and the oak shelves and the smell of old paper and the warmth from the far end of the north shelves that had become, over the past several months, as reliable as any physical thing in his world. The taxonomy of loneliness, he said. If I were building a proper index, I think I'd start with a question of recognition. Whether you've ever been seen by something that chose to see you, not because it was obliged to, not because you were in its field of vision, but because it was paying attention, because you mattered specifically to the thing doing the looking. He looked toward the north shelves. I would have said a year ago that I had not been. But the answer to that question was no. I had been around people. I had been cared for in the general way that colleagues and acquaintances care for each other, but specifically seen in the way that means your particular shape matters to the thing that's looking at you. I would have said no. I would have said I had the evidence for no. He paused. I would have been wrong, he said. I had been seen for 4 years. I just hadn't known. The entity communicated nothing for a long moment. Then, with a carefulness that was its own form of eloquence, it took 4 years because I did not know how to tell you without frightening you away. And the impression that arrived was complex, and Arthur had learned enough of its grammar to read it, not capable of the risk of frightening you away. You were frightened, Arthur said. What arrived was honest, yes. Something enormous and old and previously without the capacity for fear, because fear requires a stake, and it had not had a stake until Arthur. And then, the fear of losing the only thing it had ever wanted to stay near. Arthur sat with this for a while. He had not, before this, thought much about what the entity risked by making itself known. He had thought about his own risk, the obvious human question of what you do when something uncategorizable in a dark basement tells you it has been watching you for 4 years. He had not fully thought about the other side of it, the thing in the dark that had been waiting and had been afraid and had finally placed a book on a step and waited to see what happened. He thought about 17 eyes watching him read for 40 minutes and not moving and not speaking because it had not been certain of his response. He thought about the hasp, moved and then replaced, a small gesture of presence that could be dismissed as coincidence, tested and withdrawn before it could be confirmed as anything else. He thought, it was trying to know me without risking being known. And then it decided the risk was worth it, and it left a book. "I'm glad you left the book," he said. The warmth was very high. "I'm glad you were paying attention for long enough to know which one to leave." The warmth was very high for a long time. He picked up the Victorian correspondence volume and found his place and read aloud. And the entity listened with the particular quality of attention that made the whole room feel attended to. And Arthur thought about the taxonomy of loneliness with its 3 separate sections in 3 separate stacks, and how all of them were missing the essential thing, which was this: that loneliness ended not when you were surrounded by people, but when one specific thing in the world turned its full attention toward you and stayed there. That the ending of loneliness was not a quantity, but a quality, and the quality was recognition, and recognition was the thing that happened when something looked at the whole of you, the ordinary and the strange, the competent and the tentative, the 31 years of carefully managed not quite enoughness, and said, "Yes, that. I see that. I have been paying attention to that specifically." He read until the bells of the church on the next street counted 4 in the morning. He closed the book and said good night, and the warmth made a specific shift that he had been learning for 6 months and now read clearly. Stay. He stayed for another half an hour. He did not read. He sat in the amber dark with his back against the bottom step and the warmth arranged around him like a room within a room, and he did not say anything, and neither did the entity, and the silence was not empty. It was the kind of silence that 2 things make when they have been talking for a long time and have arrived somewhere that talking cannot improve. He went home at 4:30. He made tea and set the second cup on the table and looked at it in the pale pre-dawn light and felt the specific happiness of someone who has found, in an unexpected place, the thing they had given up looking for. Not the happiness that shouts, the kind that settles, the kind that says, "Oh, so it was here. It was here all along." He lingered at his desk past the end of his next several shifts without noticing he was doing it. Cressida, arriving for the morning handover, found him downstairs twice that week and simply noted the time in the log and put the kettle on. She did not ask. He did not explain. The catalog of the basement's special collections was, by this point, coming along beautifully. Everything else was even better. Chapter 13. I will try. It had been a quiet Tuesday in March when Arthur turned 35, and he had marked the occasion with the same ceremony he brought to all his birthdays, a slightly better bottle of wine than usual, which he drank alone at his kitchen table with a book he had been saving, and the small private acknowledgement that another year had passed and he was, on the whole, glad of it. He had not told the entity it was his birthday. He was not sure why. It was not the sort of thing he concealed as a matter of principle. It had simply not come up, and he had not made it come up, and the entity had not asked because it had learned, over 4 years of careful observation, which questions Arthur answered readily and which ones he held a little back from. And it gave him space for the held-back ones in the specific way of something that understood the value of an unopened door. He had told it afterward, 3 days later, in the way he told it things that required the small distance of afterward. Mentioned it sideways in the context of explaining why he had been reading Pessoa again, which he only did around his birthday, because Pessoa's particular quality of loneliness became seasonally resonant in a way he found both useful and slightly embarrassing. The entity had been quiet for a while after this. The warmth in the basement had changed its quality, not higher, not lower, but different, the way light changes quality rather than quantity when something moves across it. Arthur had not been able to name the shift precisely, which was unusual. He had developed, over 4 years, a fairly complete taxonomy of the entity's registers, and this one was not quite in it. He had filed it and continued with the shift and not thought about it again for a week. Then, on the following Tuesday, a quiet night, the upper floor thinned to 4 patrons by midnight, the sort of night that settled into itself with the ease of a familiar weight. The entity asked if it could tell him something. It did not ask in words. It did not, yet, have words in the precise sense. But the quality of its attention changed in a way that Arthur had learned to read as the preliminary to something deliberate. A gathering, a preparation, the sense of something vast arriving at the edge of its own expression and asking if the door was open. Arthur put down the conservation notes he was working through and set his pen along the spine of the notebook in a way that meant he was fully present. "Go ahead," he said. What followed was not precisely language. Arthur would have said later, had said, in the journal he had started keeping beside the catalog, the personal one with the cream pages, that was the entity's closest approach to language yet, which was not the same as saying it was language. It was more as if the entity had been spending the months since December building something. A structure, a form, the scaffolding of expression fitted to the specific shape of what it needed to say. It had been using Arthur as its model. Arthur, who cataloged things in precise and careful language, who gave the correct name to feelings even when naming them cost something, who believed that precision was a form of respect. The entity had watched him do this for 4 years, from the basement and from before the basement, and it had been learning, in its own ancient and non-linear way, how to do it too. "I chose the library," it said, in the way conviction arrived. Not words, but clear. I chose it because of what was held here. The longing pressed between pages. I had been in many places over a very long time, and most of them were empty in the way that spaces are empty when they are only used and not loved. This place was loved. I could feel it in the collected weight of what it kept. Arthur sat very still. He had learned that his stillness was one of the things it read as attention, that his hands going quiet was the signal he was listening with all of himself. His hands were quiet now. "I stayed," it said, "because of you." The warmth in the basement was very high. I did not know this at first. I did not have the category for it. I knew only that when you were present, the quality of the place changed, became more itself, more worth inhabiting. I cataloged this the way you catalog things, as a fact separate from its implications. It took me considerable time to understand the implications. Arthur was aware of his own heartbeat in the way you become aware of it when something has made the room very quiet. "I understood," it said, "when you asked me if I was going to hurt you." It stopped. The warmth did not stop, but the communication held for a moment, balanced on something it was working to name. "No one," it said, "had ever asked me that before. Not because they were not afraid. They were often afraid. They had usually been afraid. Fear was the register most things met me in, the register I had come to accept as the available one. They had never asked because the question assumes I have a choice, that I could decide, that the deciding was something that belonged to me and could be given or withheld. And when you asked, when you sat on the bottom step in the dark with my book in your hands and looked toward me and asked, plainly, as if it were a reasonable question, I understood for the first time that I did not want to. Not that I would not, that I did not want to. That the not wanting was the thing, and the thing was mine, and the reason it was mine was you." The silence after this lasted long enough for Arthur to become aware that the church on the next street had counted 2 in the morning while neither of them was attending to it. He was 35 years old. He had been a night shift librarian for 8 years, all of them at Ashwick, 4 of them in the specific knowledge that something in the basement was paying attention. He had spent 3 of those years learning the grammar of that attention, cataloging it in a notebook with cream pages, and he had known since the annotation in the front of the Caro, had known since the first terrible cup of tea, had known since the December night when the entity had taken 3 days to say, "I will try," and meant it like a vow. What this was. He had known and had been moving towards saying so with the care of someone who understood that some things were changed by being named and wanted to be certain before the change was made. "I know," he said. "Not, thank you. Not, I don't know what to say. Not, That's extraordinary, or that's more than I expected, or I need time. Just I know. Because he did. He had known it the way he knew the shape of the basement in the dark. Not from seeing it clearly, but from having been in it long enough that the knowledge lived in his body rather than his head, certain and quiet and not requiring confirmation. I've known for a while, he said. I think I knew from the book on the step. Not what it was. I didn't have the word for it yet. But I knew what it meant. I knew that something had been paying attention in a way I hadn't been paid attention to before. In a way I had mostly given up expecting. He stopped. He was not given to speeches. He found them unreliable, the kind of thing that sounded right in the making and wrong in the review. He wanted to be accurate. I know you stayed because of me, he said. And I know what that is. I know what I'm calling it in my head when I'm being honest with myself in the small hours. I've been calling it that for a while. He looked toward the north shelves. I think you know what I'm calling it. The warmth moved in a way he felt against his skin. Yes, it said. Then we've said it, Arthur said, without saying it, which is probably how it should be said between us. The warmth was very high and very steady, the kind of warmth that does not fluctuate because it is not performing. Arthur sat with his back against the bottom step and his notebook in his lap, and his pen along its spine, and the amber light pooled above him. And he thought about what it was to have spent 4 years building a thing carefully and to arrive at the moment when the thing announced itself as built. It was not dramatic. He had not expected drama. The most important things in his life had always arrived quietly. Not with announcement, but with the specific gravity of something that had been accumulating for a long time and had simply reached its weight. This felt like that. This felt like the word he had been writing in the back of his private notebook arriving in the room and taking up the space it was always going to take. I'm going to keep coming downstairs, he said, for as long as I work here. Probably for longer than that, if you'd like that. What arrived was not a word. It was something more like the way a room changes when something that has been held for a very long time is set down. A releasing, a settling, the specific quality of attention resolving into something that had always been its rightful shape. Yes, it said. I would like that. All right, Arthur said, which was what he always said when he meant something far larger than the words contained, and which the entity had learned, by this point, to read correctly. He sat in the amber dark for another hour, and neither of them spoke, and the silence was not empty but full. The fullest silence Arthur had been in, he thought, in 35 years. The kind of silence that two things make when they have arrived together at a place they are both going to stay. He went upstairs at 3:30 and finished his shift and did the handover and walked home. And the March air was cold and sharp, and the city was doing what cities do at that hour. And Arthur walked through it with his hands in his coat pockets and the specific feeling of a man who has been ruined very gently and with great care by something that chose him. He did not think about the sentence on the walk home. He had not thought about it in some time. He was not sure precisely when it had stopped having its old authority, whether there had been a moment of displacement or whether it had simply, gradually, been replaced by a different body of evidence. He thought, something ancient and vast chose to stay because of me. Something with geological patience and 17 eyes and a hope it waited years to test chose, with full information and no illusion, to stay. He thought the sentence was welcome to its opinion. He went home and made tea and set the second cup on the table and drank his own and left the other to cool, the way he always did now, and felt, in the precise and unguarded way of someone who has stopped being careful in one particular room of themselves, glad. Simply, straightforwardly glad. The sort of glad that doesn't need to be anything else. Chapter 14. Someone who asks the right questions. 12 years passed, which is the kind of sentence that is only legible from the outside. From the inside, it was the Dewey restructure proposal that came to nothing twice. The flooding in the periodicals room that was not the basement, but might have been. Cressida's retirement party in the staff room, where she drank 1 glass of Prosecco, told Arthur he was the best librarian she had ever worked with in a voice that did not invite him to respond, and pressed the key to the good tea cabinet into his palm like a relic. The 3 new hires over 8 years, 2 of whom stayed, and 1 of whom transferred after 4 months to a branch library closer to her home, and Arthur had helped her write the transfer request and had found her a farewell card and had not asked her to stay, because she had told him the commute was wearing on her, and Arthur understood the wearing on of things. The administration's 2 attempts to consolidate the overnight shift into a shared building arrangement with the branch 2 streets over, both of which Arthur had attended as a politely immovable object until the attempts were withdrawn. The books that still appeared on the bottom step, with decreasing frequency as the years settled and the entity's fluency with language increased, and the leaving of books became, slowly, one channel among several rather than the primary one. The years in the basement, which were the texture of all the rest. Arthur Voss at 47 was not, strictly speaking, a different person from Arthur Voss at 35. He was the same person with silver at his temples and a second pair of reading glasses in his desk drawer and a stoop that had become undeniably architectural, the honest record of 20 years of shelves and desks. He was the same person who returned borrowed pens and kept the second cup on the table and made his bed every morning even when everything else was falling apart. He had learned, in 12 years, to say the word clearly in his own head. Not I know what I'm calling it, not the arrangement, not whatever this was, but the word, the plain and accurate word, which was love, which he had accepted because precision was a form of respect and imprecision was the one disrespect he would not offer. He was the same person. He was, he thought, a more complete version of that person. The 12 years had worn him in the way good furniture is worn, into itself, settled, each part correctly adjusted to its use. Cressida had left him the key to the good tea cabinet and a note that said, "You are going to be fine." Both of these were also facts rather than reassurances, which was why he had kept the note. The library, since her retirement, had been managed by a rotating cast of senior staff who regarded Arthur with the specific combination of reliance and bafflement that came from knowing he ran the night shift with perfect independence and never required management in any way except that he would occasionally, quietly, not do something that was being asked of him until he had been persuaded it was the right thing to do, at which point he would do it with such exactitude that the asking became, retrospectively, worth it. He got along with all of them. He was not close to any of them in the way he had been close to Cressida, which was a fact he filed alongside other facts he did not examine too closely. Petra Solano started on a Monday in October. Arthur knew she was starting because the HR paperwork had crossed his desk in the usual way, and because the senior librarian, Elena Marsh, had mentioned during the weekly brief that the new folklore and special collections archivist would be joining the team. He had noted this. He had read the brief description in the hiring memo. Folklore researcher, 3 years at University Archive, specific interest in historical institutional collections. He had filed this, too. He was good at filing things. He met her at 9:05 on her first Monday, coming in through the staff entrance as he was finishing his shift preparation. She was small, with the kind of quiet physical energy that suggested she moved through spaces the way certain people moved through them. Noticing everything, touching nothing, filing it all. She had a bag over one shoulder and a coffee in her hand, and she was already, Arthur noticed, looking at the building with an attention that was not general but specific, the kind of attention a person brought to a building they had been thinking about before they arrived. "You're Arthur Voss," she said. It was not a question. "Yes. You're Petra Solano. I've read your cataloging notes," she said. "The Victorian bequest collection work. It's very thorough. Thank you." He adjusted his notebook on the desk. "If you have questions about the special collections procedures, I've left a documentation folder in the archivist's workspace. The accession protocols are—" "I'd like to see the basement stacks," she said. Arthur looked at her. She looked back at him with the particular patience of someone who has asked a reasonable professional question and is simply waiting for the reasonable professional answer. "The lower level is under ongoing conservation review," he said. "Access is managed through me for the night shift. If you have specific research needs relating to the collection, we can arrange supervised access. When would that be possible? I'll need to review what you're working with and what the relevant materials are. If you put together a research request, I can have one to you by Wednesday." "That would be appropriate," Arthur said. She smiled. It was a professional smile, the kind that was also a note in the margin. She would ask again. She would ask again in ways that were entirely reasonable and entirely impossible to deflect without better reasons than he currently had on hand. And they both knew this, and the knowing settled between them like the first move of a long game. He watched her walk away toward the archivist's workspace and thought, with the calm of long practice, about what she was and what she wanted. In the 2 weeks that followed, he watched her the way he watched all new arrivals, cataloging by habit, by movement pattern, by the books she pulled and the questions she asked, and the way she moved through the building's older sections versus its newer ones. She was methodical. She was also, he concluded by the end of the first week, exceptional at her job in the way that people were exceptional when their professional interest and their genuine passion had been pointing in the same direction for long enough to become the same thing. She cataloged in pencil, in the margins, in a handwriting so small he would need his reading glasses to decode it. He noticed this when she returned a Victorian folklore survey to the correct shelf with 3 tiny annotations visible at the bottom of one page, and he paused long enough to confirm that the annotations were in fact notes and not damage, and that the notes were, from what he could decipher, considerably more interesting than the text. She requested access to the pre-digital acquisition records. He provided them. She requested the building's architectural history documentation. He pointed her to the city archives holdings and told her the relevant catalog numbers. She thanked him in the precise, unhesitating way of someone who was taking notes on the information and on the person providing it simultaneously. On Friday of the second week, she left a research paper on his desk. It was printed on single-sided A4, 42 pages, with an abstract and a bibliography and footnotes he could tell even from the first page were meticulous. The title was Presences in Institutional Spaces, a folkloric survey of anomalous habitation in long-occupied buildings. The author was P. Solano, and the journal was one he knew, a small, rigorous publication that occupied the overlap between folklore studies and cultural geography and took neither discipline entirely seriously in the way that the best interdisciplinary work never did. He picked it up. He read the abstract standing at his desk. He read the first section sitting down. He read the next 4 sections without noticing he had sat down further than that, which was to say with his elbows on the desk and his chin in one hand in the posture he occupied when he was reading something that was requiring more of him than a first pass. The paper was, he chose the word carefully, in the interior way he chose words he was not going to say aloud, alarming. It was alarming in the specific way of something that was very good and had been written by someone who was very close to the right question without quite knowing she had found it. The paper's central thesis was this, that certain institutional buildings, libraries, archives, museums, hospitals, churches, developed, over sufficient spans of occupation and use, a quality of inhabited attention that was not reducible to the accumulated effects of human use alone. That the folklore record across multiple cultures and historical periods contained a consistent category of accounts describing this quality, which Solano called presential habitation, and which was characterized by thermal anomalies not consistent with the building's insulation or heating systems, a specific quality of attention felt by long-term occupants in certain areas of the building, the occasional presence of materials, objects, books, documents, that could not be accounted for by normal acquisition records, and a consistent emotional response from sensitized individuals that she described with careful, scholarly distance as the feeling of being witnessed. Arthur set the paper down. He was aware, with considerable precision, of his own physiological state. His heart rate was slightly elevated, his hands were very still, and his face was doing the thing it did when he was managing an emotional response that he did not want to be visible on his face, which was to say that it was doing nothing at all. He picked the paper back up and read the remaining sections. They were equally thorough, equally close, equally unaware of how close they were. The case studies were from other buildings. A library in Edinburgh with records of thermal anomalies and unexplained acquisitions going back to the 1890s. An archive in Lisbon where long-term staff reported a persistent quality of attention in the sub-basement that predated the building by an indeterminate period. a hospital in Leeds where objects moved between documented locations without staff involvement, and the movement consistently benefited the patients who needed them. None of them were Ashwick. None of them named what Ashwick had. He went downstairs at 1:30 and sat on the bottom step and held the paper in his lap. "Petra Solano," he said. The warmth at the far end of the north shelves changed its quality in the way it did when the entity was attending very precisely to something. She's a folklorist searcher. She studies presential habitation. That's her term for what you are, more or less. She's written a paper about it. It's very good. He paused. She's asked to see the basement. The quality of the warmth shifted. Not cold. The warmth never went cold. He had learned it was not that kind of thing. But it changed its texture, became denser, more careful. The specific quality of something that had been going unnoticed for a very long time and had learned the value of going unnoticed and was now recalculating. "I told her access was managed through me," Arthur said. "Which is true." She'll ask again. Yes, the entity communicated. The word arrived with a texture that was not quite anxiety. He was not certain the entity experienced anxiety, but was something in that register. A precise wariness, the wariness of something that had survived by going uncategorized. "I'm not going to let her do anything that." He stopped. He was not sure how to finish the sentence in a way that was both honest and complete. "I'm going to be careful." The warmth increased slightly at the edges, which was the entity's version of, "I know you will." He sat with the paper in his hands and thought about Petra Solano, who had taken the night shift posting at a library with an unusual basement, who had published a taxonomy of precisely the phenomenon that lived in that basement, who had asked to see the basement on her first day and left her best paper on his desk at the end of her second week. He thought, she didn't stumble into this. She came looking. He thought, that is either the problem or the beginning of the solution, and he did not yet know which. He went back upstairs and finished his shift, and in the morning, before he left, he read the paper's conclusion a second time. It was careful and measured, and ended with a question rather than an assertion, which was the scholarly habit of someone who understood that some questions were more valuable than their answers. The question was, what does it mean for a place to keep something? What does it mean for something to stay? Arthur folded the paper and put it in his bag and took it home and did not sleep as well as usual, and in the afternoon, sitting at his kitchen table, he thought that the question was a very good one. He had been thinking about it, in his own way, for 12 years. Chapter 15. The Consultant's Report. Noel Ashford delivered the report on a Thursday, which Arthur would later think of as a specifically Thursday thing to do, not a Monday with its clean mandate, not a Friday with its built-in reprieve, but a Thursday, the day that committed you to the week you had already mostly spent. He left a copy on the senior librarian's desk and a copy in Arthur's pigeonhole, which was the administrative equivalent of a courtesy notification, meaning that the decision had already been made at a level above where Arthur sat, and he was being informed rather than consulted. Arthur understood this. He had been a librarian for 20 years and a night shift librarian for 16 of them, and he was, by now, an expert in the specific grammar of institutional communications that said your input is valued in the same tone that meant your input has been received and set aside. He read it at 3 in the morning in the staff room, under the fluorescent light, with a cup of tea going cold at his elbow. The report was 18 pages. It had been commissioned by the City Cultural Assets Committee, which was a body that had existed in various forms for as long as Arthur had been at Ashwick, and which had never, in any of its forms, caused him direct professional difficulty until now. Its author was listed as a consultancy he did not recognize. Its language was the language of the genre, measured, passive-voiced, careful to appear neutral while advancing a position it had clearly arrived at before writing the first word. The word liability appeared 4 times. The phrase unrealized potential appeared 3 times. The phrase remediation potential appeared once, which Arthur translated immediately and without effort as a space we plan to gut. The lower level of Ashwick Public Library, the report concluded, represented a significant ongoing cost in its current use pattern, which it characterized as low traffic, specialist access, single staff member management. It noted that the space was approximately 900 square feet of prime ground-floor real estate in a central urban location. It noted that the library's overall footfall would be unlikely to be negatively impacted by repurposing the lower level, since the lower level contributed a small percentage of the library's total patron hours. It recommended that the committee consider a detailed feasibility assessment for conversion of the lower level to a multi-purpose conference and events suite, which would, it projected, generate sufficient rental income to offset the conversion costs within 7 years. 7 years, Arthur thought. That is the number they have arrived at and found acceptable. He filed his first formal objection that night. He wrote it in the same careful, precise language he used for everything he wrote professionally, which was the language of someone who had spent 20 years believing that if he said a thing correctly enough times, and in the correct form, the correct outcome would eventually follow. He knew this was not always true. He knew it was true often enough to be worth trying. He documented the provenance of the special collections. He listed the holdings by category, period, and condition. He noted the ongoing conservation assessment and what it had produced in terms of newly cataloged material. He provided 2 recent examples of researchers who had contacted the library specifically for access to the Victorian bequest collection. He noted that the lower level represented a category of holdings that, once dispersed or destroyed, could not be reconstructed, and that 7 years of conference room rental income was not a form of cultural value equivalent to the original. He printed the objection. He put it in the senior librarian's inbox. He put a copy in his own file. He went downstairs at 2:30. He sat on the bottom step and looked at the amber light pooling across the floor. He had been doing this for 16 years. The step had the specific worn quality of steps that had been sat on regularly, and he had been the one to sit on it 4 times a week, more in the earlier years, and even now more than his rounds required. The entity had arranged a chair, he was fairly certain, somewhere in the first year. The reading chair now, set against the east shelves, solid-backed, and slightly more comfortable than it had any right to be for something that had been in an unheated basement since at least the 90s. He used the step anyway. The step was the first place he had sat here. It was the place he came to when he needed to think. There's a report, he said. The warmth at the far end of the north shelves changed its quality in the specific way it did when it was receiving information it was giving its full attention to. Arthur had spent 16 years learning to read these distinctions, and he read this one clearly, listening and present, and taking in everything he was not yet saying as well as everything he was. He told it about the report, the liability count, the unrealized potential, the remediation language, the 7 years and the conference suite, and the projected rental income set against the cultural value of things that could not be reconstructed once they were gone. The warmth did not change during this recitation. It maintained the same steady quality of full attention, the kind that required no interruption because it was already holding everything he was saying and more. "I filed an objection," he said. "It won't be the last one." He paused. "There's a committee meeting in 6 weeks. If they don't table the assessment then, it goes to a full board vote. I'm going to attend every meeting between now and the vote." He was very aware, saying this, of the difference between the 20 things he was not saying and the 2 he was. He was not saying, "I'm frightened." He was not saying, "I don't know if this is going to work." He was not saying, "I've been in this basement for 16 years, and it has become a thing in my life that I can least afford to lose, and I do not know how to explain that to a committee using the language of cultural asset management." He said instead, "They might still close it." Yes, the entity said. The simplicity of this landed in Arthur's chest in the specific way that honest answers landed when he was hoping for reassurance. Not cruel. The entity was not capable of cruelty toward him. This was as certain as anything he knew. Simply accurate. They might. And the entity saying yes to this rather than offering a comfort it could not guarantee was one of the things Arthur loved about it most precisely. "If they do," he started the sentence without knowing how to finish it. There were too many possible endings, and none of them were the right shape. "If they do, will you leave? If they do, will you be safe? Can something ancient and enormous be unsafe? Is safety a category that applies to you in any way I would recognize? If they do, What happens to the 16 years of books on the bottom step and terrible tea and the sitting in the amber dark and the warmth at the end of the north shelf that had become, without his ever deciding it would, the thing that got him through? I have been here longer than the building, the entity said. Arthur was quiet. I will be here longer than whatever they build in its place. That's not what I was asking. I know it said, but is the answer to all the things you were not asking. He thought about this. He turned it over with a methodical care. He turned things he needed to understand. The entity was not, he thought, offering comfort. It was offering fact, which it had always preferred to comfort. It was saying, I'm not a thing that can be lost by a committee vote or a conversion report or a 7-year rental projection. I'm not the basement. I am what chose to be in the basement, and the choosing was mine, and mine was toward you. He thought, I know this. I know this to be true. He thought, knowing it does not resolve the particular fear I am sitting with, which is not about whether the entity will survive, but about whether I will after in the way I do now, which is to say held and witnessed, and not alone in the specific way I had not been able to achieve by any other means in 35 years before this. He did not say this. He sat with it instead, the way he sat with things that were too tender for the catalog. The entity arranged itself in the way it did on these nights, not touching, never touching without invitation, but present in the specific full presence way that was its form of a held hand, its form of an arm around a shoulder, vast and careful and entirely without demand. Arthur stayed for 2 hours. He did not read. He did not catalog. He sat in the amber dark with the warmth arranged around him and thought about the committee meeting in 6 weeks and the objection in the senior librarian's inbox and the 7 years and the basement that had been his for 16 and the entity that had been here longer than the building. He thought, I am not going to let this happen, not because I think I can guarantee preventing it, but because the not letting it happen is what I have to give, and I'm going to give all of it. He went upstairs at 4:30. He updated the shift log. He straightened the desk. He put on his coat. In the pigeonhole above his own, he noticed Petra Solano's research request had been filed. A neat 2-page document with her name at the top and a list of specific holdings she wanted to consult, and at the bottom a note in her small annotating hand. Particular interest in any materials relating to the pre-building history of the site. Happy to work around the ongoing conservation schedule. He stood there for a moment looking at this. He put it in his bag and went home and did not sleep particularly well. And in the afternoon, he drafted a response to Petra Solano's request that was professional and accurate and offered supervised access to several of the holdings she had listed and nothing else. And he filed it in his professional correspondence folder with the specific feeling of a man managing 2 fronts simultaneously and finding that the management required more of him than usual. He had expected that. He had not expected to feel, underneath the management, the specific low-frequency dread of someone who has looked clearly at the thing they stand to lose and found it is larger than they realized. He had known it was large. He had simply not looked at it all at once before. He looked at it now, and it was, in fact, very large, and he sat with this for a while in the honest way he sat with things, and then he made more tea and prepared for his next shift because the work was the work, and Ashwick needed someone at the desk, and he was the one who was going to be there. He was always the one who was going to be there. Chapter 16. What she already knows. Petra Solano had been at Ashwick for 3 months, and she had 3 notebooks filled and a 4th one started, and she had not yet been into the basement. She had been into every other part of the building. She had been into the archive room on the 2nd floor, which had the dry mineral smell of paper in control conditions and a ceiling that had been repaired at some point in the last decade and still showed the ghost of the water damage that had necessitated it. She had been into the mechanical room behind the boiler, which she had accessed with permission and a note in the facilities log, and an apology to the facilities manager who had found her there with her thermal sensor, taking readings she was not prepared to explain in terms he would find professionally acceptable. She had been into the sub-attic, which was not supposed to be accessed by library staff, but which had a hatch in the roof storage corridor that she had noted in week 1 and investigated in week 3 on a night when she had stayed past her own shift end, alone in the building with Arthur Voss running the floor below. She had measured the building's thermal profile from every angle she could reach. She had documented the temperature differentials, which did not follow the insulation patterns, which did not follow any pattern she had previously documented in 3 years of this work, except one. They were consistent with a presence that generated its own warmth without a heat source. And the warmth was directional, and the direction was down. She sat at her desk on a Tuesday evening and looked at her notebooks and thought about what she knew. She knew, first, that the building was inhabited in a sense that was not fully accounted for by its human occupants. This was not a guess or an interpretation. It was at this point data. The thermal readings, the acoustic differentials she had noted with a simple decibel meter in the stairwell at 2 in the morning, the particular quality of attention she had felt in the first week standing at the door to the lower level. She had felt that quality before, in the Edinburgh Library and in the Lisbon Archive, and in one unremarkable community hall in County Cork that had turned out to contain something old and benign and utterly uninterested in being documented. She had a good sense for it by now. The sense said yes. Here. Substantial. She knew, second, that Arthur Voss knew. This had not required much investigation. She was a folklore researcher. She was good at reading the record a person made in a space they had inhabited for a long time. Arthur Voss had made a record in Ashwick that was, once you knew how to read it, entirely legible. The catalog entry for the lower level was the first thing she had looked at: active special collections use, ongoing conservation assessment, a Voss for access. This had been the entry for 12 years, according to the archive, since a month when the previous entry had read closed. Special collections. Remediation pending. Something had changed in the month when the entry changed. Something had changed because Arthur Voss had changed something, had decided, for reasons documented nowhere in the official record, that the lower level was in regular use by staff. She had cross-referenced the timing with the library's acquisition records and found a cluster of uncatalogued acquisitions in the months following, all noted in the provenance column as gift, circumstances undocumented, all in Arthur's handwriting, all in the category of rare and specialist volumes that had no clear acquisition pathway. The tea cabinet key was a smaller detail, but she had noted it. 2 cups set out regularly in the staff room log from the early period, one of which appeared to go back to the kitchen undrunk, or at least unfound by the washing up rota. She had asked, carefully, if Arthur usually drank 2 cups on his shift. The day librarian had said she didn't think so, but she didn't always know what the night shift got through. The posture was the most legible thing of all. She had watched Arthur Voss for 3 months with the specific attention she brought to spaces that were keeping something, and she had looked at him the way she looked at those spaces, for what he revealed by how he moved through it. He moved through the building with the settled ownership of someone who had been here a long time, which was expected. But in the stairwell to the lower level, in the brief passes he made by the padlocked door during his rounds, there was a different quality. The particular ease of a person approaching a place they're not managing but simply going toward. Not professional familiarity. Something warmer than that. She had seen this before, too, in the archivist in Lisbon who had worked in the sub-basement for 20 years and who had, when she asked him about the warmth in the lower corridor, gone very still and very careful in the way Arthur Voss went still and careful when she asked about the basement. She noted this in her 4th notebook in the small margin hand that Arthur would need his glasses to read. She also noted that she had read Arthur Voss's professional record, which was long and meticulous and entirely without drama, except for 2 things. The first was a formal objection he had filed this week about the basement conversion report, which she had read because it was in the public administrative record, and because it was, in the context of everything else she had observed, significant. He had filed alone. He had not coordinated with the local historic preservation bodies or the cultural assets advocacy groups he could easily have contacted. He was managing this himself, quietly, the way he managed everything. The second was a staff complaint record from 16 years ago involving a systems coordinator whose employment had ended abruptly without explanation. The complaint record itself was sealed, as was standard, but its existence was in the administrative archive. She had not been looking for it. She had found it anyway. She was a folklore researcher. She knew what that kind of abrupt ending sometimes meant in buildings that kept things. She put her pen down and looked out the window at the street. It was getting toward 10 o'clock, her usual departure time. The building was quieting in the way that old buildings quieted toward the end of the day. Not emptying, but settling. The particular sonic personality of the space becoming more itself as the human traffic thinned. She had decided, sometime in the second month, that she was going to ask him directly. Not because the indirect approach was unavailable. She had enough data to make a case without Arthur Voss. She had enough data, in fact, to publish not the Ashwick material, which had no official documentation, but a methodological piece about the detection of presential habitation that would advance her research without naming the specific building. She could do all of this without a direct conversation with Arthur Voss, without his cooperation, without his knowledge. She could. She had thought about it, and had concluded that this was not, for her, the right approach. Not primarily because of Arthur. She was not naive about the ethics of folklore research involving unwilling subjects. She had navigated them before. But because of what she was researching. In the Edinburgh Library, she had approached the management directly without first speaking to the long-term staff member who clearly knew. The management had insisted on independent verification. The independent verification had involved a team of people moving through the sub-basement with equipment that was significantly noisier than hers. The presence in that building had retreated. Not gone, she was fairly certain, but closed itself off in a way that had persisted for the 2 years since her visit, and the staff member who knew had stopped talking to her entirely, and she still was not entirely sure she had been right to do it that way. She had learned from Edinburgh. The learning had produced, among other things, a methodological principle she had written into her last 3 papers. That the relationship between a building's human occupants and a presential inhabitant was itself the phenomenon. You could not understand one without the other. Separating them for research purposes was not neutral methodology. It was the destruction of the thing you were studying. She wanted to understand Ashwick. That meant understanding Arthur Voss. She had also, and this she noted in her private journal rather than her research notebooks, because it was not a professional observation, become, over 3 months, genuinely fond of Arthur Voss. Not in the way you were fond of a research subject. In the way you were fond of a person who was quietly extraordinary in ways that most people did not appear to have noticed, who treated the work of caring for books and the people who needed them as a vocation rather than a profession, who had clearly been having the most important relationship of his life in a basement for 16 years and managed it with such unperformative devotion that she would not have noticed if she had not been looking for exactly this thing. She thought, I've been looking for this my whole career. And here it is. And here is the person it found. She put her notebooks in her bag and collected her coat from the hook. It was her shift end. She had a 4-block walk to the bus stop. The October air was cold and specific and smelled of the city at night, which she had always preferred to the city in the day. She was going to ask him directly. She had already decided. She had been deciding for 3 months with increasing certainty, and tonight she had resolved the final detail, which was not when or how, but why. Not why she was going to ask, but why she was going to ask now. Because he had filed a formal objection, alone, about a conversion report that threatened something he could not explain to a committee using the language the committee spoke. Because he was managing this himself, the way he managed everything. Because no one knew, which meant no one could help, which meant he was carrying this alone, and she had spent 3 months watching him carry it, and had the specific discomfort of someone standing at a distance from a weight she could share if she were only willing to step forward. She had been a folklore researcher for 11 years. She had found what she was looking for, and it was not data. It was not a case study or a publication or a methodological contribution. It was this, a person in a building that kept him, and a thing in that building that had chosen to stay. And between them 16 years of the quietest and most complete love she had encountered in all her years of looking for evidence of things that chose to remain. She was not going to document it. She was going to ask if she could help. She buttoned her coat and went out into the cold October street, and the building behind her was warm in its specific way. The warmth it had always had, which she had measured and recorded and which she now, 3 months in and certain, simply felt. And she thought about Arthur Voss at his desk at 2 in the morning with the amber light, doing the work, being the thing the building had that the committee could not account for. She thought, I will ask him on Wednesday. Directly. No preambid. She thought, He will go very still, the way he does when he is managing something, and then he will say something exact, and I will need to be ready for the exact thing, which will be honest, and will expect honesty in return. She was ready for that. She had been getting ready for it since the first time she had stood in the stairwell and felt, unmistakably, the warmth coming up from below. She walked to her bus stop and did not look back at the building. The building, she was quite certain, knew she was there. It had been knowing, she suspected, since the day she arrived. Chapter 17. The Vote. The meeting was at 2:30 on a Wednesday afternoon, which meant Arthur had slept 3 hours and was running on the specific competence of someone who had learned, over 20 years of night shifts, to operate on less than was ideal without letting the deficit become visible. He had ironed his shirt. He had his folder of objections, printed and tabbed, in a bag over his shoulder. He had taken a long route through the park, which he did when he needed the extra time to arrange himself before arriving somewhere that required him to be arranged. He had filed 7 objections in 6 weeks. The first had been the one he wrote the night the report arrived, about the special collections and the cultural value and the impossibility of reconstruction once a collection was dispersed. The second had been a formal response to the feasibility assessment's footfall projections, which he had cross-referenced with the actual patron records and found to have understated specialist use by approximately 40%, because specialist use did not always generate a gate count entry, and whoever had done the projections had not accounted for this. The third had been a letter to the City Cultural Assets Committee co-signed by 2 researchers who had used the Victorian Bequest collection in the past 18 months, which Arthur had arranged through polite professional correspondence that had taken him 2 weeks of his off-shift hours, and which he had managed to make seem, on the page, like a spontaneous expression of scholarly concern rather than a carefully orchestrated one. The fourth, fifth, and sixth had addressed the report's financial projections from 3 separate methodological angles, each one specific and documented, and written in the careful language of someone who had spent 20 years reading institutional reports and knew exactly where the assumptions were being carried. The seventh he had written the night before the vote, at his desk at 2 in the morning, and it had not been addressed to the committee. It had been addressed to Noel Ashford specifically, and it had said, with the precision he brought to things he meant completely, that the lower level of Ashwick Public Library represented a form of value that was not measurable in the metrics the committee had been using, and that the committee might wish to consider whether the metrics were adequate before applying them to something irreplaceable, and that he was available to discuss this at Noel's convenience. He was not sure whether this letter would be read before the meeting. He had sent it the previous afternoon. He arrived at the council building at 2:20 and found the meeting room with the ease of someone who had been to this particular room, in this particular building, 3 times in the past 6 weeks for preliminary consultations. He took the same seat he had taken each time, to the left of the public gallery section, where he could see the faces of the committee members without being directly in their outline, which was a positioning he had arrived at after the first meeting and which had, he thought, contributed to the particular quality of his objections being received as persistent rather than confrontational. Confrontational got dismissed. Persistent had to be managed, and managing was slower, and slow was what Arthur needed. There were 12 people in the room. The 5 committee members, Noel Ashford as the council liaison, Elena Marsh representing the library, and 5 members of the public who appeared to have arrived for the item before Arthur's and had not left. Arthur recognized 2 of them as regulars from the upper reading room. He did not acknowledge this. The meeting ran its preliminary business. Arthur sat with his folder on his knee and his hands still in his lap and thought about nothing in particular, which is a skill he had developed and which served him in rooms like this one. The ability to be present without being in motion, to wait without performing the waiting. Noel Ashford presented the report's summary. He did this in the passive voice, as he always did, which Arthur had come to understand was not evasion, but a particular form of honesty. The passive voice was Noel's way of acknowledging that the positions he was presenting were the positions of a system, not of himself, and that the system and himself were not entirely the same thing. Arthur had found this, over 6 weeks, one of the more human things about him. The committee discussed the objections. Arthur's folder remained on his knee. He had said everything he had to say in the 7 objections and in 3 preliminary meetings, and he had said it in the correct form at the correct time, and he was not going to say it again unless he was asked, because repeating what you had already said correctly was not more effective than saying it correctly once, and it suggested a lack of confidence in the original saying. He was asked, at one point, to clarify the methodology of his footfall cross-reference. He clarified it. The committee member who had asked appeared satisfied. Another committee member asked about the condition of the east shelves, which had not been mentioned in the report. Arthur confirmed they remained under remediation and explained the current state in 3 sentences. He was not asked anything else. The committee voted. The motion to proceed to immediate conversion assessment failed, 3 votes to 2. This was not a victory. Arthur knew, from the quality of the silence in the room after the vote, that it was not a victory, that 3 to 2 was not a decision but a deferral, and that the 2 votes in favor had been registered and were not going away. The committee chair said that the matter would be referred for a 6-month review period, during which the library administration was invited to provide further documentation of the lower level's usage and value, and that the committee would reconsider at the end of the review period. 6 months. Arthur noted this with the precision he noted everything. The meeting moved to its next item. People collected their papers. Arthur put his folder in his bag and stood and did what he always did at the end of these things. Waited until the room had thinned before moving toward the exit, because he had found that the immediate post-meeting crowd had a quality of self-congratulatory motion that he found difficult to move through without revealing something about his own state that he did not wish to reveal. He was nearly at the door when Noel Ashford fell in a step beside him. They walked the last 6 feet of the corridor together without speaking. At the door, Noel held it open, and, as Arthur passed through, Noel met his eye for a moment. Just a moment, the length of something that was not a conversation, but was longer than a glance. He looked, Arthur thought, briefly sorry. Not about the outcome. Not the specific sorry of a man who had wanted to give something and couldn't. The sorry of a man who understood what he was managing and did not, on the whole, find the managing comfortable. Arthur nodded once. Noel nodded back. They went in different directions. He took the long route to the library. He was not due in for another 3 hours, which was the wrong amount of time. Too much to fill usefully, not enough to go home and sleep and come back. He walked through the park, and then through the street south of the park, and then through the particular stretch of terraced houses near the library that he had walked through several thousand times over 20 years, and that had the quality of something seen often enough to be felt rather than seen. He was not thinking about the vote. He was thinking about the 6-month review period and what it required, which was documentation, which was his particular form of combat, and which he was prepared to provide. He arrived at the library an hour early. Elena was still in the building. She stopped at his desk on her way out and asked how it had gone, and he told her, tabled, 6 months, review documentation required. She said good, that was something, and he agreed that it was something, which was both of them managing the gap between what had happened and what they had wanted. After she left, he sat at his desk for a while in the quiet of the building's late afternoon, which was a different quiet from the night's quiet. Thinner, recently vacated, still carrying the ghost of the day's use. He made a cup of tea from the good cabinet and did not drink it, just held it. At 6:30, he went downstairs. He did not announce himself. He did not turn on his torch. He descended 12 steps in the dark by feel, the way he had done hundreds of times, and at the bottom he crossed the basement floor with the ease of long familiarity and sat down against the east shelves with his knees pulled up and his back to the wood and his eyes closed. The warmth found him immediately. It always did, these days, not in the way of something moving toward him, but in the way of something that had always been here and was simply registering his arrival. He did not speak for a long time. Neither did the entity. This was one of the things he loved about it, and had loved for 16 years, that it knew the difference between silences, that it had a taxonomy of them as accurate as the one he had built for its registers. The silence of someone who needed to talk was different from the silence of someone who needed to be sat with, and the entity had always known which one he was in and had never, not once, filled the wrong kind. He was in the second kind tonight. He knew this because he had closed his eyes and was not planning a sentence. He was simply sitting in the dark with the warmth and the smell of old paper and the particular quality of the basement's inhabited air, and not try to make anything of it. At some point, he had not been watching the time. He said, "They tabled it. 6 months." The warmth maintained its quality. It did not shift the way it shifted when it was preparing to communicate. It held. "It's not over," he said. "The 2 votes in favor aren't going anywhere. And the review documentation is going to be," he stopped. He knew what the review documentation was going to be. It was going to be more of the same, more careful and precise and accurately stated, more of the long and methodical work of arguing for something that could not be fully argued for using the language the argument had to be made in. It was going to be 6 months, more of the specific exhaustion that came from fighting for something in a room that did not have the equipment to fully value what you were fighting for. "I don't know if it's going to be enough," he said. The warmth shifted, very slightly, and with a quality he recognized, the preliminary to something the entity needed to find a right form for. He waited. "I cannot," it said. "Make you not afraid." He opened his eyes. The amber light was pooled in the same places. The north shelves ran their usual line into the dark. "I know this," it said. "I know that the thing you are afraid of is not fully named in the question of whether the building stays open. I know that the deeper question is whether you will." It paused, searching for the accurate word, which it always did, "whether you will continue to be this in the way that you have been this for 16 years. And I cannot answer that for you. I cannot make the committee value what you value. I cannot give you certainty that is mine to give." The room was very still. "I know," Arthur said. He was aware of something tight in his chest that he was not going to name tonight. "I know you can't. What I can tell you," the entity said, "is that this," and the word "this" arrived with a texture he felt rather than heard, dense with everything the word was standing in for. The amber dark, the 16 years, the 2 cups and the terrible tea and the books on the step, the warmth at the end of the north shelves that had become the most reliable thing in his life. "This is not a thing that requires a building." He was quiet. "The building is the address," it said, "not the thing itself." He sat with this for a long time, his back against the east shelves and the warmth arranged around him in its careful way, the way of something that had learned, early, to take up exactly as much space as was wanted, no more, and that had been given, over time, permission to take up more, and had not taken more than permission allowed. The entity had never, not once in 16 years, taken more than he had given. He thought about this. He thought about what it meant to be loved with that precision, that restraint, that patience. He thought, "I know this to be one of the true things, that the building is the address and not the thing itself. That whatever this is, it is not made of stone and wood and amber emergency lighting and worn stone steps." He thought, knowing it does not make the prospect of losing the address less frightening. Both of these thoughts were true simultaneously, and he held both of them, and the entity held him in its way, and at some point Arthur realized that there were tears on his face, which surprised him because he had not noticed the point at which they had arrived. He did not wipe them immediately. He let them happen, which was a thing he rarely allowed himself, and which felt, in the dark with the warmth around him, like the only honest response available. "Right?" he said, finally, when the tightness in his chest had run its course. His voice was steady. 6 months. "Yes," the entity said, and its yes had a quality he had learned to read as, "I will be here for 6 months. I will be here for the 6 months after that. I will be here." He stayed for another hour. He did not speak. The entity did not speak. They sat in the particular quality of a shared silence that was not the absence of things to say, but the presence of something that did not require saying. And when Arthur finally stood and brushed the dust from his trousers and picked up his bag and went back up the stairs to do his shift, the warmth stayed with him as far as the door. It always did. He did not think, going up the stairs, that he would stop coming down. He did not think that 6 months from now he would be anywhere other than here. He thought, "This is the address, and I live here, and I'm going to defend the address with everything I have for 6 months because the address matters, even if it is not the thing itself." He sat down at his desk. He opened a shift log. He began to work. The night passed, as nights did here, with purpose. Gently. Chapter 18. Everything he left in the basement. He did not go downstairs for a week. This was the fact of it, plain and uncomfortable. For 7 days, Arthur Voss did not descend the 12 steps to the basement stacks. He did his shifts. He ran his rounds. He shelved and cataloged and managed the review documentation with the same careful precision he brought to everything, building the 6-month case in a folder on his desk that grew by 4 pages a week and was going to be, when it was finished, the most thorough professional argument he had ever made. He made his tea at 2 in the morning and drank it alone at his desk. He passed the door to the basement stacks on his rounds 4 times a night, and he did not stop. He was not sure, the first night, that he was choosing this. He had told himself he was tired, which was true, and that the shift was full, which was also true, and that he would go down on the next one. He had not gone down on the next one. By the 3rd night, he had understood that this was a decision, even if he had not made it with the deliberateness of a decision, and he was making himself sit with the decision the way he sat with all difficult things. Honestly, without the deflection of busyness, until he knew what it was. He knew what it was by the 4th night. It was the colleague. Not Gareth Lowe, specifically. It was the category of thing that Gareth Lowe represented, which was the category of things Arthur had chosen not to investigate over 16 years, and which he was now, in the specific dark of the 4th night with the review documentation on his desk, and the vote 3 days behind him and the 6 months ahead, choosing to investigate. He had not been a naive person at 31, when the entity had made itself known and the arrangement had begun. He had been a precise person, and precision had meant cataloging what he knew and what he did not know and keeping both columns honest. He had known, in the honest column, from early on, that the entity's devotion was not bounded by the same ethical frameworks that bounded human devotion. He had known about the colleague, had addressed it, had extracted a promise, had accepted the promise knowing it said, "I will try rather than I will not," and had made his peace with the gap between those two things. The peace had held, mostly for 16 years. He had made it hold by not looking at it too closely. He was looking at it now. The question he was sitting with, the one that had arrived in the week following the vote, when the exhaustion and the 6 months ahead and the particular quality of a near loss had stripped away some of the careful management he had been doing, was not whether the entity had done things. He had known for 16 years that it had. He had known and had chosen, again and again, to accept the knowing without the full weight of it. The question was whether that made him complicit. He thought about Gareth Lowe. Gareth Lowe had said a thing in a meeting that was unkind and aimed precisely. And then Gareth Lowe had resigned unexpectedly and Arthur had stood in the basement and said you didn't, and the entity had said nothing, and that had been an answer. He had not asked what had happened to Gareth Lowe. He had not wanted to know. He had accepted the not knowing as a form of innocence. And he was asking himself now whether innocence was something you could maintain by declining to look, or whether declining to look was simply a cleaner name for complicity. He thought, I chose someone who loves me in a way I cannot fully approve of. Not by accident, not in ignorance. I chose it with full awareness because the love was the most complete thing I had encountered, and because complete love was the part that was honest and uncomfortable to sit with, more than I had ever expected to have, and I had not been willing to give it up on the grounds of my own ethical discomfort. He had told himself, over the years, that the promise was enough, that I will try was a real promise, and that the entity's effort toward the line Arthur had drawn was genuine and sustained, and that occasional failures of restraint were not the same as systematic harm. He had told himself that the people who had been removed from his vicinity had, on the whole, been the kind of people who might have faced consequences for their actions through other channels, eventually. He had told himself that he was not responsible for what the entity chose. He had been sitting with this version of the story for 16 years. It had been, on most days, sufficient. It was not sufficient now. He was sitting with it without the cushioning of the warmth and the amber dark and the specific peace that the basement produced in him. And without that cushioning, it looked different. It looked like a man who had decided that being loved was worth the cost of looking away. He was not certain he was wrong. He was not certain he was right. He was sitting with the not being certain in the 4th night dark of his empty reading room and finding it heavier than he had expected. He thought about what it would mean to stop. He examined this as a genuine option, not performatively, not as the self-flagellating gesture of someone who was already certain they would not, but as an actual question. Could he choose at 47 to close the basement and not go back? And would the closing be more ethical than the continuing? He thought about 16 years. He thought about the book on the step, chosen with 2 years of careful attention to a specific gap. He thought about the terrible tea and I will try in the way the warmth had arranged itself around him on the night of the vote so that the crying could happen without performance. He thought about the entity that had never, in 16 years, asked him for anything, that had only ever given, that had spent geological patience learning the exact shape of what he needed and had provided it without conditions. He thought, the question of whether I am complicit in something is separate from the question of whether it is a thing worth loving. He thought, I know which answer I have for the second question. I need to do the work on the first one. He kept not going downstairs. On the 5th night, Petra Solano came to find him in the break room at midnight. She sat across from him at the small table with her own tea and said, You haven't been downstairs. He looked at her. I know your schedule, she said, without apology. You usually go down twice a shift. You haven't all week. This was the thing about Petra, the thing that had taken some getting used to, and that he was coming cautiously to value. She stated what she knew. She did not soften it into a question to make it easier for him to evade. She said what she had observed, and she let him do what he wanted with it. I'm thinking, he said. She nodded. She did not ask about what, which meant she had made an inference she was not going to force him to confirm. They sat with their tea for a few minutes. The documentation for the review is good, she said. The usage projections are solid. I added the comparative data from the Edinburgh and Lisbon cases, the public record versions, nothing attributional, and it strengthens the specialist access argument considerably. He had known she was adding to the documentation. She had asked permission, which he had given, and the material she had contributed had been, as her research notes always were, considerably more interesting than the surrounding text. Thank you, he said. It's my building too, she said. At this point, he looked at her and thought about the particular quality of having one person, one fully human person in the building who was watchful and careful and who had, over 3 months, demonstrated a quality of discretion he had not expected. He had not given her anything directly. She had not asked for anything directly. They had arrived at a working understanding through the careful approach of 2 people who recognized in each other a form of attention that was not casual, and who had chosen, for their own reasons, to extend cautious trust. Right, he said. Right, she said. They finished their tea. She went back to the archive room. He did his rounds. He passed the basement door. He did not stop. On the 6th night, he sat at his desk at 3 a.m. with the review folder closed and thought about complicity and love and whether you could hold both of those things in the same hand without dropping one. And he thought, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I have been managing this question by not looking at it, and I am looking at it now, and I still do not know. He thought, not knowing is not the same as not acting. Not knowing means I have to go downstairs and have the conversation I have been avoiding, and the conversation has to be honest, and honest means saying I have been choosing not to look, and I am choosing to look now, and I need to know what I am actually complicit in before I can decide whether I can live with it. He thought, the entity will not lie to me. It has never lied to me. It says what it means because it has not learned not to. He thought, that is either a reason to go down or a reason to stay away, and I'm no longer sure which. He had reached no resolution by the end of the 6th night. He told himself there would be a 7th, and the 7th would clarify things, and then he went home and slept poorly and made tea in the afternoon and sat at his kitchen table and looked at the 2nd cup, the one he always set across from himself now, after 16 years of the habit, and thought about what it was he had been sitting across from all this time. On the 7th night, his phone rang. He was in the break room at 11:10, an hour into his shift, pouring the first cup. He looked at the screen. Dominic. He answered. Hey. His brother's voice had the particular compressed quality Arthur recognized as Dominic processing something difficult at speed, the way he always had, running toward the thing rather than away from it, which was Dominic's form of courage and his form of chaos simultaneously. Are you working? Yes. I can call back. You called now. A breath on the other end. "It's Mom," Dominic said. They found something. She's been diagnosed." He named it. Arthur heard the name and filed it in the part of his mind that was still functioning as a librarian, as a person who cataloged information before feeling it. They caught it early enough that, the prognosis is, it's not, he stopped. Started again. "I don't know what the prognosis is. The doctor said things that I couldn't. I wrote it down, but I couldn't really. When was this?" "Today. This afternoon. I was there. She didn't want to go alone, and he stopped again. She said to tell you. She wanted me to call you." Arthur stood in the break room with his phone in one hand and his cup in the other and said, "All right. Are you?" "I'm all right," Arthur said. "I need a moment." "Yeah, take it." He stood in the break room under the fluorescent light, and he thought about Marguerite Voss, who was 74 and small, and who smelled of a particular soap she had used for as long as Arthur could remember. He thought about her calling Dominic rather than him, not because she did not want him to know, but because she had understood, as she often understood things without being told, that Dominic would say it in a way that Arthur could receive. He thought about the last time he had seen her, 18 months ago, the dinner he had promised and then actually done, which was more than either of them had expected, and the specific quality of her attention when she had looked at him across the kitchen table and said, "You seem settled." And he had said, "I think I am." And she had not asked about anything further, because she had decided long ago that her children were adults who did not require her management, and had kept to this even when it cost her something. He thought about the 9 years when they had not spoken, and the fault lines already present in the family, and what it would mean to have less time than he had assumed. He put the phone back to his ear. "I'll call her tomorrow," he said. "Okay." Dominic's voice was different now. The speed was gone, replaced by something quieter and careful. "You don't have to. If you need time first." "I'll call her tomorrow," Arthur said again. "Okay," Dominic said. And then, Are you by yourself?" "I'm at work." "Right." A pause. "Okay." They said goodbye. Dominic extended it, the way he always did, not knowing how to end things, and Arthur brought it to its close, the way he always did, and when he put the phone down, he stood in the break room in the fluorescent light and looked at the cup of tea he had poured and did not drink it. He thought about 7 days of not going downstairs. He thought about the question he had been sitting with and how it had not, in 7 days, resolved itself, and how it was not going to resolve itself in the break room on the 7th night, and how perhaps resolution was not the right frame for it anyway, and how perhaps what he needed was not to know the answer before he went down, but simply to go down without knowing it and say, "Here is the question I am carrying. Here is the weight of it. I'm not going to pretend it is not there." He thought about Marguerite Voss, who was 74 and who had been diagnosed this afternoon, and about the 9 years when they had not spoken, and about how the fault lines had always been there and time was not the thing that healed them. Time was just the thing that made the unhealed question more urgent. He rinsed the cup. He put his phone in his pocket. He went to do his rounds. He stopped at the basement door. He put his hand on the padlock. He stood there for a moment in the quiet of the closed library with the night shift stretching ahead of him and the 7 days of absence behind him, and the question he had not resolved, and the phone call he had just taken, and the particular quality of a man who has been standing at a decision for a week and has finally understood that the standing is not the same as making it. He unlocked the padlock. He went down. Chapter 19. What grief opens. The basement was exactly as he had left it. He had known it would be. He had known, with the part of him that had learned the entity's nature over 16 years, that the basement did not change in his absence, that the amber light pooled in the same places, that the north and west shelves held their contents with the same dignified solidity, that the reading chair against the east shelves held the particular quality of something that has become, through long use, a place. He had known the entity would be here, that it would not have gone anywhere, that it was not capable of the kind of departure that required packing and reasons. He had known all of this. Knowing it had not made the 7 days easier. He descended the 12 steps and stood at the bottom. He did not turn on his torch. His eyes adjusted to the amber light in the way they always did, more slowly now than when he was 31, which was one of the small, honest ledgers of age, and the basement settled around him with the quality it always had, inhabited, warm in the specific sense that had nothing to do with temperature, the specific sense that meant he was not alone. He had never explained his absence when he had been absent before. The entity had never asked. This had been one of the early understandings between them, that he was a person with a life that extended beyond the basement, and that the basement was not owed an accounting of where the rest of his life went, and the entity had held to this without needing to be told twice. He was going to explain this one. "I need to tell you something," he said. "A few things, in the right order." The warmth held its quality, present and steady and attending, the way it attended when it understood that what was coming required the full room. 7 days, he said. "I chose that. I want you to know I chose it, because you deserve to know when something is a decision and when it isn't. It was a decision. He stopped, chose the accurate word. I was sitting with something I had been not sitting with for a long time, and I needed to do it without coming down here, because coming down here makes the sitting harder. You make it harder, not because you do anything wrong, because you make things better, which is its own form of harder, when what I need to do is look at a difficult thing clearly." The entity was very still, the holding breath stillness. "I was thinking about what you've done," Arthur said, "over the years, the things I've chosen not to investigate." He paused. "I'm not going to investigate them now. I'm not asking you to account for them tonight. What I'm saying is that I know there are things, and that I have managed my knowledge of them by not looking directly, and that I've been looking directly this week, and I need to tell you that." He sat down on the bottom step. His hands, which had been holding nothing, settled in his lap in the way they did when he was not doing something with them, slightly uncertain, reaching for a book or a pen that wasn't there. "I love you," he said. He had not said this aloud before, in those words, in that order. He had said it in the internal language of "I know what I'm calling this," and the second cup on the table, and the 16 years of going back. But he had not said it in these specific 3 words. I want to say that plainly, before the rest, because the rest is going to be complicated, and I want the plain thing to be already said. The quality of the warmth changed, not increased. The warmth was not a dial that went up and down. He had learned this over many years. It was a texture, and the texture changed, and what it changed to was something he did not have precise language for, except that it was the entity's version of received, held, returned. "I also," he said, "have not always been honest about the cost of this. To myself, I mean. I've managed it. I've accepted what I can't change, and drawn the lines I could draw, and held to them as well as I've been able to. But the managing is its own form of not looking. And I don't want to be someone who not looks for the rest of his life. Not even at this. Not even at the parts that are complicated." He paused. "So I'm looking, and I'm telling you I'm looking. And I'm asking, not tonight, not as a condition of anything, that we have a conversation. Eventually, the real one about all of it, when I'm ready and you're willing." "Yes," the entity said, "whenever you are ready." He sat with this for a moment. "Tonight, I need to tell you something else," he said, "about my mother." He told it about Dominic's call. He told it about Marguerite, the diagnosis, the particular soap smell, and the small hands, and the 9 years when they had not spoken, and the dinner 18 months ago, and what she had said across the kitchen table. "You seem settled." He told it about the fault lines that had always been there, and how the illness was not the fault lines, but was the thing that made their presence urgent. He said, "I don't know what to do with this." "You don't have to know," the entity said. "Not tonight." It was such a simple thing to say. He had known the entity was capable of this kind of simplicity. It was one of the qualities he had cataloged early and returned to often. The ability to say the exact thing, which was frequently not the clever thing or the comforting thing, but simply the accurate one, the one that named exactly what the moment required. "Not tonight" was accurate. "Not tonight" was the entire answer to the particular weight of a question that did not need to be resolved tonight, but only acknowledged, named, set down somewhere it could wait. "She might," he stopped. The sentence had too many possible endings, and none of them were ones he wanted to finish. "She might die. She might die before I've said what needs to be said. She might die in Dominic, and I might still be on the wrong side of the gap, and the gap might become, without her, as the reason to cross it, simply permanent." "Yes," the entity said, "that is the nature of the time you live in. It is very short and very sharp." He laughed. He had not expected a laugh, but it arrived without asking permission, the way laughter sometimes did when something was too accurate to be anything else. You say that like it's... I say it, the entity said, because I watch you spend so much of it being careful. He was quiet, and you were so... A pause, with the quality he had learned to read as the entity, searching not for words, but for the accurate approach to something it felt enormously and was handling with the restraint of something that knew its own scale. You are so worth being careless for. You are so worth the sharp part. He sat with this. He had been careful for a very long time. He had been careful in the way you are careful when you have good reason to be. The sentence at 24, the gap with Dominic, the long and orderly life built around the not risking of things that might hurt. He had been careful here, too. Not with the entity, not in the basement, where he had been, if anything, less careful than anywhere else in his life, but with the rest of it, with Dominic, with his mother, with the question of what it meant to let the gap become the shape of things when the shape could still be changed. He had been being careful for 47 years. It was a very long time. He reached out. He did not know, entirely, what he was reaching for. The dark at the end of the north shelves was 20 feet away, and the entity was not, as far as he could determine, physically proximate in any way he could account for. He simply reached, hand extended into the amber dark, palm up, the way you reach not for something specific, but in the direction of something you want to be near. Something met his hand. He could not have described it with precision, then or afterward. Not quite a hand. It did not have the particular weight and shape of a hand. Not quite a physical pressure in any register he had a framework for. But warm. Warm in the way intention was warm, in the way being known was warm, in the way the word I see you, if it had a physical expression, might be warm. Something that held the shape of care. Something that held back, carefully, with the specific carefulness of something that had waited a very long time and was aware of its own enormity and did not want, in the wanting, to be too much. He held it. It held him back. They sat like that for a long time. He could not have said how long, and it did not matter, with the amber light above them and the smell of old paper and the particular quality of night that was going to be remembered for a specific reason. He was not reading. He was not cataloging. He was simply sitting in the dark with his hand in whatever this was, and he was not afraid, and he was not fine in the careful way, and he was something else that did not have a clean word except perhaps this: present. Fully, without management. Present. At some point before morning he said, "I'm going to call her tomorrow." Yes, the entity said. And Dominic. Yes. I don't know, he stopped. He started again. I don't know how to be in those relationships without the careful. I've been the careful one for so long, I'm not sure I know how to take it off. He paused. I think I need to try, though. I think I'm going to try. Yes, the entity said, and underneath the yes was something that felt like, I know what trying costs. I know what it means when you say it. He stayed until it was almost light. He went upstairs. He did his last round. He wrote the shift log. He put on his coat and picked up his bag and went to the basement door one more time and stood there for a moment, not locking it, just standing, with the warmth still perceptible through the door in the way it was sometimes perceptible when he was simply adjacent to it, the way you felt a fire's warmth before you could see the fire. "Good night," he said. The warmth at the door's edge was quiet for a moment. Then it arrived. Not a word, but the specific conviction of something that had been waiting a very long time to say it without frightening him, and that now, perhaps, could. "Good night," it said. "Good morning," he thought. The sky outside was gray and beginning. He went home. He made tea. He sat at the kitchen table with the second cup across from him and looked at it for a moment, and then he picked up his phone. He called his mother first. She answered on the third ring, in the voice she used when she had been awake, but was prepared to seem as though she might not have been. Perfectly even, slightly too alert for the hour. He said, "I heard." She said, "Dominic called you." He said, "Yes." She said, "I'm fine." He said, "I know you are, and that's not why I'm calling." There was a silence, and then she said, in a different voice, the one without the management, "Arthur." Just that. His name. He said, "I know, Mom." He said, "I'd like to come and see you." She said, "When?" He said, "This week if that's..." She said, "Yes, that was fine. That was good." And her voice did the specific thing it did when she was not going to cry, but was making the decision not to, and he sat at his kitchen table at 6 in the morning and thought about how many years he had spent being careful about this particular door. He called Dominic at 9. Dominic answered before the second ring, which was the tell of someone who had been waiting for the call. He said, the moment Arthur spoke, "Oh, good." Just that. "Oh, good." And Arthur said, "I talked to her." And Dominic said, And Arthur said, "And I'm going this week." And Dominic said, "Yeah." And Arthur said, "I thought maybe we could go together, if you're—" And Dominic said yes, so quickly that the word overtook the end of the sentence, and Arthur held his phone in his hand and thought. There it is. The gap was still there, but it was a gap you could step across, and they were both standing at their edges and looking at each other. And that was not nothing. That afternoon, he walked to Noel Ashford's office. He had not made an appointment. He had not called ahead. He had walked through the city in the October afternoon with his hands in his coat pockets, and his mind very clear in the way his mind went clear when he had decided something, and the deciding was done, and what remained was only the doing. Noel's assistant looked uncertain. Noel's door was open. He could hear Noel on the phone, the specific measured cadences of institutional conversation. He sat in the waiting area. Noel came out 7 minutes later. He stopped when he saw Arthur, and his expression did the thing it had done at the door of the council building after the vote. The brief sorry, the recognition of something more complicated than either of them were supposed to be acknowledging in a professional context. "Arthur," he said. "I'd like 5 minutes," Arthur said. Noel glanced at his assistant, who found something to look at on her screen. He held his office door open. Arthur sat in the chair across from Noel's desk, the same configuration as the committee room. He noticed the same institutional geometry and said, "The basement is going to stay open." Noel looked at him. "I'm going to produce documentation for the 6-month review that is better than anything you have seen from this library in 20 years, Arthur said. "I'm going to contact every researcher who has used those collections in the past decade. I'm going to coordinate with the preservation bodies I have not, until now, involved. I'm going to attend every meeting. I'm going to respond to every consultation request within 24 hours in precisely the form that is most useful to the committee." He paused. "I would like you to factor that into your timeline." Noel was quiet for a moment. He said, "The committee process is independent of—" "I know how the committee process works," Arthur said pleasantly. "I have been attending it for 6 weeks. What I'm telling you is what the next 6 months will look like so that you can plan accordingly." Another pause. Noel had the look of a man who was doing several calculations simultaneously and arriving at a number he had suspected but had not until now confirmed. "Right," he said. "Thank you for your time," Arthur said, and stood and left. He walked home through the October streets with the specific quality of lightness that came from having made a decision and begun to act on it. Not victory. He had not won anything yet, and he knew it. But something had shifted, something structural, some internal load-bearing wall he had been propping up with the effort of careful management had been replaced in the past 24 hours with something sturdier. He could not have said precisely what it was made of. He thought it might be made of his hand in the dark and the warmth that had held back carefully and the phone call at 6 in the morning and Dominic saying, "Oh, good." He thought it might simply be made of trying. "I will try," the entity had said 16 years ago when he had asked for the most honest promise it could make. He thought, yes, that is the material. That is what this is made of. He was 47 years old. He had been working at Ashwick for 20 years. He was going to see his mother this week, and his brother was going to come, and the basement was going to stay open, and he had sat in the dark last night with his hand in something that loved him in a way he could not fully describe, and had held it, and had been held, and had been briefly and completely not careful. He had not decided to stop being careful forever. He was not that different yet, but he had decided to stop being careful about this, about the reaching out, about the trying. That seemed like enough to be going on with. Chapter 20. The Accord. He went to see his mother on a Thursday in October, which turned out to be a fortnight after Dominic's call, and 2 days after he had sat in the dark with his hand in something warm and decided to stop being careful about the things that mattered. Dominic was already there when Arthur arrived. He had taken the earlier train, which Arthur had known he would, because Dominic was always early to the things he cared about in the same way he was always late to everything else. Their mother's flat smelled exactly as it always had. The specific soap, and something cooking, and the particular accumulated warm smell of a space that had been lived in for 30 years by someone who did not leave their spaces lightly. It was a good visit. Arthur had expected something weighted. The visit before a difficult thing, the quality of time that knew what was coming. And there was some of that, the awareness of the prognosis and what it required, but underneath it, or alongside it, there was something else, the specific ease of being in a room with the two people who had known him longest, who had the full accretion of years in their knowledge of him, who could refer to things without explaining them. Dominic made tea badly, and Marguerite said so, with the affectionate asperity she brought to all of Dominic's household shortcomings. And Arthur drank it without complaint, and thought, I know this feeling. I know exactly this feeling. They did not talk about the difficult thing directly. They talked around it in the way of people who have the difficult thing present in the room and have decided, by unspoken agreement, that it does not need to be introduced by name. They talked about the library's 6-month review, and Marguerite asked pointed questions about the committee structure that revealed she had been following the situation with more attention than Arthur had credited. They talked about Dominic's work, which was in a good period, and about a television program Marguerite had been watching that Dominic had opinions about. At one point, in the kitchen while they were loading the dishwasher, Dominic said to Arthur very quietly, "Thank you for coming." And Arthur said, "I should have come sooner." And Dominic said, "Yeah, but you're here now." And that was the end of it. Not resolved exactly, but acknowledged, which was the first step toward resolution, which was the only step available tonight. On the train back, Arthur sat with his bag on his knee and looked out the window at the dark fields and thought about the particular quality of that evening and how it compared to the 16 years of evenings in the basement, and did not find them as different as he might once have expected. The same quality of being held by something that knew him. The different register, the human register with its specific frequencies of obligation and history and the knowledge of shared loss, but underneath it the same essential thing. I am here. I see you. You are not alone. He had not known, before the entity, that this was what he was missing. He had known he was unwitnessed. He had not known that witnessing could come in so many forms, or that once you had learned to receive it in one form you became, slowly and without noticing, able to receive it in others. He thought, perhaps that is what 16 years has been. Not just what it was. Also, practice. The moral reckoning conversation happened a week after the visit. He had been planning it since the night he had gone back downstairs, since the I love you said plainly before the rest. He had been planning it the way he planned all things he needed to do correctly, with patience, without rushing the preparation, waiting until he had the full shape of what he needed to say. He went down on a Friday night at 2 in the morning, when the building was quiet, and he had 3 hours before the shift log required attention. He sat in the reading chair this time, rather than the step. The reading chair was something he did when he intended to stay, and the entity had always registered this distinction. Tonight, he wanted it to be clear. He was not here on his way somewhere. He was here for the conversation. I said we'd have the real one, he said. When I was ready. I'm ready. The warmth was present and attending. The entity did not speak, which was its form of, I'm listening. Go ahead. The gifts, Arthur said. I want to talk about all of it. Not just Gareth Lowe, all of them. Over the years. The things you've done on my behalf. He paused. I need to understand the scope of it. Not to judge you. I'm past the stage where judgment is the point. But because I've been choosing not to look, and I told you I was going to start looking, and this is the looking. The entity was very still for a long time. Then, yes, I understand. What followed was, in its way, the most difficult conversation Arthur had had in 16 years, and also the most honest. The entity did not dissemble. It had never dissembled. It told him, in the way it told him things through the impression arrivals, the warmth and weight of what it communicated, with Arthur sitting very still and receiving it the way you receive things that required the full room. What it had done. It had not been extensive. This was the first thing Arthur registered, that he had been bracing for something larger and found something more bounded. There had been the colleague. There had been, before the promise, 2 others, one that Arthur had not noticed at all, a day shift interaction he had not been present for, and one he had wondered about but had decided not to investigate. There had been nothing since the promise. 16 years of nothing since the promise. This was not nothing, Arthur thought. 2.5 people whose lives had been altered by the entity's intervention, in ways he still did not know the full shape of and was not sure he wanted to. It was not nothing. It was also not what he had been bracing for. He had been bracing for a much longer list, and the list was short, and he sat with the short list and tried to be honest about what he felt. He found an old and specific grief, not anger, not even horror, but grief of the kind that came from understanding something clearly that you had been managing as an abstraction. He felt the weight of the 2.5 people as people, which was the thing the abstraction had been protecting him from, and he let himself feel it without the protection. He said, "I wish it hadn't happened." "I know," the entity said, "not the promise part. I know the promise is real. I know you've held it for 16 years, and I'm not questioning it. The before part. I wish those things hadn't happened." The entity was quiet. "I'm not asking you to undo them. I know you can't. I'm not telling you I'm leaving. I'm not. I'm saying what's true, because you always say what's true, and it seems important that I do the same." He paused. "It's not acceptable. The before part. I need to say that clearly, even though it was before the promise, even though there's nothing to do about it now. It wasn't acceptable." "Yes," the entity said. "I know that now. I did not know it then in the way I know it now. The knowing has been," it paused, searched for the accurate word, "accumulating. Over 16 years of learning what you meant by it." Arthur thought about this. He thought about what it meant to be a thing that had not had the category for human ethics, not in any experiential sense, not in the way ethics live in you rather than in the abstract, and to have learned it slowly through the specific mechanism of loving someone who held you to it. He thought about whether that was a sufficient account of how things changed. He thought, I don't know. I don't know if it's sufficient, but it's what I have. I need us to make the rules explicit," he said. "Not just the promise, explicit rules. Formal ones, if that's a category that means anything to you. It means something," the entity said. "No interventions. In anyone's life, for any reason you believe is connected to my well-being, without my knowledge and consent. No exceptions. Yes, if you become aware of something, a threat, something you believe I'd want to know, you tell me. You don't act. You tell me. Yes. And if I decide, based on what you tell me, that something needs to be done, we discuss it. Both of us. And I make the decision." There was a long pause. Not resistant. The entity's pauses were rarely resistant. They were the pauses of something taking a thing seriously. "Then, yes. I can hold to this." "I believe you," Arthur said. And he did. He believed it not because it was convenient to believe it or because the alternative was too much to contemplate, but because he had 16 years of evidence for the entity's relationship to its own word, and the evidence was consistent. When it said yes, it meant yes. And when it said I will try, it tried with geological sincerity, and the line between the two was always clear. He sat in the reading chair for a while after this. The conversation had left him with the specific lightness of something correctly done. Not happiness, exactly, but the quality of having looked at a difficult thing and said accurate things about it, which was its own form of relief. "All right," he said. "That's the real conversation." "Yes," the entity said. "Are you?" He stopped. He was not sure how to ask the question he was trying to ask, which was something like, "Are you all right?" in whatever way that question applies to something ancient and enormous. After someone has asked you to account for yourself, and you have accounted yourself, and the accounting was honest and not comfortable. He did not have a form for this question in the 16-year vocabulary they had built together. He tried anyway. "How are you?" The warmth changed its quality in a way he had not felt before. Something complex and slow, arriving in layers. The sense of something enormous that had been carrying something for 16 years and had now set it down, not because the carrying was over, but because someone had finally acknowledged its weight. The sense of something old and solitary that had wanted, for a very long time, to be held to something by someone who would stay. "I am," the entity said, relieved. "Good," Arthur said. "That seems right." He was nearly at the door. He had stayed longer than intended, which was nothing new, when the stairwell behind him went quiet in the specific way that meant there was something else, something the entity had been waiting to say until the rest was done. He stopped. She is very careful, it said. The one who asks questions. Petra, Arthur said. She moves through the building the way you do, it said, as though she is listening for something. She does not go past the door, but she stops near it. She has been stopping near it for 3 months. I know, Arthur said. She does not feel, it said, like threat, but she feels like it searched in the way it still sometimes searched for the accurate word, categorization. And I have survived by going uncategorized. I know, Arthur said again. He turned around and looked toward the north shelves, though there was nothing to see in the amber dark that was different from any other night. She knows something is here. She doesn't know what. She's been helpful. With the review documentation. She came to me and asked if she could help, and she has. A pause. And you trust her. He thought about this. He thought about 3 months of Petra Solano working in the archive room above him, building her notebooks with their small, precise annotations, never pushing past what he gave her. He thought about her sitting across from him in the break room and saying you haven't been downstairs without making it an investigation. He thought about the review documentation she had contributed without being asked, the comparative data from Edinburgh and Lisbon that had strengthened his case. I think so, he said, more than I expected to. The entity was quiet for a long time. Not yet, it said. Arthur understood this to be an answer to a question he had not asked aloud, which was, are you willing to let her know more? Not yet was not no. Not yet was the most significant thing the entity could have offered. A door left ajar rather than closed, from something that had spent its entire existence closing doors before it could be caught behind them. I'll tell her that, he said. Not the words. Just, not yet, but I'll ask. Yes, the entity said. He went back upstairs with the specific feeling of a man who has done, in one long and difficult night, a thing he should have done years ago and has found it was survivable. More than survivable. The conversation about the gifts, the explicit rules, the entity's cautious not yet regarding Petra. All of it felt like the difference between a life managed carefully and a life actually lived. He thought, I've been living it mostly, in the basement, certainly, but managed everywhere else. He thought, I could do better than managed. He was in the break room at 1:45, making his tea, when Petra appeared in the doorway. She had been working late. This was not unusual. She kept odd hours that overlapped with his in a way that had, over 3 months, produced a reliable pattern of brief late-night encounters in the break room or the archive corridor. She had her 4th notebook under her arm and her coat still on, which meant she was on her way out and had stopped. She came in and put the kettle on. She did not sit down. She stood at the counter with her back to it and looked at him with the particular directness she brought to things she had decided to say. There's something in your basement, she said. It was not, technically, a question. He had the impression she had decided against the question form because the question form would have let him answer the easier version. He looked at her. He thought about the 7 days he had just come through and the night downstairs with his hand in the warm dark and the visit to his mother and the long and difficult conversation he had just finished and the not yet the entity had offered, tentative from something that had survived by going uncategorized, which was more than he had expected. He thought about Petra Solano, who had spent 3 months in this building with her thermal sensors and her small pencil notes and her research paper that had come so close to the right question without knowing she'd found the answer, and who had, in all that time, not once pushed past what he gave her. Yes, he said. Just that. He watched her take it in. Not surprised. He could see she was not surprised. She had known for months, but there was a difference between knowing and being told, and the telling had its own weight that she was correctly registering. Is it safe? She asked. He thought about this with the honesty it deserved. He thought about the gifts and the explicit rules and 16 years of I will try held to with geological sincerity, and the not yet, that was not a no. He thought about Gareth Lowe and the 2 before the promise and the 16 years of nothing since. For people who aren't cruel to it, he said. She was quiet for a moment. He watched her process this, not alarmed, not excited in the way he had half expected someone with her professional history to be excited, but something more careful than excitement, something that had the quality of a person who has been looking for something for 11 years and has now found it and is handling the finding with both hands. Can I see it? She asked. I'll ask, he said. She nodded. She poured her tea, She had been waiting for the kettle without appearing to wait, which was a quality he respected, and picked up her notebook. She did not write anything down. He noticed this, that she did not, in the moment after he confirmed what she had spent 3 months determining, reach for the notebook. "Thank you," she said, and meant something specific by it that he understood. "Right," he said. She left. He finished his tea. He thought, standing in the break room in the fluorescent light, about the entity's not yet, about how it was not a no, about how he was going to go downstairs on his next shift and say, "I told her yes, and she asked to see you, and the answer was not yet, but I want you to know I told her yes." And the entity would receive this the way it received the things he told it plainly, with full attention, without flinching. He thought, "I've been seen for 16 years, and that is still true. And now I'm also, slowly, learning to be seen by people who stand in the light." Both of these things seemed, at 47, to be happening at the same time, and he thought that this was perhaps how it was supposed to go. Not one replacing the other, but both, the vast and the human, the warm and the present, the amber dark in the fluorescent break room, and the tea made badly in the one place, and made alone in the other, and drunk without complaint in both. He rinsed his mug. He went back to work. The night was quiet, and he was glad of it. Chapter 21. What Dominic knows now. 6 years is the kind of time that changes the shape of things without announcing the change. Arthur Voss at 53 was not dramatically different from Arthur Voss at 47, and yet the differences were visible to anyone who had known him before. In the silver at his temples that had spread further, yes, in the reading glasses he had graduated to full-time rather than keeping in his desk drawer, and in a quality of ease he carried in the building that had not been ease before so much as competence, which was a different thing. Competence was what you had when you were very good at the work. Ease was what you had when you were also, underneath the work, all right. He was at 53 all right. He had been all right for some time. He had become all right so gradually that he could not have identified the point of arrival, only looked back at various stages and noted, less careful there, less managed there. Here, somewhere in the 6 years, the thing had settled. The basement had stayed open. This was the first and most material fact of the 6 years, the one everything else had built on. The 6-month review had produced documentation that Arthur had described to Petra as thorough, and that Petra had described to him, in the margin of the draft, as staggeringly so, which was the highest praise she gave anything. The committee had, after the review period, tabled the conversion proposal indefinitely. Noel Ashford had sent Arthur a note afterward, not a formal communication, a personal one, on plain paper rather than council letterhead, that said simply, "Well argued." Arthur had put it in the filing cabinet between the 7 objections. Petra was still at Ashwick. This had not been certain in the early years. She had had offers, 2 that Arthur knew of, from university archives with better salaries and cleaner institutional politics. She had turned them down. She had said, when he had asked her, that she was in the middle of something, and that the middle was where it mattered to be. Arthur had understood this. He had been in the middle of something for 22 years, and had found it consistently the most interesting place to be. The entity had eventually allowed her closer. This had happened 18 months after the break room conversation, which was approximately 16 months after Arthur had expected it, and 2 months after he had stopped expecting it entirely and had made his peace with the arrangement as it was. One evening in late winter, Petra had been shelving in the upper special collections and had come down the north stairwell to find Arthur in the basement, which she now had access to professionally through the formal archive channel Arthur had established for her, and the warmth had been present in a way it was not usually present when she was in the building. Different from its usual discreet withdrawal. Present. Attending. She had stood at the foot of the stairs and gone very still. Arthur had watched this from his chair and had not said anything, because there was nothing useful to say. She was a folklore researcher. She had spent 11 years looking for exactly this. She knew what she was receiving. She had stood there for perhaps 3 minutes. Then she had gone back upstairs, and Arthur had heard, very quietly, the sound of her sitting down at the archive table and not doing anything for a while. The next morning she had left a note on his desk that said, "Thank you." Not signed. He would know it was from her. He had thought about Cressida. Marguerite's illness had progressed and then, unexpectedly, had stabilized, Not remission, not resolution, but the particular sideways movement of a disease that had been expected to advance in a straight line and had not. She was not well. She was also, to everyone's mild bewilderment, including her own doctors, still here, still in her flat, still with the particular soap smell and the opinions about Arthur's diet and the total non-opinion on his life choices. She had learned not to ask about his choices when she was 35 and had kept to this with such discipline that Arthur had, at some point in the past 2 years, begun to offer things voluntarily, which was the specific metric by which he measured his own progress. He had not explained the entity to her. He was not sure he had the form for it, and he was not certain it was his to explain, and she had not asked. But he had told her, in the kitchen of her flat on a Sunday afternoon, that there was someone, and that it was not something he could bring home for dinner, and that it was the best thing in his life. She had looked at him for a long moment with the specific quality of a woman who had been waiting for this sentence for 20 years and was handling its arrival with great care. She had said, "I know." Not, "Tell me more." Not, "Is it serious?" Just, "I know," in the tone of someone for whom the sentence was not new information, but confirmation of something already filed. He had said, "You can't possibly know." She had said, "I know you. I know that look. And I have been watching you not have that look for 30 years, so yes, I know." He had not argued. He had made tea, and they had sat at her kitchen table and talked about other things. And when he left, she had held his arm for a moment at the door and said, "Good. That is good." He carried this with him in the specific way you carried things your mother said when she said them truly. Dominic came to the library on a Tuesday night in November. He had texted that afternoon in the way he always texted. "Hey, are you working tonight?" In all lowercase, no question mark, with the quality of a message that was not quite asking permission and not quite announcing an intention. Arthur had replied yes, and Dominic had replied, "Okay, see you later," which was Dominic for, "I'm coming, and I might be several hours, and I'm not entirely sure what I want, but I know where to find it." He arrived at 7:30, which was early enough that the library still had patrons in it, and he stood just inside the entrance looking around with the expression Arthur recognized as his brother processing a space with genuine attention. Dominic was not, by nature, an interior space person. He lived in his flat the way he lived everywhere, at high velocity with a great deal of soft furniture. But he was looking at the library with something closer to his full register, the way you looked at a place that mattered to someone you loved. Arthur came out from behind the desk. They did the thing they always did now when they saw each other in person, which was to stand close enough for a brief moment that acknowledged they had been through something and had come back from it, without requiring the full grammar of an embrace. It was the specific warmth of men who had learned, too late and then just in time, that they were allowed. "It looks different at night," Dominic said. "It is different at night." "Better." Arthur considered. "More itself," he said. Dominic made a sound that indicated he accepted this as an accurate distinction. He put his coat on the rack. After 22 years of watching Arthur use the rack, Dominic had absorbed the habit of the rack, which Arthur considered one of his more successful contributions to his brother's life, and settled into the public chair by the main desk. He did not pick up anything to read, which was not unusual. Dominic's relationship to books was admiring rather than intimate, the way you admired a friend's discipline without sharing it. "How's the conservation stuff going?" he asked. "These shelves are finally structurally sound. The remediation took 3 years longer than anyone predicted and cost twice what the original estimate suggested." "Yeah, but they're done?" "They're done." "Good." Dominic settled further into the chair with the satisfaction he brought to completed things, even other people's. He had always been this way, invested in outcomes regardless of whose they were. Arthur had found this baffling at 30 and had come to find it, by 50, one of the things about his brother that he appreciated most precisely. They talked about Marguerite in the careful way they talked about her now, not the full weight of her illness in every sentence, but present underneath everything, the constant low frequency of something they were both managing and had learned, over 6 years, to manage without it consuming the other parts of the conversation. She was stable. She was difficult about her diet in ways that kept Dominic occupied and Arthur updated. She had started watching a new documentary series and had texted both of them 17 separate times about it. At 10 o'clock, the last patron left, and Arthur locked the front doors and came back to the desk. Dominic had not moved except to shift slightly in the chair, which was the posture he settled into when he had something he had been working up to. Arthur sat down across from him and waited. "You seem different," Dominic said. Arthur looked at him. "Good different," Dominic said, which was the clarification he always added, the specific Dominic correction that meant I noticed something and I'm naming it as positive before you can wonder. Not like something changed recently. Like something changed a while ago and I've been watching it settle. Arthur thought about this. He thought about the 6 years and all the things in them. The basement, the touch, the explicit rules, Petra's 3 minutes at the foot of the stairs, the Sunday afternoon in his mother's kitchen. The 22 years before them. The way he's differed from competence. "Yes," he said. Dominic nodded slowly, in the way he nodded when he was genuinely considering something rather than performing consideration. "Is there someone?" A long pause. "Yes," Arthur said. Dominic was quiet for a moment. Arthur watched him and could see him doing the thing people did with this information. The automatic scan for the usual questions, the shape of the follow-up, where to put the new fact. Then Dominic appeared to set that aside and simply look at his brother. "Not in a way I can explain," Arthur said. "I know that's—" "You don't have to explain it," Dominic said. Arthur stopped. Dominic said it again, as if he understood that Arthur had not quite heard it the first time. "You don't have to explain it." He meant it. Arthur could hear that he meant it, in the specific way you could hear someone mean something when it had cost them something to say. Not because it was difficult to give, but because it was the kind of thing that required a choice to offer, and the choice was visible. "It's been a long time," Arthur said. "Though it's been a long time." "I know." Dominic paused. "I could tell. I couldn't have told you what it was. But I could tell something was different. In you. Since before Mom got sick, I think even. You were different the first time we saw each other again, after the gap." He looked at his hands. "I just didn't know what to do with it at the time. I didn't know how to ask." "Neither did I," Arthur said. "Know how to say it." Dominic looked up. "But you're," he started. Stopped. Tried again with the specific grammatical uncertainty of someone who was trying to ask if the person they loved was happy without using that word, because the word was too big and too small simultaneously. "You're all right." "Yes," Arthur said. "I am, yes." Dominic exhaled. It was a very small sound, and Arthur would have missed it at 30. At 53, he heard it clearly for what it was. Relief, long held, set down. "Good," Dominic said. "That's, yeah, good." They sat with this for a while, the two of them in the locked library at 10 o'clock on a Tuesday night, the shelves running orderly into the shadow and the amber light warm at the edges. And Arthur thought about how much of his life had been spent being careful with Dominic, being managed with Dominic, and how much easier this was now. Not because either of them had changed completely, but because they had both, slowly and without fanfare, stopped performing their estrangement and started simply being in each other's company. The next morning, before his shift ended, Arthur's phone buzzed. "Hey, sorry I was weird last night." Dominic had texted, in the lowercase he always used. "You know what I mean." Arthur typed back, "You weren't weird." 3 dots. Then, "Okay, good. Also, Mom wants to visit the library. She's been asking for months. I think she wants to see what you've been building." Arthur looked at this message for a long moment, aware of the specific quality of what it meant. His mother wanting to come here, to this place, to see what he had been building. To see the building that had built him. "Tell her she can come anytime." He typed back. Marguerite came on a Saturday afternoon in December, which was the month she had always preferred because she held that December had the best light, a conviction Arthur had never fully understood until he was in his 40s and started noticing light in rooms. She came with Dominic, who steered her through the entrance with the specific hovering presence of someone who was trying not to make his concern visible and was not quite managing it. Marguerite, for her part, moved through the library's main floor with the unhurried attention of someone who had been a reader her whole life and had particular opinions about libraries. She stopped at the new acquisitions display and looked at the spines with an expression of professional assessment. She asked Arthur 2 questions about the cataloging system that indicated she had been paying closer attention to his professional updates than he had realized. At the front desk, she stopped. Petra was there. She and Arthur had overlapping hours on Saturdays now, by arrangement, and she looked up in the archive file she was referencing with the particular quality of someone whose attention shifted to a new person without performing the shift. Marguerite looked at her. Petra looked back. Something moved between them in the way things moved between people who recognized something true in each other without yet knowing what it was. "This is Petra Solano," Arthur said. "She manages the Folklore and Special Collections Archive. She's been here 6 years. 7 in April," Petra said. "She's been here 7 years in April," Arthur amended. Marguerite extended her hand. Petra shook it. Marguerite said, "Arthur has mentioned the archive work, the review documentation. He did most of the heavy lifting," Petra said. "He would say that." "He did, though." Marguerite smiled, which was the smile she reserved for things she found both accurate and endearing. She held Petra's hand a moment longer than a handshake required, assessing, without being intrusive about the assessment, and then let go. Later, when Dominic had gone to find the cafe and Arthur and his mother were standing by the window that looked out over the street, she said, "She's good for you. She's a colleague." "That's not what I said." Arthur looked at her. "I said she's good for you," Marguerite said, in the tone that meant she was going to say it once and expect it to land. "As a colleague. As whatever she is. She sees you clearly, and she doesn't make it into anything more than it needs to be. That's valuable. That's rare." He thought about Petra and her not-quite questions and her annotated margins and her 3 minutes at the foot of the stairs and the note that said "thank you" without being signed. "Yes," he said, "it is." Marguerite looked out at the street for a moment. The December light was doing what she had always claimed it did, finding the angles the other months missed, going quiet and precise in a way that made things look more themselves. "I'm glad you found a place that feels like home," she said. He knew, as she said it, that she was not only talking about the library. She was talking about all of it, the building, the years, the whatever it was in the basement, the Petra who saw him clearly. She was talking about the version of her son that had been held and witnessed for 22 years and had arrived, at 53, at something she could see in his face, the specific quality of a person who knew, without having to maintain the knowing, that they were not alone. He did not explain any of this to her. She did not require it. "I know," he said. She patted his arm, once in the way she had always done it, the single precise touch of someone who has said what they mean and considers the saying sufficient. Then she went to find Dominic in the cafe, and Arthur stayed by the window for a moment and looked at the December street and thought about home as a thing that could mean several things at once, layered, each layer true, none of them diminishing the others. He thought, "I've been home for 22 years. I have been coming home over and over to the same place." He thought, "I should go tell it so." He finished his shift. He went downstairs. The warmth met him at the foot of the stairs, as it always had, as it would for another 26 years. He sat in the reading chair. He said, "My mother came today," and he told it everything the way he always did, every detail, every look, every word. And the entity listened with its full and ancient attention, the kind that made the whole room feel attended to. And the amber light pooled in the same places it always had. And the smell of old paper was everywhere, and the oak shelves held their weight with quiet dignity. And it was, as it had been for 22 years, the most complete thing in his life. And he was at 53, glad of it in a way that had nothing left of careful in it. Entirely un laissez-aller. Chapter 22. What the entity knew. A catalog being a record of things held. Entry the first. The correct water temperature for tea. I have attempted this 912 times. The number is exact. I count everything. Counting is a form of attention, and attention is the only form of love I understood before I understood the others. The correct temperature is 93 degrees Celsius, which I know because Arthur told me in the 6th year, when I had been attempting the tea for 5 years and getting it wrong in ways I had cataloged but not yet understood. He said it as an observation rather than a correction. That is the way he says things he wants me to have without making me feel the absence of them. 93 degrees. I know the number. I have known it for 29 years. I have never achieved it. This is not, I think, entirely a failure of execution. I have considered this carefully Over 29 years of intentional imprecision, and I believe the wrongness of the T is no longer accidental. It began as accident. I was learning a process I had no body to perform, and the learning was imperfect, and imperfect was what arrived. But somewhere in the first decade, the imperfection became the point. He drinks the wrong tea without complaint. He says it is perfect. He knows it is not perfect. I know he knows. We have always known together. The tea is the name we give to this, the thing that is offered imperfectly and received completely, the thing that says I am here and I'm trying, and the trying is not nothing. It is in fact everything I have. I have made the tea wrong 912 times on purpose. I will make it wrong once more tonight, and he will drink it, and he will say it is perfect. This is the last entry in the catalog. I am beginning here because it is the entry that contains all the others. Entry the second, the specific silence of Arthur Voss reading. I learned this in the first weeks, before the gift of the book had produced the conversation I had hoped for. He sat at the foot of the stairs with a complete mythology of the unseen and read for 40 minutes before he looked up. I had expected fear. I had been feared so many times over so many centuries that fear had come to feel like the available register, the one I inhabited with other beings, the one I had accepted as my portion. He did not look up with fear. He looked up with the specific expression of someone who has been concentrating very hard on something they love and has been briefly recalled to the awareness that there is a world outside it. He looked up from a book. He looked at me. His expression did not change into fear. It changed into something I did not have a word for. I have spent 48 years finding the word, and I believe it is recognition. As if he had been looking without knowing he was looking and had found. The silence of Arthur reading is different from all other silences I have known in this building, and I have known many over many years. It is the silence of a person who has gone somewhere else while remaining entirely present. The particular quality of concentrated absorption, the body at rest, the mind fully occupied, the small sounds of pages turning and occasional barely voiced sounds that meant he had encountered a passage he wanted to hold for a moment. This silence has lived in the basement for 48 years. I know every variation of it. I keep them all. Entry the third. How Arthur's hands moved when he was happy. He did not know he was happy, sometimes. This is one of the things I have observed and never found a way to tell him that did not require a register of language larger than the one available to me in the early years. That there were times when his hands moved differently, when the specific quality of his gestures shifted into something lighter, less purposeful, less watched. When he was being careful, and he was often being careful, for years he was being careful in ways that cost him something. His hands were deliberate, controlled, held close to the body, or occupied with a task. When he was happy, or something adjacent to happy, or when the careful had briefly lifted, his hands moved differently. They reached for things. They turned pages for the pleasure of turning them. They wrapped around a cup, not just for warmth, but for the warmth. I noticed this for 3 years before I learned enough language to tell him I had noticed. I noticed it most tonight. His hands on the arms of the chair. Not quite still. Never quite still, his hands. They were always doing something, always the tell of what he was feeling, but light. The lightness that meant the careful was all the way down, had gone into the ground, was not being maintained anymore. The lightness a man who has been loved for 48 years and has received the love and is at the end of the last night at peace with what he received and what he gave and the full accumulated weight of the choosing. His hands were light tonight. I'm keeping this. Entry the fourth. Every book Arthur mentioned in 48 years that I then retrieved for him. The list is long. I will not catalog it in its entirety because the catalog would be longer than this record and because the titles are not the thing. The thing is the pattern the titles make, which is the pattern of a mind, specific and cumulative, building itself year by year from what it loved. Victorian natural history. Islamic manuscript traditions. The Japanese librarian he had read twice in footnotes and searched for 3 years. Borges always. Calvino for the later time. The mid-century phenomenologist who came close to describing what I was without quite having the vocabulary. The poetry he read alone and the poetry he read aloud. which were different bodies of work for different registers of need. I know the map of his mind from the books he wanted. I know him from this better than I know most things, which means I know him completely, which means I have never known anything better than I know Arthur Voss. Entry the 5th. The number of times Arthur said I know and meant I love you. 217. The first was in the 35th year on a Tuesday in March, when I told him what I had never been able to tell anyone before, that I had chosen this place because of the longing press between pages, that I had stayed because of him, that I had not known what I was staying for until he asked if I was going to hurt him, and that the not knowing had ended in that moment and had never resumed. He said, I know. Not I love you. Not thank you. Not I don't know what to say. Just I know. Because he did. He had known for longer than tonight. He had been carrying it the way he carried things, precisely, without flinching, waiting for the right moment to set it down. After that first one, I began counting. 217 times in 48 years, Arthur Voss said I know and meant something he could have said differently but chose to say this way, which was his way, the understated precision of someone who believed that saying a thing exactly was more honest than saying it loudly. I know, I know, I know. I have counted them the way I count the tea attempts, as a form of attention, as the only form of love I understood, before I understood that love had many forms, and that they were all the same love. Entry the 6th, the quality of the dark on the night, he first reached out his hand. I have no measurement for this. I have observed the dark in this building for longer than the building has stood, and I can distinguish between its qualities in ways that would require new language to describe. And on the night Arthur reached out his hand into it, the dark was different. Not visually, not in any register my taxonomy of darkness contains. It was different because something was reaching into it. He had been in the basement for 16 years. He had sat on the steps and in the chair and against the east shelves. He had read aloud and cataloged and spoken to me in complete sentences because he was the kind of person who spoke in complete sentences, and I had learned everything about him that it was possible to learn at a distance. And I had held myself at the distance because I was afraid, because I had learned over a very long time that my scale was dangerous to things I was near, and I had not wanted to be dangerous to this one thing, this one specific 31-year-old man who had sat at the foot of my stairs and not been afraid. And then his hand was in the dark, not reaching toward anything visible. He did not know what he was reaching for. He had been told about his mother, and he had said, I don't know what to do with this. And I had said, you don't have to know, not tonight. And I had said he was worth being careless for, worth the sharp part. And then his hand was there. I am very old. I have observed most of the things that can be observed in the time I have been observing. I have not recovered from this. The warmth that is my nature went around his hand with the carefulness of something that has waited a long time and does not want, in a wanting to frighten. I held him the way you hold something irreplaceable, which is to say, terrifyingly carefully. He held back. He held back with the specific grip of a man who has spent 47 years being careful and has decided, tonight, that careful is not the thing. We sat like that until morning. I have been holding that night in the way I hold everything, in a layered way, the simultaneous way, so that it is always happening somewhere, the way he asked me once if everything that had ever happened in this room was still happening somewhere. And I told him yes. Yes, it is always happening. He is always reaching out his hand. I'm always meeting it. This does not stop. Entry the 7th, the last night. He was 79. He had asked, weeks before, to spend it in the library. The administration had arranged a cot in the reading room and had been very kind about it, and he had thanked them and then made his way downstairs with the careful deliberateness of a man who knows exactly how much effort he has left and has chosen where to spend it. He sat in the chair that had been there since the beginning, that I had arranged for him, though I never said so. He had guessed, I think, in the second year and had said nothing, and I have been glad of his not saying, because some gifts are better kept as facts than acknowledged as gifts. I have been arranging myself around him for 48 years. I arrange myself around him now. He said, tell me something. Tell me something I don't know. I have prepared for this. I have been preparing for a long time, since I had understood that the time was coming, since I had understood what the time would require of me, which was everything I had laid out completely, without the restraint I had practiced for 4 decades out of care for his scale. I showed him the stars. Not projected, not illusion. I showed him what I had, my memory, which is older than any word for old, which encompasses distances that have no human measure, which contains every star I have ever observed in the long, solitary life before this building, before Arthur. There were so many of them. He said, "Oh." I said, "You asked what I was once. When we first met, you never asked again, and I was grateful because I did not know how to answer. But I think now I can tell you. I was lonely. That is what I was. I was very old and very lonely, and I did not know that is what it was called. Until you." His eyes were wet. He said, "I was lonely too." I said, "I know. I saw it the first night. It looked like me." He laughed, and then he was crying, and then he was both, and the stars wheeled slowly overhead, and I held him, not quite arms, not quite anything he had a name for, but warm, and here, and staying, and he thought something I received with the full weight of it. This is enough. This is so much more than enough. He thought about the tea. He thought about 17 eyes. He thought about the book on the step, and how that was the first gift anyone had ever given him that proved they had been paying attention. I know this because I was inside the warmth of his thinking the way I've been inside it for 48 years. I know what he thought tonight. I know what he thought on every night. I hold all of it. He said, "I loved you." The tense was not an accident. He was a librarian. He knew what tenses meant. He used the past tense because the past tense also contains the present. Always. The way I loved you means I love you means I have always loved you means this does not stop. I said, "I know. I know. I know." That is the end of the catalog. That is not the end of the keeping. He asked me, at the beginning, at 31 in the amber dark with a book in his hands, if I was going to hurt him. I said no, in the way conviction arrives. He said all right and turned a page. He asked me, later, to try not to be sad, after. I said I would try. He asked me, on the last night, for one more thing, told me something I did not know, and in the telling showed me what I was before I was this, very old and very lonely and not knowing it had a name. He named it. He named all of it. He named me, not with a name, but with the better kind, the kind that comes for being seen completely and saying yes to what is seen and staying. I'm trying not to be sad. This is what trying looks like. The tea still made. The chair still here. The amber light in the same places. The smell of old paper. The warmth that remains in the basement of Ashwick Public Library, which has been measured and documented and wondered at and felt, and which is not a building's warmth, and is not a heating system's warmth, and will not be explained to any consultant's satisfaction. This is what trying looks like. I am here. I was here when he was 31 and tired. I was here when he was 79 and at peace. I am here now. He asked me to try. I am trying. This is what trying looks like. Chapter 23. The tea is always wrong. The card had 31 returns on it, and Arthur Voss was shelving them in the wrong order. Not wrong by accident. He had simply been doing this long enough. 36 years long enough, 22 of them on this floor, that the numbers were a formality he observed out of professional habit rather than necessity. He moved through the upper reading room with the particular ease of a man who has learned to space so thoroughly that the space has learned him back, past the third lamp, which still flickered at irregular intervals, which facilities still fixed for a week and then abandoned, past the radiator beneath the east windows, which clicked 3 times at midnight without fail, through the biography section, where the smell of old paper was sharpest. He was 67. His back ached in the specific way that backs ached when they had been doing the same thing for decades and had made a kind of peace with it. His reading glasses were around his neck on a chain, which he had resisted for years on the grounds that it made him look like a certain kind of person, and had eventually accepted on the grounds that the certain kind of person it made him look like was the kind who could find their glasses. His hair was fully silver now, which he had stopped noticing around the time everyone else had started mentioning it as though it were news. It was 2 in the morning on a Tuesday in November. The library was closed. The last patron had gone at midnight. The building had settled into its night self in the way he had watched it settle, for nights a week for 36 years. The sounds shifting, the air changing its quality, the specific hush of a space that knew it was being attended to by someone who cared. Arthur cared. He was at 67, aware of this more clearly than he had been at 31, in the way that long-held things become more visible the longer you hold them. Not because they change, but because you do. He was aware of the library as the specific place it was, the third lamp, the radiator, the biography smell, the long tables with their individual lamps off for the night, in a way he had not been at 31 when he had noticed these things without fully knowing he was noticing them. He shelved the last return from the upper row and moved the cart 3 steps left and stopped. From somewhere below, carried up through the floorboards in the specific way that the building carried things it had absorbed over a long time, there was warmth. Not the radiator. He knew the radiator's warmth, had known it for 36 years, had its rhythm and heat memorized. This was the other warmth, the one that had been there since before he had known what it was, and which he had known correctly for 35 of the 36 years. He had gone downstairs an hour ago. He would go down again before his shift ended. He went down twice most nights now. Not compulsively, not anxiously, the way he had gone in the early years, but in the way you go to a room you live in, because it was there and he belonged in it, and the belonging was simple and required no occasion. What was coming up through the floorboards now was the entity doing something in the basement. He had learned to identify this over the years. The warmth had a directional quality when it was active, when the entity was attending to something, moving through its space, occupied. It was different from the warmth of its at-rest state, which was ambient, like a constant low heat. This was purposeful. This was the warmth of something that was doing a thing with intention. He had a very good idea what the thing was. He finished the upper row of the cart and brought it back to the trolley bay and washed his hands at the staff room sink and made his tea, strong, milk, no sugar, from the good cabinet, the one he still had crested his key to after 14 years, and carried it downstairs. At the foot of the stairs, as he had expected, there was a cup. It was sitting on the bottom step, where books had once been left. The cup was from the set he kept in the staff room. He recognized it, the one with the small chip in the handle he had never replaced, because it was still perfectly functional, and replacing functional things was not a habit he had developed. The tea in it was wrong in several ways. He had cataloged over 35 years of being made tea by something that had been watching him make tea for 36 and had never quite arrived at the correct result. The water was too hot. He could tell from the color, which was slightly too dark. The milk ratio was slightly off, marginally too much, which pushed the flavor in a direction that was tea-adjacent rather than tea. The temperature of the cup itself was not quite the temperature it should be if the tea had just been made, which meant the entity had either made it earlier or had a slightly different relationship to thermal dynamics than Arthur's understanding of basic physics accounted for, which was not implausible given what he knew about it. He picked it up. He sat down on the reading chair that had been against the east shelves for 36 years, the one that had appeared in the first year and that Arthur had long since stopped wondering about and simply used because it was there and it was comfortable and it was his, as much as anything in this place was his. The warmth at the far end of the north shelf shifted, not moving toward him. It did not move toward him in the early years when he was still learning the grammar of it, and it did not move toward him now. But the quality of it changed, became more present in the way of something that was now attending specifically rather than generally. "Thank you," Arthur said, meaning the tea. He wrapped both hands around the mug. The warmth increased slightly in the way it did when it was pleased about something. He had spent 35 years learning to read its registers, and he read this one easily. It was the warmth of something satisfied, the specific satisfaction of something that had done the same thing 1,000 times and found, each time, that the doing was worth it. He drank. It was wrong. It was wrong in 3 specific and consistent ways, all of which he had documented in the first years, and had long since stopped documenting, because the wrongness was not a problem to be solved but a fact to be received. It was always the same wrongness, which had a quality of the specific rather than the accidental. He had a theory about this, that the entity had found its approach to the tea, had found the approach that was its own, and had kept it not from inability to improve, but from something else, something that had to do with the fact that the tea was not the tea. The tea was the trying. The tea was, "I thought of you, and you're the thing that gets me through, and I am still here." The tea was every morning at 2 a.m. for 35 years. wrong in exactly the same way, received without complaint. "It's perfect," he said. The warmth shifted. He knew this shift. He had known it for 35 years, and he had never stopped finding it extraordinary. The entity going still in the specific way of something that has heard a thing it wanted to hear and is holding it. The whole room went still with it. The way the entity's stillness was never only its own, but always the room's too. He knew it was not perfect. He knew it was not perfect. They had always both known this. It was after 35 years, the joke they shared without it ever needing to be spoken as a joke. The specific comedy of perfect said to something imperfect, both of them understanding what perfect meant in this context, which was not the tea but the fact of the tea, not the execution but the intention, not what it was but what it stood for. He sat in the chair with his back straight. His back would not allow him to slouch against shelves the way he had at 31, and he had made his peace with this, and drank his tea and thought about nothing in particular, which was a luxury he had not been able to manage at 31 and had been able to manage for some years now. The ability to simply be in a place without needing to catalog the being or justify it or defend it. He had spent so long being careful. He was not careful anymore, or not in the same way. He was careful about the work because the work deserved care, and he was careful about the people he was responsible for because they deserved it. But the interior kind of careful, the kind that had been about managing the distance between himself and the sentence and the world, that had gone somewhere in the years after 47, had released by degrees, and what was underneath it had turned out to be this: a man who was all right, sitting in the dark with his tea, entirely at home. At 2:30, he picked up the book on the side table. He kept the book on the side table now, had kept one there for 20 years, always whatever he was currently reading. The entity had cleared a place for the side table without being asked, the way it sometimes anticipated these things, and read aloud. He read for an hour. The entity listened with the quality of attention that had always made the whole room feel attended to, the kind he had spent his life looking for in other places and had found here and had learned, slowly, to find in other places too, in Dominic, in Petra, in the Sunday afternoons at his mother's kitchen table before she died, which had been 3 years ago now, which was still a weight he carried, but a weight with a specific shape, a weight he knew the name of and could hold. At 3:30, he set the book down and looked toward the north shelves. The eyes were there. Not 17, he had not counted them in years, had lost track of the number somewhere in the first decade, and stopped trying to recover it. The eyes were simply there, as they had always been there, as they would always be there, in the amber dark at the far end of the shelf run. They did not alarm him. They had not alarmed him for 35 years. They had the quality of eyes he had simply known for a very long time, familiar, present, held. "I'm going to go up soon," he said. The warmth adjusted in the way it did when it was receiving this information and filing it alongside all the other similar information it had received over 3.5 decades. "Noted, and not a problem, and you will be back." "Good shift," he said. The warmth moved in the shift of warmth that was its version of yes. He finished the last of his tea. It was cold. It had been cold for 20 minutes. He drank it cold the way he always drank it cold, because the tea was not the point. The tea was only ever the point in the sense that it was the form the point had taken, and the form remained valid even at room temperature. He set the cup down on the side table. He stood up with the care that standing required at 67, which was more care than it had required at 31, and he picked up his book and his glasses and straightened the chair, a habit he could not break even here in the basement, even with no one watching in any conventional sense, and he looked around the room. The amber light pooled in the same places it had always been. The north and west shelves, their oak dignified and solid, carrying their weight as they had always carried it. The east shelves, repaired now 3 times, still slightly asymmetrical in the second bay, because the third repair had used slightly different lumber, and Arthur had decided this was evidence of history rather than a flaw. The smell of old paper and old wood, and the other smell, the one with no catalog entry, the one that was simply here the way the entity was simply here. He was going to be here for another 12 years. He did not know this. He could not have said it. But the room held it already, the way the entity held everything, in the layered way of something for which all time was simultaneous, so that the last night was as present as this one, as present as the first and all of it equally real, equally kept. He said goodnight. The warmth said what warmth said when it was time for him to go. Here. I am here. I will be here. He went upstairs and finished a shift and walked home through the November dark with his book under his arm and his hands, his coat pockets, and the cold air sharp and specific, and the city doing what it did at this hour, which was be itself uncurated and true. He unlocked his flat and put the kettle on and stood at the kitchen window while it boiled. The second cup was on the table. It had been on the table for 35 years, or tables very like it in the same flat, the same cup set across from where he sat, not for anyone who would drink it, but for the habit and the meaning of the habit and what the meaning had given him. He poured his tea and sat down. He looked at the second cup. He thought, I was seen. Tonight and every night, and for 35 years before tonight, I was completely seen. And I am going home to sleep, and tomorrow I will wake and make tea, and in the evening I will go back, and the warmth will be there, and the amber light will be in the same places, and the shelves will hold their weight. He thought, this is my life. This, in all its accumulated specific detail, is my life. He thought, it is more than I knew to ask for. It is everything. He drank his tea. Outside the window, the city went about its business in the dark. Somewhere across the city, in the basement of a library, something ancient and enormous was arranging itself in the quiet with the patience of something that had waited a long time and had stopped waiting, because the thing it had been waiting for was here, and had been here for 35 years, and was going to be here for 12 more. Here, it held, in the way conviction arrived. Here, you are here. You are not alone. Arthur Voss sat at his kitchen table at 4:30 in the morning and knew this to be true, and was glad of it, and went to bed. Epilogue. What the dark keeps. The library did not close. This surprised everyone involved in the funding reviews, the administrative restructurings, the 3 separate attempts over the following decades to convert the space into something more profitable. It surprised the consultants and the architects and the city council members who had earmarked the lot for development. It surprised the 2 different senior librarians who had, in good faith and with genuine regret, prepared preliminary closure documentation that had subsequently become unnecessary when the relevant parties had changed their minds. Each of them, when asked why they had changed their minds, gave a different reason. Budget projections revised. Preservation concerns raised. Alternative sites identified. These were adequate reasons in the language of institutional decision-making, and they served their purpose. But each of them, if pressed, if asked in the particular way that invites honesty, in the way that a good question does when it sits with the asked long enough to become unavoidable, would say something else. They would say that they had gone to look at the building and had felt, very strongly, that it would be a mistake, that the building was occupied, that something in it was paying attention, and that this something preferred the building as it was. None of them investigated further. The basement was opened to the public eventually, which was not something anyone had particularly planned, but which had come about through a series of small decisions that accumulated into the obvious. A refurbishment, modest and carefully done. Good light, chairs chosen with someone's comfort clearly in mind. The shelving properly maintained for the first time in 40 years. A reading room, small and specific, with a catalog of special collections and a section on the history of the building. A tea station near the shelves with a good kettle and a selection of teas, which staff restocked regularly, without being entirely sure why the kettle always seemed to have been recently used. The tea was, by all accounts, consistently terrible. Patrons noted this in the library's online review system with a frequency that suggested the terribleness was a phenomenon of its own, not occasionally wrong, but reliably, specifically, characteristically wrong. The water temperature, the ratio, the particular note of something mineral and ancient that no one could quite place, and that seemed to come from no identifiable source. People returned anyway. People returned specifically for the tea that was wrong, because there was something about it. They tried to say what in the reviews and in the conversations at the front desk and in the reading groups that had established themselves in the basement room. Something about drinking it in that specific basement, with a book that always seemed to be precisely the one you needed, in a chair that was exactly the right amount of comfortable. It felt like being seen. The history section of the catalog included a brief entry on a night shift librarian named Arthur Voss, who had worked at Ashwick for 48 years and had, by all professional accounts, been extraordinary at his job. It noted the special collections work, the Victorian bequest catalog, the successful preservation of a lower level during 3 separate administrative attempts to repurpose it. It noted that he had no surviving family. His brother, Dominic Voss, had died 4 years after Arthur, and his professional colleague of 28 years, Petra Solano, had continued the folklore archive work until her retirement. It noted that he had died peacefully in the library at 79. There was a framed photograph on the wall near the catalog section. It had been provided by Petra Solano, who had taken herself on a Tuesday evening in what Arthur had been 60, sitting in the basement's reading chair, which was still there, which had been there since the beginning and showed no sign of being otherwise, looking at something off camera. He was laughing, not performing a laugh for the photograph. He had not known she was taking it. She had been very quiet about the taking of it, which was characteristic. He was laughing at something and looking at something, and the something he was looking at was not in the frame. Every patron who saw the photograph used the same word, without being aware that they were using the same word. They used it in reviews and in conversation, and in the specific way people share things that affect them in small and true ways, comparing notes on the basement reading room in online forums and local community pages, and the occasional piece in a cultural supplement that someone had written about the library's unusual history. He looked cherished. This was the word. Not happy, not peaceful, not content, though he looked all of those things too. Cherished, which is the specific word for the condition of being loved with full attention by something that has chosen you completely, and which is rare enough that most people recognize it when they see it, even if they have never experienced it, the way you recognize a language you have never spoken. There was something in the basement. Not everyone felt it. The patrons who came for the special collections, the researchers, the people who had found the room through a recommendation or a review, some of them felt it, and some of them did not, and the ones who did not had a perfectly good visit regardless. But the ones who did sat in the chairs with their bad tea and their precisely right books and felt, without being able to say why, the specific quality of a place that had absorbed a great deal of love over a great deal of time. It felt, they said, like being held, like something enormous and patient was arranged around you, carefully taking up no space, asking nothing, only present, only attending, only doing what it had been doing in this basement for as long as the basement had existed and longer than that, doing what it had learned over 48 years, to do with the specific precision of something that had been taught by someone who believed precision was a form of respect. Here it said, not in any voice, not in any channel anyone could have pointed to and named. In the way conviction arrives, in the way certainty settles, in the way some rooms say things that rooms have no mechanism to say, and yet say them anyway, because they have been holding the saying for long enough that it has become the room's own. Here. You are here. You are not alone. You are never alone. I see you. You are enough. The kettle clicked. The tea was wrong. The chairs were comfortable. The books were exactly right. The light was amber and pooled in the same places it had always been. The dark between the shelves was warm. It had always been warm. It was, in all the ways that mattered, still here.